magic of the moment in cyberspace. Driven by our passion to win, playing heart to heart and face to face. The challenge of a lifetime starts before us now. Beyond the game, through the portal into cyberspace, we have come to decide our fate. We're here to celebrate. Beyond the game, beyond the game, outlast the moments at hand. All we need is to believe we can. We will make our stand. Beyond the game, beyond the game, beyond the game. The world's our game. Beyond the game. Beyond the game, through the portal into cyberspace, we have come to decide our fate. We're here to celebrate. Beyond the game, beyond the game, outlast the moments ahead. All we need is to believe we can. We'll make our stand. Beyond the game, beyond the game, beyond the game. The world's our game. Beyond the game. You and I, we have met before, through the magic of the moment in cyberspace. Driven by our passion to win, playing heart to heart and face to face. The challenge of a lifetime starts before us now. Beyond the game, through the portal into cyberspace, we have come to decide our fate. We're here to celebrate. Beyond the game, beyond the game, outlast the moments at hand. All we need is to believe we can. We will make our stand. magic of the moment in cyberspace. Driven by our passion to win, playing heart to heart and face to face. The challenge of a lifetime stands before us now. Beyond the game, through the portal into cyberspace, we have come to decide our fate. We're here to celebrate. Beyond the game, beyond the game, outlast the moments at hand. All we need is to believe we can. We'll make our stand. Beyond the game, beyond the game, beyond the game. Oh, we're beyond the game. Beyond the game, through the portal into cyberspace, we have come to decide our fate. We're here to celebrate. Beyond the game, beyond the game, outlast the moments ahead. All we need is to believe we can. We'll make our stand. Beyond the game, beyond the game, beyond the game. Oh, we're cyber game. Beyond the game. You and I, we have met before, through the magic of the moment in cyberspace. Driven by our passion to win, playing heart to heart and face to face. The challenge of a lifetime stands before us now. Beyond the game, through the portal into cyberspace, we have come to decide our fate. We're here to celebrate. Beyond the game, beyond the game, outlast the moments at hand. All we need is to believe we can. We'll make our stand.
Yo everybody, welcome to the World Cyber Game Challenge 2024, where bring you guys a couple of days of really fun action here for Valorant. My name is Victor Cax, joining me here is Contra. We're going to be your casters for today, as we're going to be witnessing a special little showdown here today, as we are not going to be having the regular kind of Valorant pros. We're going to be having some of the top influencers within the Malaysia and Singapore region battle out together here, Contra.
That's right. Your favorite content creators across the region will be having some really exciting games of Valorant. And now, in conjunction with what's about to come, the WCG. I'm glad it's back, and this time, Valorant is part of one of the couple of titles that will be held during the World Cyber Games.
Exactly. I'm so glad to see the World Cyber Games is back, baby, and I'm just really looking forward to seeing what we're going to be having in store for you guys as well back at home. So today, it is going to be an interesting one, because we had all these 20 influencers all sorted into their individual teams, and we're going to be running a double elimination bracket over these next 2 days. Now, these are going to be run in the best of 3 format, and tomorrow itself, we will be seeing the grand final to see who is going to be the top team of influencers here in the World Cyber Games Challenge for Valorant. So let's go ahead and look at some of the special activities we have in store here. Particularly, I want to thank some of our sponsors for this event here: Big Picture, Smilegate, as well as TikTok, and of course, one of the biggest supports is going to come from Peephole. This is a new video chat platform that is coming out here, and we're especially working together with people in order to deliver a new way of viewing Valorant together with your friends.
Yeah, and there's a whole lot of fun things that you can basically check out in the People site, or you can also download from certain regions as well. So with that being said, you can basically hit over onto the link onto the chat below, where you'll be able to basically watch together with your friends. And other than that, there's also the filters tab on the WCG IG account later on, where you can take a photo and maybe get a little bit more special stuff. But back towards People, man, they have definitely got some offering for you guys when you guys watch through their site itself. And I'm not going to reveal it just yet, because that's a lot of good stuff out there. So make sure you guys tune in. And you guys must also be wondering who exactly is going to be playing, how the format's going to run. Well, we'll definitely give you all the rundown necessary.
Yeah, so last week itself, we actually had a group draw where we already divided out the teams into where we selected 4 captains from our team of 20 influencers, and then we had them run a whole bunch of mini games and challenges in order to determine who are going to be their teammates going into this competition. So let's go ahead and have a look at an overview of what exactly is going to be going down these next 2 days. So today is the 16th of May, day number 1. We're going to be running through the first set of matches for our Malaysian and Singapore influencers, and they're going to be playing not just for bragging rights, they're going to be playing for an actual cash prize.
That's right. All the 4 teams will be rewarded with some huge chunk of US dollars, and first place will walk away with $2,540. I would say for a tournament like this, it's still a hefty sum of money. And of course, I am just excited to watch some of my favorite creators to be actually performing on this online stage. So with that said, we have already made the group draws on the weekend, and now here are the draw results.
Exactly. We ran this all last week itself. We had these captains all run challenges that are played inside Valorant itself. But here's the thing, like, they didn't actually get to have like specific picks on which players they wanted on the team, because obviously all 20 of these influencers have different tiers of their skill level, right? So the organizer has actually separated them into 3 different tiers, including the team captains themselves. So each of these team competitions consists of 1 tier 1 player, 2 tier 2 players, and 2 tier 3 players. And the way they got the teammates selected was actually by spinning a wheel, and the order in which they determined who gets to spin first was determined by who won those mini challenges.
Wow, and that's such a fun way to actually select your teammates, or sometimes you just don't really have the choice, right? But here we are, we have Team Faroukjer here with Esoteric, Probosu, Sean, 2002, and Fancy Freaks. And on Team Actually Eco, we got Zeno, VKS, Oyen, Putri D, as well as Win RL. And on Team Beltido side, he will be joined by Unisa, Minotabo, Afrina, as well as Captain Z. Whereas for our final team, of course, with that, it's Team Aidargh.
Yep, with Wait, Captain Yanni, Sultan Rik, and for Daus, they're going to be looking to try their very best in this tournament here. So if you guys are supporters or viewers of these influencers here, be sure to send your support in the chat because we'll love to see all of that. Now let's move on to the brackets here. As I explained earlier, it is going to be a double elimination bracket with only 4 teams, all starting from the upper brackets itself. So today, all 3 matches are going to be taking place in the upper brackets. We won't be seeing any eliminations until we get to the lower bracket matches tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow the stakes are going to be really high, but this is where we see the power levels being drawn here every step of the way. And this will be the matches as we kick off with our first match between Team Beltido versus Team Faroukjer. The winners will be proceeding into match 3. Same goes to match 2, where we'll see Actually Eco taking on Team Aidargh.
Yep, and therefore we're going to be seeing a lot of sparks flying, especially between all these influencers here, because they've been selected on the basis of the type of content that they do for Valorant. And some of these players here, they are really, really good players inside Valorant itself. So I'm going to be expecting to see a lot out of our influencers here in this challenge.
Yeah, there's a lot of all these content creators, as well as I wouldn't even consider them at this skill level of pros or semi-pros for some of these guys out there. So I am definitely looking forward for some of the names like Esoteric, and Milotabo definitely has some show-stopping performances. So, of course, we'll see what they will cook up. Now, before we get ourselves into our first game, once again, reintroducing our teams on the board. It's Team Beltido here. They'll be joined by Unisa, Milotabo, Afrina, and Captain Z.
Yeah, we got to see a little bit of their action yesterday doing rehearsals. And the thing is that what's tricky for these influencers coming into this competition is that they barely have a week, to actually prepare for this tournament here. And the thing is that, like, with that said and done, some of these influencers do know each other. Obviously, they're from the same region. In particular, like in this competition, we've got 14 of these influencers coming from Malaysia itself, 6 of them from Singapore. And what we're seeing is that like some of these captains already had sort of like their favorites that they wanted to play with, but because of the way the draws turned out, some of them didn't even get the players that they actually wanted. So that was Team Beltido that was on screen just now. Now you're going to be seeing Faroukjer's team. So of that, he's got one particular player that's going to be one to watch out for, Esoteric, who's one of the tier 1 players in the group here. You also got Probosu, Sean 2002, and Fancy Freaks also joining the lineup. And from even yesterday's rehearsals, we did see a little bit of what they were able to bring to the table. But today itself, this is going to be the real deal. This is going to be where they need to show up and actually show us what they've got in their skills here.
That's right, and I am just stoked to what's about to come in our very first match. It's going to be a best of 3, and I believe that standard rules do apply. And of course, if they do have a tie with 12 points each, then we'll go into overtime. So with that, I am definitely excited to see even Fancy Freaks, who's been, putting a lot of all the Valorant content on his TikTok.
He's in fact like selected as like TikTok influencer for rather he won an award for it actually for being such an active TikToker back in 2023. So a lot of these guys really have been using their platform, using their influence really to help promote the game of Valorant. And this challenge is kind of an extension of like the gratitude, from the gaming community of what they've done for the Valorant community. Now let's go ahead and jump down the brackets tax here, because Beltido and Faroukjer are now going to go ahead and get their picks of the agents they're going to be running on this map. And the first map is going to be Lotus.
Oh, this is actually really exciting to watch. And Ash, as you can see on screen, is going to be Esoteric. Meanwhile, Daph is going to be the team captain himself.
So we're going to go ahead and see what the kind of lineups are going to be going with here. We're going to see Kaze already picking up the Clove, who is one of the recent additions to the agent roster recently in Valorant. So I'm going to be excited to see what he's going to be using that for. And of course, Milo Tabok, we saw a lot of what he was doing during rehearsals. Let's see if he's going to be able to pull off that same magic here today.
Yeah, and I'm really looking at how the draft's going to look like. Now we're running a double duelist on the side of Beltido. I think it's going to be pretty standard with the addition of a Sage on each side in order to maybe barricade some sites like the B side, or if they really want to hold down the line onto A. It is very, very possible, especially when you have agents like Raze. Basically, a slow combined with all these deflates that she can throw, you might guarantee some pickups in the early stages of the round. But everything's locked and loaded right now. And it's showtime here in the WCG Malaysia Singapore Challenge.
Yeah, so to kind of give you guys a bit of a rundown of how this tournament is going to play out. So as we have mentioned, it's double elimination, it's best of 3, but another factor that's going to be a little bit different in this tournament compared to others is that it's going to be run in Swift mode. So what that means exactly here, Contra?
Well, if it's going to be in Swift mode, then...
Oh, sorry.
That was rehearsal runs.
Yeah, that was rehearsal runs, my bad.
a full run of a classic Valorant game. So
Right.
Maybe with the intensity level, call it rank game.
I mean, you could think of it as a ranked game pretty much because again, you got you have the players all separated 3 different tiers, and these are represented by their ranking level in Valorant itself. So obviously, the tier 1 are going to be like the best guys, the guys who have like the highest ranks in Valorant. Tier 2 is going to be the people that's somewhere in the middle, and then tier 3 are just like the 2 other guys.
Well, you can't exactly say it to other guys. Like, some of these guys are going to be absolutely smurfing in some of these rounds. But, I say that, but they really have to prove themselves when it comes down to what they could basically offer, or, just create more content out of what this WCG challenge is. So, either way, it's a win. It
is for sure. And speaking of that content, though, another reason why you guys should check out Peephole is that exclusively for this tournament here, we're going to be showing off one of the things that we can do with Peephole, where we're going to be showing a map overview during the live stream. So what this means that if you go on the Peephole following the link there, you'll be able to join in a watch party where you'll be able to see the entire top-down view of the map as it's being played out.
Cool. I really wonder how it actually looks like. So if you guys want to find out, here's what you gotta do. So click on that link and you gotta register yourself or sign up for a Peephole account. Basically, you could use that account in order to not only go for the watch parties, but there's also some quizzes that you could basically answer for some rewards later on.
Exactly. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be running into the game now. This is going to be the starting phase of the first match. We're going to be seeing Team Beltido going to be on the defensive side, Team Faroukj on the attacking side. Map is going to be Lotus. We're going to be seeing how they're going to try to play this off. And this map here, shows one of the unique things about Valorant compared to some of the other tactical FPS shooters out there, in that here in normal kind of tactical shooters, you normally have only 2 sites to worry about. This one's got 3, and that's been kind of a signature, I feel, for the Valorant game series, isn't it?
Indeed, and not only that, you have revolving doors here in first the connection from B to C. So that's definitely going to be a little bit of a tricky task for sometimes the defenders to try to really hold firm to a site. But I would still say this is going to be a slightly defender favor, but for an aggressive team, they could basically swing things with a really good momentum. But what's the beauty of Lotus is also that on the defensive half, you could also play a little bit more of a push and pull kind of a way where you could send some members out on those sites which you deem to be safe and start to just take control of portions of the map and slowly choke your enemies out in that from a scenario. So I really want to see how they actually play this one out, or if they have any form of a discussion before they actually get into these rounds. And of course, sorry for a little bit of wait, but it wasn't exactly a long pause. So here we go. Faroukj already trying to push through. There's going to be smokes across, but Milo Taba has already pushed through.
Yeah,
all the way
double.
across to the rubble, getting that 2K instantaneously.
Yeah, that's going to put a massive, massive damper into the attackers right now. But Perozo is going to be running straight into the Sage. Oh, sorry, the Clove of Kaze, and that's going to be taken down. Kaze does pick up another one there onto the Sage of Fancy Freaks. So unfortunately, Team Faroukj completely decimated at the start of this round. Only the Yoru is left. And, well, he's going to be in for a tough one here. He just at least get one kill. No, he does not. Kaze picks up the third. You know, to round things up to make a flawless round here for Team Beltido.
Yeah, great cleanup coming from Kaze. Enough immense pressure being applied coming from Milo Tabo in order to actually create that opportunity. And I love that full utility setup coming from Kaze as well in order to really give some great cover room. So there wasn't exactly any form of way that they could easily get through that push onto A. So maybe you gotta try something a little bit different now. They're gonna be on that eco round for Team Faroukj. You gotta take it a little slowly this time.
Definitely very, very methodical they will have to do in order to get through these maps here. And the spike is also being carried towards the C side. It's not exactly clear. You still have a Sage and the Jet guarding that area right now.
Double stack though.
Double stack, yeah, they're going to go ahead and move in from the mid side in order to try to get towards C, and they're all piling up around there. So the defenders right now, not quite doing a rotation, but they're doing a pincer movement there. Unfortunately, Bell has already taken down 2 of them right from the get-go. Now another 2 are going to try to move up here to reclaim the spike. Unfortunately, they're getting themselves decimated. A trade coming out there with Fancy Freaks taking out the Jet. So we're going to get a revive coming out now as the rest of the team scramble to try to regain composure here on this round. Captain Z still holding steady, will not hold for long, unfortunately, as it gets taken down. Now C is going to be open, although 2 of the defenders of Team Beltido have already rotated around. Are they going to be looking for a confrontation right here, or is Team Faroukj going to back off?
He managed to send the decoy all the way to the back. There's not going to be a chance that he could teleport because that was already been broken through. Fake out has already been utilized as well. Fancy Freak only having the wall as utility left. Oh, gets the charge right before the plan in order to get that early activation if they can. Fancy's going to be able to get the heal back up in the jiffy as well, so consider him to be at 100% in a short moment. A little slow of a rotation coming out for Beltido side.
Yeah.
Nisa, just making sure you check every nook and cranny because you're dealing with the Yoru. And not just any Yoru, Esoteric's Yoru.
I know, right? So, because he's certainly one of those who are one trick when it comes to Yoru itself. So, I'm very much seeing I'm just looking forward to see what he's going to try to do in this situation, because now the retake is going to be coming in from Beltido's side. Esoteric still managed to get the kill onto Milo Tabo straight away, so only the Gecko was left here for Beltido's side. Oh, he does get the kill onto him. Oh, but didn't quite finish the fight there, unfortunately, as he does pick it up in the end. 1-for-1 now between Team Faroukj and Team Beltido.
And that's a 4K from Esoteric to just show what he can basically do if you give him just the SMG. I mean, he's only got that Spectre and he's already dealing a truck ton of damage. I can't wait to see what else he's got to offer. And you just saw perfectly timed flashes from him, and this setup couldn't be any better than that.
Yeah, with the way that the teams have been split up here, like, again, a lot is going to come down to the way these teammates like communicate with each other. Well, here we go. Yeah, Esoteric, just catching that really easily there with the decoy as well, so he already takes control over the mid right now. The spike's still going to be held up in the spawn area, though. They haven't really taken advantage of this early incursion into the mid in order to try to get onto site A. Perhaps a little bit skittish about facing off against Beltido's defenders, although they do manage to get a couple of them, though. Nisa as well as Milo Tabo already out for the count, so that's going to give them free reign to get the spike planted on site A.
Yeah, they were hoping to actually catch him over on the corner, but Eso has managed to clean up with another pickup. Now, it's only 2 members left for the side of Beltido. Gonna be really challenging, especially when you're hugging into a tight corner with Marshall. Almost landing on the head, though.
Almost, but then that's really bad. Now the Omen's moved up in front, and Bell is just fighting for his life here, trying multiple times, still cannot get a hit on the Reyna, and is now completely cornered. Finally, Esoteric does put him out of his misery, and Daft, aka Faroukj, has already picked up Captain Z in the meanwhile, so that's a quick finish off of the defenders there. A good round here for Team Faroukj.
Indeed, and now economy definitely swinging in favor of Team Faroukj. 7 takedowns in the span of 3 rounds just shows how good he is on understanding exactly when and where to strike. As Ash, well, I say Ash, Esoteric just cleared up the entire section of B, and after that, makes swift measures into A. So this is definitely going to be a little bit trickier, but there is going to be a 3-man flush pushing out of that A side, and they're being forced all the way into the corner of C.
Yep, well, they're counter pushing as well, going through the spawn here, so Team Faroukj is in a race against time to get control over site C as quick as they can. Good news for them, though, is there's not much resistance going onto the site, so they should be able to get a spike planted, although they have to watch out coming from spawn. 3 people are going to be coming straight into their clutches right now. Miltabo getting himself set up around the corner, anticipating a strike coming in. As they go ahead and get to trade out, it looks like Team Beltido actually did way better in the trade outs here. 2 people still remaining on their side as Bell continues to try to wrap around the side here as they already got the last defender. Should be able to get a spike here. Well done here for Team Beltido. A very quick and very aggressive counter push through spawn has actually netted them this round.
Yeah, they were being chased all together, and then you still have a few members moving in from the defender's side, so it just gives them a really tough angle to actually work around with, especially when you are cramped into very tiny little spaces. The only few places that they can basically hide out is around that waterfall section, or maybe all the way into the default plants inside of C, so that isn't exactly all too safe. So good 4 rounds that we have. They're now even up to all.
Well, sort of even. I mean, economy-wise, surprisingly, Team Faroukj is actually doing a lot better compared to Team Beltido, although quite marginal in that regard. But it does count for something, at least in these classic rounds, right? Ooh, the spike carrier just got picked off there by Bell straight away. This is going to make it very slow here for Team Faroukj as they lose another member. As the Reyna attempts to try to break out, doesn't quite catch Beltido, unfortunately, though, as Beltido was able to pull out just in the nick of time.
Yeah, only 3 HP left. Gotta fend off with whatever he could basically do because the stages are down. There's not going to be any heals available. TP's already used for a little bit of fake.
Yeah,
but
bit of a rotation going to a C right now from Beltido's side. You're kind of anticipating that Faroukj is going to be making their way there, but they're going to be going through the mid. And that does open up the opportunity for them to push B instead if they can just get themselves inside. Unfortunately, the Gecko is already in position now, anticipating to come in. They pick up the first one there. Unfortunately, the Gecko gets taken down. Daft, aka Faroukj, is already on the side, gets the spike planted now, forcing the Jet to try to wrap around from her spawn here in order to try to make it to side B. So 2 people still left on Beltido's side. A bit of a disadvantage, admittedly. Though Team Faroukj still has not exactly the right idea of where they're going to be coming from. Although Fancy Freaks finds Bell initially, so that's going to make the Clove the last target on the map here. Can they find her? She's still stuck in the middle of this entire affair here. Fancy Freaks still taking it up the high ground. And inside the smoke, Kaze tries to spray through it. Cannot quite find it. Almost hit, unfortunately. Still spraying wildly. Cannot find any opportunities to actually push through. And unfortunately, one shot there from Faroukj will be able to end Kaze's misery.
Yeah, just great execution onto B. Just saving the wall just to barricade the connector into the side, and after that, follows them into such a tiny gap of space. And on top of that, they're just being blindsided. There's not going to be any form of room where they could make it out alive, especially when Bell was attacked so low already with 3 HP left. You gotta hit all the hits necessary, but with such a narrow space, it almost seemed impossible. And now Team Faroukj regains that lead, hitting it here into our
Brainstorm does do a bit of ping damage, but not enough to take down a member just in front. But unfortunately, the Reyna's moving up here. Can she get taken down? Oh, she does. Beltido getting 2 kills with a Blade Storm. That's going to be super valuable right now. 2 ultimates still in the hands of Beltido as they can continue this push. Unfortunately, Bell has finally been taken down here, but maybe a little bit too little too late. In the meantime, Faroukj gets taken out by Militabo as a trade here, making it a 3v1 situation. The Sage just comes out, does pick up Militabo just in nick of time, picks up a second one as well. Fancy Freaks now trying to find another one here just in front. Gets revival as well. Just wants to force the issue onto this Clove as the Reyna. Oh, they get caught from behind. Oh, the Gecko of Nisa comes in with the Vandal just in time to clean house and save the Clove.
I love that moment for a tiny bit. Like, we just saw them bringing each other back up to life, right? I mean, as for Club, she just basically have 2 lives. But it's like, oh, you got some revival? I am a sage. I could just bring anybody up whenever I want. So I think that even despite that, they were all being funneled into that tiny space which was wrapped around by the gecko. So once again, even Stevens. But I would say that every single round that they go, they're just trying to break each other's banks. So you got to see who's going to be able to actually get the better off.
Yep, there's a quick opening now, and you see it's going to be wide open for the taking here for Team Farouk as the rest of Beltido scrambles through spawn now to try to respond to this challenge here. But you can see Esoteric already pushing forward here, anticipating them to come true from spawn. So he's already ready to get at least 1 or 2 pickoffs here. Sends out a flash. He does get a couple quick kills there with the Vandal. Well done there for Esoteric. That's going to ensure they will have control over C for quite a while.
Those were crispy shots. And they're definitely looking a little bit more hesitant to cut through that smoke right there.
Well,
they're
still going to try anyway.
Because Esso's already into the corners of E, so he's going to do a big wraparound. It's about to detonate, so there's not even an option to save because this Yoru's going to be covering the backs.
Yeah, unfortunately, the rest of them rotating around. Oh, a push out from the front there. Beltido in trouble right now. The spike will definitely go off. Bell, can he get actually any kills on the exit here? But no, it looks like Esoteric was ready for him. Catches him right on the flip side. And with the spike going off there, that's going to be a round going to Team Farouk.
I find it pretty interesting that, you know, Fancy as well as Probosu, they were like, it's okay. We already got the round. I don't mind losing my weapons as well to this spike. But,
I mean, economically, they're doing so well right now, so he can definitely rebuy that for sure. It goes for the Phantom here. Fancy Freaks does. But in the meantime, for the side of Team Beltido, gonna have to economize a little bit. We still have the Marshall in play, but the shotguns are going to be brought out here, so they're certainly not at full strength for this round. So right now, being one round behind as well, could this potentially upset the balance that we've been seeing for the last few rounds here? Because Beltido, although they had a good start, seems to be faltering in terms of momentum. Bell doesn't quite get the shot with the Marshall, tries to go again, but Farouk will catch him out. So now, with a bit lost there, the rest of Team Farouk now piling straight onto A, keeping the pressure going. The spikes being carried in that direction as Farouk continues to push out and make sure that the mid side is covered, while the rest of the team moves up into position.
He's holding on to the corner tree, sending out Crash, and hopes to actually catch him by the corner. Here comes a push. We'll be able to actually scan him out completely. Farouk cleans up shop alongside with Fancy. Now, there's only one player to deal with right now, but that's Milo Dabo. So he does have the showstopper, but dealing with 5, he's got to find a way to ace this one. Here's one.
That's one.
Another in the back.
The second
he
one.
Onto Esso as well. Here comes the double satchel.
Double satchel.
But the trash is no! It's going for a knife. And there you have it. Our first knife of the tournament.
I swear, trying to play against a gecko like this is so annoying, and you guys are seeing firsthand why exactly that is. The amount of utility that this gecko is able to do, just making it so hard for Milotabo to actually gain a foothold here. Even though he started things off really well, it's from that losing his sight and then getting locked down like that. Just nothing he could do for when the gecko came at him with the knife. So well done on the part of Probosu. So Team Farouk now having a very dominating form right now. Beltido needs to try to do something here, but cannot quite catch him in time. Gets blinded by the gecko from the get-go.
Yeah, and this time the wall actually blocks his dimensional drift, but we'll be able to cut through just in time. Esoteric still finds it.
Oh, losing the Sentinel.
Doesn't move a shorty as well. And now things are going a little bit topsy-turvy for them in order to defend this one. Both sides being pretty much blockaded, especially with the smoke.
Oh, showstopper!
Fly through. Getsu! And he's here to party, but will be stopped nevertheless. There's still going to be Esoteric. We'll have him getting one in return. Mikatsu! He spots him out as well. Beltido trying to actually go in for that defuse, but he will be stopped. Steeping in! Can he actually get it?
No!
He couldn't pull the gun in time! Beltido has bested Esso right there and there.
I mean, I think Besso kind of bested himself because he literally landed right in front of the Jets and had nothing to prepare for himself for that, unfortunately. A bit of a jump scare, admittedly, maybe more so for the Jets, but nevertheless, a good recovery there from Team Beltido. Now there's only 1 point difference between the two, and boy, does that feel like quite the uphill climb, actually, leading up to that.
And the moment that you TP out, like there's that split-second delay for you to pull that weapon, which is kind of unfortunate. Maybe if it passes through him for a little bit more of Beltido, then it might actually catch him off guard. But that was a really great attempt. It was down to the wire, the kind of 1v1 that we actually love to see. But that was 1 versus 4, technically, all done by Esoteric.
Yeah. So now going into the reset here, still at spawn right now. It seems like Team Faroukjer didn't really go for anything aggressive. Unfortunately, Franco is going to get caught out at the back line there as Resident Beltido is going to be pushing out towards spawn. Now they see they've already cleared out the space, so they realize the rotation is going to see. You see the Sage from Team Beltido's side already trying to get into position quickly. The smoke, though, is going to slow them down a little bit, but not for Probosu, though. He's already got into the back of the site. Will get the spike planted here immediately as soon as he gets there, amping up the pressure onto Team Beltido.
Sean's gonna be taking a little cover, and there goes. Trash being sent out. They do get 2, and instantaneously responded as well.
Yeah, Probosu getting those 2 open kills is vital here for the defense of the side. Only the Gecko and the Clove are left here, and they're still left out on alert. The Clove is going to be able to pick up a kill. Oh, wait, the Gecko is going to be able to kick a kill, but Farouk ends his life right there and then. Now the Clove is going to sneak through the smoke, but before he can even do that, Fancy Freaks picks him off with the Phantom and allows Team Farouk to regain their 2-point lead.
Yeah, and now they're starting to gain a better swing of momentum, so you can definitely see them rallying through with the speed of light. The way that they've been moving onto that C side, they just know how to just basically lock them out. So when we take a look into how they're going to be holding on to certain areas of play, like the moment you have either one of these duelists down, there's not going to be too much of an amplifier power left for the side of Beltido's side. Now, I'm interested to see that duelist battle here over on the corner C. Esso is going rapid. Oh, but it doesn't seem like he knows that the jet is there, but finally reveals himself. Maybe the attack too late, though. Still sending another TP all the way to the back.
Yeah, he's just trying to go up ahead of the rest of the team here to try to maybe get a pick off the 2. Does find a rage, moves on the decoy, but Beltido sniffs a challenge there, picks it up. Now a couple of people are going to go up in front of him. He does get taken down, but not before he's already taken down one of their own. So it's still a 3v3 at this point. Team Beltido's one member is still at B. Another member is already pushing towards Ace, trying to see if he can try to regain some control. Unfortunately, they lose Bell in the process. His staff gets taken out before he can get a TP going there by Captain Z. Kaze picks up a kill there onto the Reyna right around the outside. Captain Z picks up another here. Kaze actually picking up the kill onto Fancy Freaks there, making a nice and thrifty round here for Team Beltido, who, mind you, is still on the back foot, at least at this point. But now they can go for the full buy, and this is looking good.
And he was on a classic, mind you. Like, he did so well. Now, this was a shocker. Nobody went out of the drift. Like, it was being greeted directly with the Bucky, and after that, this play here by the Cubby, we're looking at a teleport, which I'm unsure whether if that was an intentional TP right there, but immediately that was caught out, and there wasn't much more to do from there.
It's over! Double hit there!
The
Tries to go for a third one there. The rest of them are trying to push in. Arena puts up the blindness, but cannot quite catch him out. Bell still picks up another one with the Vandal. Gecko finally blinds her, but then unfortunately a lot of damage has already been done. She comes around, cannot quite get the kill onto the Probosu. But now, Beltido also getting picked off there, so it looks like Team Farouk at least are able to get some trades, although the revive is going to come through on the Jet, so still making a 1v4 here, but Yoru, no way out for him as Kaze picks up the final kill.
Yeah, beautifully defended, and such an equal half, right? Like, there's just back and forth going on. And we see so many of all these brawls happening on that C side. Initially, it was mainly on A, and Bell, with this Blade Storm, have just got pure value out of all these sort of ruckus that they had. He's definitely decided he's got enough of all these. You're getting all the limelight. It's time for Beltido to put them to sleep.
Yep, now we're going to be going to the next half with 6 points on either team. It was quite the fight back here that Team Beltido had to do. Went a little bit on the back foot in the middle of that first half, but managed to recover by the end, especially off of Beltido's great opener right in the final round of the half. So now the Team Faroukjer is going to be on defense. Let's see how they're going to be running the strategy here. The thing is that Team Beltido goes straight for a C-Rush, already takes control of the position quite quickly though, forcing Team Faroukjer to go and make the rotation the long way around from spawn, and it's going to put them in a slight disadvantage here as the Raze was already ready there as well. The Jet to try to meet them in front there with their pistols ready. Miltabuk has to pull back a little bit with the reload. Now goes ahead and rejoins the rest of the team in front while the Jet continues to hold position in the back. In the meantime, Team Faroukjer tries to wrap around through the mid. Didn't quite make it through there, unfortunately, as Miltabuk Kaze picks up the kills and makes sure there's no way for them to run there. Sean, unfortunately, last man standing, is the last man to fall here as he concedes the round here to Team Beltido.
Absolute W gaming. Like, they just basically wing it into C, and lucky enough, one, there was nobody defending the site. They were hoping to go in for a retake approach and have them being sent out of B to wrap things around, but it didn't seem like it was timed all too perfectly. But then again, I like some of the trading being done. It looked like they had a little bit of a chance in order to pull through, but that double duelist push onto the defense side definitely was a tough ordeal. So, them being halted up like that, it's going to tell on the scene this time.
Straight away, no!
So
it's only 2! He could have been a little bit more, but the spray, again, he was a little bit panicked there, seeing how many people from Beltido was already there. Dav is going to try to pick up the pieces, but still gets taken out anyway. The Jet of Bell is still continuing to push through. The Reyna now in position in front of Smoke. Bell's going to be in for a nasty surprise. Oh, wait, no! They get a nasty surprise instead. Beltido on fire with the 4 kills, just opening things up completely here for Team Beltido.
We've got to see that again. Absolute madness. It started off here with this perfect flash onto all 5 members. Unfortunately, that Ares doesn't really have that high rate of fire, but the damage is done. We thought that was good enough with that double. Man, Beltido. Surely with that Spectre, you expected maybe a 1 or 2, but being blinded like that and after that, just piling through was not anything we expect.
Yeah, this is some lovely, lovely highlights we're going to be having out of this tournament here. Beltido now trying to break down the wall, but Miltab was out of ideas. Just lashes in front, picks up the Sentinel first, tries to go with another one, but unfortunately gets a little bit shell shot, so he's not able to do much. Daphne goes into the back line. Faroukjer is continuing to stay in position here to try to make sure this entry is still coming true. Whoa, smoke shot there onto Kaze, allows Team Faroukjer to get this win.
Read them like a bow. It's like, yeah, you want to play W gaming? Oh, you chose B. You chose, I mean, C, B. It doesn't really matter by now because this is how you're gonna play. They're just gonna have that full stack around these corners because A is gonna be a lot harder to push. So I think this time around definitely got themselves that good guess. Now I'm really hoping to see those full buy rounds because they've been trading economies for a tad bit. And they just gotta work with what they have now. Sheriff in the hand of Bell. Maybe not as lethal as what he had early on, but gotta make do.
Satchel jump. Daphne quite see that, but it does catch the Clove on the flip side though. So at least he's gonna be able to get away with that. Probosu senses a threat inside of smoke. Cannot quite get it though, but unfortunately the shot by
he flicked it.
Yeah, he flicked it right there. No, Captain Z getting caught out yet again. Team Faroukjer still having full strength here. As he gets another double right at the door as we cut away. Daph is going to be able to get the spike diffused there right off of that. Wow. Again, these guys just stepping it up a notch round after round. And Team Faroukjer, you know, they seem to have woken up the beast in themselves here. Seeing Beltido getting the 2 back-to-back rounds there has certainly lit a fire on them now.
That's right. Captain Faroukjer is basically telling SO, like, you know what? We're not fighting against them. Let's fight on who actually gets the most kills by the end of the round. So what I love to see is an aggressive Omen play, and Faroukjer definitely delivers. So this is going to be a little bit of a breathing room for them as we do see a pause going through. Whether it's going to be, technical or tactical, whichever one, I think they definitely need to take a little bit of breather. So it has been confirmed. It's going to be a technical pause.
Yeah, so a little bit of while for them to kind of reorganize and recoup a little bit here. But I gotta say, though, Team Faroukj is looking so strong right now, especially just cutting off the momentum with 2 back-to-back wins there. And that last round was just amazing to see there coming from Team Faroukj. So Beltido, they found themselves in this situation before here, economically being a little bit one step behind the other team here, but they've been able to recover while they were still on the opposite end. But you think they're still going to be able to run that coming into this next half here?
Yeah, it's still really early into the second half where we haven't really seen the glimpse of, pure full buys because, they got that bonus going through, which was really great because they carried forward that round, and now they're just hoping to actually get into certain scenarios where they finally bring the operators to play. I think that's where we'll see a huge momentum shift. But so far, nobody's going to be picking up the op just yet. And even on the attacking side, it's always going to be a risk when you're running an operator. So most likely than not, you would expect them to basically stick to most likely all the ARs possible, the Phantoms or Vandals to their preference. So with that playstyle of some of them running and gunning, but I know for sure Bell as well as Esoteric, these two are basically going neck and neck in terms of who's really leading the pack on each side. So I think right now they are definitely showing off they are definitely at the high skill cap ceiling of pro Valorant plays.
I mean, I was expecting to see this already from Esoteric's side, but you can also see that Faroukj is also stepping up to the plate as well. That the second round that they won in this half here was a perfect demonstration of what he was capable of actually in trying to recover from that confrontation they had in the hallway. But nevertheless, I could see that for the side of Team Faroukj, they seem to be a little bit more stable in terms of the performance here. They've now gotten the momentum swing in their direction here, especially with the economy being way better for them compared to Beltido's team here. So I think that's going to be the main factor in this long run here, because things have been very even, at least by the time we got to the end of that last half. But here now, momentum swinging back onto Faroukj's court here. So Beltido's team needs to try to figure out how exactly we're going to try to break their momentum here. And I'm hoping to see them try to do that during their actual full buy round.
Yeah, you can definitely see certain rounds where even the defenders are actually pushing out of their site. And basically what you could basically do on the attacking side is that you could also play for picks. Just wait for certain pushes to come into effect, and then you could basically make good use of the opponent's deficit in order to basically come up a little bit bigger in some of all these rounds. So maybe it's going to happen one way or another. So if they can basically get a really good catch, if that's going to be on Esoteric or so, then Beltido side might actually really squeeze some rounds back in order to actually tie things up. So based on the first half, we've already seen 6-6, so I don't see it to be too different from what's being offered. I even expect an overtime at this rate.
I mean, that could be on the cards, especially, the pattern of Beltido being Team Beltido able to bounce back, even though they were on the back foot economically in that first half. It's a sign that they do have the capability here. But now that the size has switched here, because again, they were running on the defensive side initially, right? So now that things are kind of flipped around here, that switch and roles here definitely is going to play a factor in whether the lineup that they picked up here is going to still work in the opposite role here in this situation. So that's the thing that I guess, again, as you said, it might be a little bit early here to truly see whether or not the pattern will still hold. But I think there's still quite a bit of confidence on the Beltido's team side here. They should be able to still handle this challenge.
Yeah, well, we see a lot of shenanigans and chaos basically erupting in some of all these rounds. Like some of the battles over onto that C site on that first half. Oof. Definitely making me sweat for a moment, and my jaws just dropped where you just hear me screaming. Well,
well, we're both.
That's kind of our jobs.
That's
as well,
right.
so.
Yeah, I mean, both. It's just screaming our heads off as soon as we
Yeah.
saw like Faroukj pulling off massive kills, Esoteric pulling off massive
That
ones, and then Bells.
five-man
The five-man flash. That was great. It's just that if he had a teammate there, he would probably have been able to just clean house straight away. But unfortunately, he was kind of alone, and he just decided to go for a very random spray. Didn't quite get the headshots he needed to.
If that was a Phantom, or if that was an Odin, that's a full house.
But the thing is, like, you know, Yoru's kind of like strength is like his mobility, right? And the Odin unfortunately kind of goes against that. I think in that situation, I'm not too sure that might be a thing. But certainly, if someone else was holding an Odin when he got that flash, then maybe that might have been the ticket.
Perhaps so. But you saw he even got two, so you give him enough time, enough space. I think that SO definitely can do wonders, which we've seen a lot of all his highlights and how he basically goes on his Yoru plays. Like, guy can play Yoru on possibly any map that you can think of. So, other than that, I mean, you look at Bell as well. I don't think that Bell's just any typical jet that needs a pocket sage. Well, technically, they both have pocket sages. So, even despite that, certain scenarios where you need Bell to clutch up some huge rounds, and that final round of the first half was the icing on the cake. Well, I can't really say icing. Maybe this is like the middle layer, because we have not concluded with the game yet, because we're on a technical pause. Of course, apologies for a little bit of a delay, but we want to ensure that all of our creators, of course, influencers, have the best time possible. We want you guys to also have the best experience viewing as well. So we want to ensure everything's going to be a pretty smooth sailing. But I really want to take a look at the current state of how things are. I think, like, of course, we hyped up a lot about these two duelists and who's exactly leading the pack of that race for the KDA. But I'm also looking at some of all these players still getting themselves a little bit warmed up. I think Captain Z is a little bit shaky at the start, but not to worry when you're playing on the Sentinel. Of course, you're only looking to provide as many assistance as possible and to ensure that you get that duty done if you need to revive your superstar carrier in the team.
Yeah, I mean, again, like, playing as a Sentinel, like, always a problem is that the flankers will always come for you, you know, and we've seen that time and time again happen to Captain Z, so hopefully that becomes too much of a detriment for the team here. At the very least, like, because the Sage's like ability to revive teammates is so crucial, especially in the close rounds, right? So you definitely don't want to be the first one out, you know, in every battle. But nevertheless, I think what Team Beltido kind of needs here is just kind of a refocus of their energy, especially now that they're seeing themselves behind economically here. So it's quite important to make sure that their mindset going into these future rounds here, even with Farouk's team already gaining the advantage, gaining the momentum on their side, and seeking to try to oppress them throughout this half here, Beltido's team cannot let that go to their heads here. And I think that's going to be important in this sort of battle, because, again, you know, this is not like a pro tournament by any stretch. It's just that but in any kind of tournament, really, mindset plays a major role in your team's performance here. And regardless of like the skill levels of each individual players, it's like if they all can ensure that they are mentally tough enough to face this challenge, then they could become unstoppable in that regard.
Yeah, but for the time being, I don't see it to be too alarming yet in terms of whether it's the creds that they're currently lacking, or maybe even the rounds, because it's still very doable. Yeah, they're on a semi-buy right now with, you know, a couple of all these, well, some people call it scraps, but I would still say value-add weapons, because the moment you actually get a few trades off of all these rounds, you immediately get that full upgrade again. Pick it up from the dead opponent, and after that, you will be able to get back up in no time. So just really wanting to see maybe a little bit more of that cleaner execution now that we've just begun the second half of the attack. I don't really seem to see the bigger picture yet coming from the side of Team Beltido squad, because, of course, the main idea is to get as much coverage for this jet that's basically opening up all these sides, which is why they're hitting fast, they're hitting hard, and the moment that they get a good read, this WD Gaming is not going to work for too long, so they need a plan B.
Yeah, so, well, thing is, like, again, with context involved here, you know, you consider the fact that these teams are still had only, like, basically about a week of preparation, because there's only the time they knew exactly who their teammates were. And secondly, like, yeah, first match of the day, right? So they still have to, they still need a little bit of space maybe to kind of like figure each other out. But given we've already been through one whole half, I think they have a pretty good idea already where to stand compared to Team Faroukj here. So I think for Team Beltido, like I said, it was just more that making sure that the team's mindset is still pretty much clear when it comes to taking this first match of the day here, but also like getting that preparation already in place here for the next run they're gonna run here, because even if they do win or lose this one, they still have at least another chance to try to confront Team Faroukj again. So maybe a change of environment, change of map might be the ticket for them.
Yeah, and I guess like of course we'll still have to do their level best heading into this round inside of Lotus. Honestly, Lotus is still a very tricky map to maneuver around. Of course, in this map, pull throughout this current patch or the past couple of patches, this basically replaces Haven, which is also a tree-side map, which both are just as tricky, but why people are starting to fall more in love with Lotus is because of how many battles that happens in between when you basically take duels on either side, whether you're defending or even on the attacking, which is why you see very swift coverages when it comes down to how they've been able to just swiftly move from all the way B, pushing out when they know that nobody's going to be pushing into B. So sometimes there are also going to be a lot of all these battles just to secure that orb on these corners so that they get their ultimates up as quick as they can. So this is definitely something that is going to be a value add throughout the course of the run when you want to basically have your full squad to be having a full squad with those utilities to be thrown out.
Yeah, so in any case, ladies and gentlemen, we apologize for the long delay. It seems like we're going to need a little bit more time to get things sorted out on the players' front. With that being said, we're going to be taking a short break here. This is the World Cyber Games Challenge 2024, a special talents edition here for Malaysia and Singapore. We'll be right back after this short break once we have the matches all set up and done here. So my name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Concha. We'll see you guys after these short messages.
Banyak alasan buat lampaui batasan bareng Valorant. Are you ready to play?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the World Cyber Games Challenge 2024 Talent Edition for Malaysia and Singapore. The talents looking really, really good so far as we were witnessing a battle between Team Beltido versus Team Faroukj. Unfortunately, due to some circumstances, we had to delay the match a little bit. But the good news is that it looks like things are going to be getting back into the action real soon. So I do like to let you guys know that if you guys are watching this stream here, you can also experience a lot more things when it comes to the World Cyber Games, because thanks to one of our partners, which is People, we're also providing you with extra views on how exactly you want to enjoy these matches here. In fact, if you go ahead and check out People right now, you can actually get a top-down map overview of the live match itself. And I've been seeing a lot of good reactions on the comment side of people just discovering the feature, going like, oh, this is really cool. So go ahead and check out People. It's right now pinned in the comment if you want to check out the new live video platform that's coming out of Korea. It is a really accessible way to actually get AR and filter features for people here. So nevertheless, we're going to be also having a lot of giveaways happening on that platform as well, because when you go on to People, you do get to take part in a live quiz session here. So go ahead and sign up for a People account, go to the WCG quiz account and DM your answer as soon as those quizzes come up on the People Watch Party. So go ahead and check it out. The links are pinned inside the comment. And of course, with People as well, you can go ahead and invite your friends to jump onto this new video, live video platform here, because it brings you an extra new dimension in how you communicate with the rest of your friends online.
That's right. You can play games, have a watch party, create your own avatar, and there's so many cool functions that is only available on People. So make sure you check that out. I think we've already had the instructions. If you haven't got an account yet, do it now, because you can actually walk away with some Valorant goodies and much more. Yeah. So, of course, now going back into what we are here for, the matches, which, of course, we have our teams who have had quite a blast in the first half, but, of course, with a little bit of hiccup here on the second half. I hope that it does not really take away any form of that momentum, because last I saw, I kind of even forgot about the scorelines. Last we checked, we've already even hit past the 8-point mark. So it definitely looks to be a little bit more challenging, especially on the side of Beltido, now that they are on the attacking half. So it's all about how well this double duelist composition can actually work to their favor, especially now that you have, not only Beltido to be taking charge of the front line. You got to also remember that the Rays have also shown up pretty much, and I believe that we've seen Middle Tabo to be really packing some punches on that very first half. And of course, when he does have that showstopper, you know that he's just gonna, well, break some monitors, perhaps.
maybe cause a few monitor breakages for sure. But nevertheless, with the way that Team Faroukj has actually been playing so far, it's still going to be a tall order, because both Ash as in Esoteric and Daft as in Faroukj have also been showing up in this match here. I mean, you can just see from the scoreline that they've been doing very well in this matchup so far. So economic-wise, Team Faroukj is definitely still ahead right now. It's still 8-8 here. So even Stevens in terms of the map points, but it's mostly going to be about the plays here. I'm afraid that's going to determine the difference between two. So now that things are going to be underway, right out the bat, Bell's going to be sending out a Blade Storm. Cannot quite catch the first target. Tries to go for the second one right around the corner. Had to watch out for that side though. Do pick him up though. Does Miltabuk. Now trying to send the boom bot on its way here, but the rest of the team now piling onto the side here, while the rest of the defenders scrambling to try to get themselves a foothold in the back end. Unfortunately, Fancy Feast gets picked off first, so that's going to be putting a bit of a wrench here as Bell continues to push very aggressively. Goes up the zip line now to try to take up the high ground. Ash in the meantime picks up one kill there onto the onto the Rays. Now tries to find another one, while Probotsu still continues to try to run interference in the middle here. Unfortunately, through the ice comes the Kaze of Clove of Kaze, picking up one kill. Beltido finishing up another, and they will have control with the spike already kind of in position. They want to try to get it planted, but unfortunately the Euro is still putting up quite the fight here. Esoteric doing his level best to try to keep them from getting the spike plant quickly here. Finally, they are able to get a space to do so, and the Euro now scrambling, trying to figure out how exactly he wants to try to take this 1v3.
He's hoping to actually fake with the door. It didn't seem like they buy it though. Still good damage being done towards the side of Bell. but every single angle is being covered up. He has to clear it one by one, just making some couple of noises, checking the corner, does actually get him. Kaze's down, looking for more, that's two! Almost with the three, but Bell saves the day. Now they come up on top and take back the lead.
Jeez, that was so good there from Esoteric. It's just unfortunate that like he couldn't quite catch Bell at the last minute there. But the thing is that he knew already he was already at a disadvantage, right? There was already the pressure of the spike being planted, but still the fact he was able to get those 2 kills back to back there just goes to show what a monster Yoru we have in the hands of Esoteric here.
Yeah, take a look at this again. Like, both sides, and he's only got 41 health to work with. Bell had 50. But even despite that, some of these bullet shots just look like it all just touches the corner of the hair. It didn't really hit the mark though, but that was quite the showing. So it's still pretty much hopeful for them as Bell actually gets one through the smoke.
Yeah, a bit of a trade. A showstopper, only catching one so far. Miltabo trying to get another, but Yoru get a TP just in time, and unfortunately Miltabo gets taken out. So now Yoru is picking up the Marshall, trying to hold the high ground, while the rest of the team tries to stay on the ground here to make sure that Spike doesn't get caught up quite yet. Now now Faroukjer is going to be coming down together with the Marshall, tries to get some sprays through the smoke, doesn't quite get any kills done here. Unfortunately, Ernisa gets caught up there by Perosu, so they still have good control there so far. Kaze now on the top here, still a 1v3 situation. This time the club coming through here, but the defuse is coming through, and that's too slow there from Kaze to get a response. Unfortunately, Faroukjer will still get a kill anyway, making it 9-4-9.
Yeah, a little bit difficult though. He has to do 2 things, right? Catch the Omen, and afterwards go for the diffuser. And it just felt like this round was a little bit too much for them to actually chew. Surely the opening was good from Miltabo, but some of all these tough corners need to be checked firmly before going directly into these plants. So that's it. Now it's back to square one.
Well, square one, but it seems like Beltido is going for a very aggressive push with C right now. Ash might find himself a little bit overwhelmed. Does get a TP away though, only getting that 1 kill, so he does get away with it scot-free. Nevertheless, still three ultimates for the defense here on Team Farouk's side, while Beltido just bursting around just to make sure no one gets caught up. Unfortunately, the plant will still come through here onto site C. So for Team Farouk's side, even though they have the man advantage, haven't quite gotten the rotation done quickly here. So still need a bit of time to set up until the Yoru of Ash is already picking up the first kill. Now he's already putting his ultimate to bear here, trying to find a backline there. Does get the Gecko, while Probosu is able to get out 2 kills here. So they're already doing so well to take down all of the defenders on the side. Gets the defuse done here. Team Faroukj is back on top.
That was so clean. And this is the first time that we're actually seeing Esoteric finally picking up the operator with, you know, such a heavy investment. You just see all the tips and tricks. One shot, TP's all the way to the back. And this was interesting to me. He used the Dimensional Drift, and you would not actually expect him to actually pop out on that form of timing. Usually yours would use it to the full length. He just pops out and within less than 3 seconds, switches it into the shorty, and still commits to the fight. And that basically overwhelmed the entirety of Team Beltido. Sure, they got the plan down. Some cred still goes through, but I don't think that they really have all too much of an option here. Here comes the exchanges. 1 for 1, not too shabby after all.
Not too shabby at all. Well, Beltido now just go for the updraft to try to take control over the site quickly. No resistance being found here for Team Faroukj so far. They've already gotten a pickoff already on the Team Beltido to make the trade, so it's still very much in Team Farouk's court here to try to play this retake. So 2 people from spawn, 2 people from the mid, from B side. Unfortunately, Farouk's already picked up the jet of Beltido and Miltabo as well. 2 kills for the Omen here, and no trades coming through from Beltido's side. So the 2 remaining are still going to try to push in on the side anyway. Kaze already opening up with a kill onto Reyna, while Davin's going to try to wrap around the side here to try to catch him on the flank. Only the Clove is left. She's going to be completely surrounded. Does get taken down, but the revive still coming through on the Clove. Nope. Gets taken out by Half there. Still dead to the Yoru of Esoteric.
Oh boy. Don't you just love to see these type of plays? Like,
I mean, the coordination, right, coming from Team Farouk's side. I mean, for one, yeah, you have a really good Euro on your side, but the support that he's been getting from both Farouk, the team captain, as well as Probosu, the Gecko, has been instrumental in a lot of these openers here. And the fact is that Team Beltido, you know, they're still, you know, on the back foot throughout most of these rounds here. In fact, even when they get to this semi-full buy round, it's still light armor all around for the team. So you can tell they're not doing too well. And with Team Farouk already 2 points away from taking this map, it is not looking good for Team Beltido's side, I got to admit.
Yeah, and of course, they managed to also hit the timings to T. But for Team Beltido, maybe it's a time for a little bit of switch of tempo. And speaking of which,
well,
that's not the exchange that he has hoped for, as Provocio has to get him caught out. And this is once again that push over on the C that kind of costed him 2 rounds in a row. Oh, this is going to be a little bit tricky with such a deep smoke. But it's going to be Esoteric that will pull all the way back.
Yeah, I think he's
just got this Odin in such a cheeky angle.
Yeah, it's just anticipating them to make a push through mid. The thing is that for Team Beltido, they're still not too sure where exactly they want to go. They do pick up a quick kill on the Kaze though, so he at least makes sure the B side will be completely clear. The A side will be completely clear of any opportunities to go there. So it's going to be C that's going to be facing the pressure now, as the rotation is going to be coming through from Team Beltido with 38 seconds still left on the clock here. So a bit of pressure going on the attacking side, especially with them being behind. A satchel move by Miltab is going to put him on the back line here, but still cannot quite find a defender. He's still up on the high ground. Pain chips going to be coming out here as he attempts to try to knock him off his first, but Brozo still goes in front, gets the spray down, gets the kill of the captaincy straight away, and now Daf is already coming into play here. The flash catching out Miltabo in the right moment at the right time. Now Team Farouk is on match point.
Wow, that momentum that they had. And you see the past couple of rounds, Probosu really showing up with some stellar plays, holding down the line onto that C side, and makes it very improbable to actually get that clean push up ahead. And they all just stacked up. They take a little bit more of a slower tempo this time around, but it didn't seem like it was basically going to cut it for the side of Team Beltido. They need this Jet to be alive to actually tell kill. But here comes the Bladestorm though.
Oh,
they flash instantaneously, being held back, but will be able to take down the Odin. 36 health left. Still got the heal and also revive up available for Beltido.
Yeah, still available, but unfortunately, I don't think he got as much value as he wanted out of that Bladestorm. Unfortunately, getting caught up on the updraft there. The flash was a good recovery, though, so at least they managed to get some value out of that. Tabok now going to be moving through with Odin, trying to make an opening, going straight into the side B. A very aggressive push coming through from Team Beltido, getting 2 kills already. Tabok with 2 on the Odin here, so that clears out the side, allowing him to get a plan. But Fancy Freaks, though, tries for the last stand, does get a couple kills on the Phantom, though, so they don't quite get out of this unscathed. But at least they've delayed this for another round here, which is going to be crucial for the end, because at least they'll be able to catch up economically and hopefully put a proper challenge and perhaps get into overtime.
Yeah, and I really want to look at the economy as well heading into these couple rounds. And of course, they managed to pull through just in the nick of time. But they need 2 more rounds in order to send them into OT. I don't think that in terms of economy, Team Farouk is in any form of bad shape. They still have pretty much a full stack of buy. Meanwhile, this is going to be an attempt onto this A side. Are we going to fully commit though?
Well, they have everyone here. Unfortunately, and the opening already done here by Ash when the Odin has made things a lot worse. A couple of flashes, but still, they will be able to take him down before it does any more damage. Still, for the Team Beltido, that slowed down their push towards B, keeping them completely stuck now as Team Farouk now tries to pincer them here. Proposal gets taken down, unfortunately, though, so there is an opening back to spot here. Team Beltido needs to peel out of this here, or maybe try to make a rotated A, because they only have a little bit of resistance to deal with there, whereas B is fully guarded. Unfortunately, the Sentinel of Fancy Freak still picks up a kill anyway onto Erdisa. This is making it really tough on Beltido here.
That was a really good hold from Fancy Freaks. Now, looking a little bit more hesitant. They need to get this spike down, but they need to not make any mistakes at all. Paranoia already being sent out. I need to actually blind them off with Wall coming out from inside Fancy. He's gonna look for that revive and now brings back Esoteric. And this is gonna be hell broken loose.
Hail Mary coming straight through here. Finds a jet right behind Bell. There's no idea what's coming, but still gets a double kill on the back anyway. But nevertheless, Team Faroukj will still clean up the round, and celebrations all around from them as they probably, well, really had to really pull all the stops here to make this work out for them. But seeing the elation on their faces, they know they pulled off quite a massive round right there and then.
That was sick in the best of ways. Like, the moment that you see that Yoru getting revived, you know that this is going to be a different ball game from then on. But Bell, with that last stand, still managing to dish out as much as he could. If he could just get that Yoru on the back, then maybe he might find the chance to actually put it to 11. And who knows what happens there. And here we have it. The first game won by Team Faroukj, but we still have perhaps 1 or 2 more rounds to go.
Exactly, it's still going to be run on best of 3. We still have yet word on what exactly is going to be the next map played here, but for the Lotus at least, Team Faroukj has proven that they've gotten what it takes to take on Beltido on that front. So now it's going to be a bit of a reset. We're going to be going to a completely new map here. Perhaps the equation will definitely change by the time we get to see the drafts coming through from there. But nevertheless, for Team Faroukj, they know they're one step closer to getting to that upper bracket final.
Yeah, and honestly, this is so much closer than I thought. I think they're like, we look at how it's been neck and neck throughout the course of the first half, heading into the second half. I think like the only couple of rounds that start to see a little bit of cracks on the side of Team Beltido is maybe around round 16 or so, where things were looking a little bit too shaky when they were really trying their hardest to break into the site, and then they have been halted into C again, and with Provost really showing up huge from there. So the full engine is just running on perfect momentum, I would say.
Yeah, and certainly once they got the momentum economy-wise, it seems like they were able to hold on to that for quite a while. I'm not sure whether it's just kind of like a slight sort of like underperformance from Bell's team overall, but nevertheless, what we saw already from the first half is that 2 of them are still perfectly capable of taking on each other in these fights. And so I think it's just more of the finish, really. Maybe the double duelist lineup just kind of working against them towards the end. Nevertheless, with the way that's been played out so far, I mean, certainly the action is just really enjoyable throughout this entire matchup here.
Yeah, well, the tempo of play, they were absolutely swift, and this was that epic 1 versus 1, which, you know, got a little bit more difficult, especially when they had to guess when exactly is this you're going to be popping into that smoke. But man, what a showing. I gotta give my hats off to Beltido and also Esoteric. Ooh, if you see on screen, it's Bell and Ash. Ash being Esoteric.
Yeah, pretty much the 2 of them have been showing up for their team here, but you know, Beltido has, you know, not only the burden having to being the highest skilled player here, but also leading the team effectively too, and that can sometimes be it does mean that as a team leader, you know, you have your attention split all the time, and this makes it a little bit harder to perform on an individual level. But Beltido is just showing that he does have that capability actually as the in-game leader in this regard. But nevertheless, some of those Blade Storm runs were really good coming out from Beltido's Jet. It's just maybe a couple of like instances where it could have been a little bit better in that regard. But the thing is, you know, Team Faroukj overall, on average, was just performing a lot more higher, a lot more better in everyone here. So that pretty much allowed them to get a lot of setups nicely done here for both Faroukj as well as Esoteric. And that just, I mean, just look at the scoreline. You know, they've been able to pick up so many kills, a lot of assists on the side of Faroukj particularly, which goes to show that, you know, the coordination coming out from Faroukj's side is just perfect, you know, coming into this matchup.
Yeah, and you could see how elusive they are. Just having Daft as well as Ash having some of the lowest deaths in the match so far, where it's been, you know, a whole lot of exchanges going through across the board, and when we take a look at how Miltabo has been doing, he's been doing phenomenally well. But a lot of times that he also goes in for all these initiations, usually he gets a certain 1-2 trade done, and then after that also gets taken out. So maybe a little bit more backing heading into this second map would do them much better. And Esoteric definitely was the MVP of the match.
Yeah, with 37 kills in hand, he was the top frag of the entire server in this matchup, and that's no surprise here, given that he was the top ranked. Man. Like, yeah, exactly, just like the top ranked Yoru out of the entire 20 influencers that we have for this challenge here, and he's showing what he's able to do with that agent in hand. So we will hope later on to be able to have a few words with him, maybe, but we will certainly maybe ask some questions about how exactly they set things up here. But nevertheless, well, as we get ourselves set up for the second round, knowing what Esoteric brings to the table here, do you think that what do you think would be a good way to counteract like a strong Yoru like this? I must wonder.
It definitely is very, very difficult to actually find perfect ways. You gotta basically spot out where the TPs are in case if he's gonna be pulling right through, and at the same time you gotta also open up a little bit more spacing whenever he does have the dimensional drift at the ready, so that first you do not give him that information and then you go in to retake the site later on. It's always gonna be a little bit of that guessing game, but if you were to basically fake the game, you just have to also look out for all these fakes that he's going to be pulling off. But when talking about a high tier Yoru, which is going to be very, very pesky to deal up against, so they just got to brace themselves, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's got to take a team effort, I think, pretty much from Beltido's side. And with the way that the Farouk's team has actually been very instrumental in supporting the way that both Esoteric and Farouk were going in for the frags, getting those kills and assists done, it's largely off of the initiator, especially their Gecko, actually opening up those kind of doors, those kind of opportunities for Esoteric to be able to do what he does, right? And I think, like, that's something that maybe Team Bell might want to like kind of focus on, is like by removing the support system that Yoru has. Perhaps that might be that might actually prevent him from being able to pull off like these really daring, risky sort of plays that he seems to be getting away with time and time again, right?
Yeah. And I'm just looking at so many of all these instances where he's had the perfect idea of when exactly to utilize, those flashes as well as the teleport. So it really requires a certain stack in order to go in for that form of specific exchanges. So maybe you just really have to double down on basically a couple of angle holes in order to eventually spot him out, or just go for those trades. There's a couple of times where he still have been, of course, halted down slightly earlier rather than not. And just look at the variants of artillery he uses as well. We've seen the Odin, we've seen he uses almost everything, which just goes to show how capable he is when it comes down to just styling on players in Valorant.
Well, style is definitely part of the equation, especially when it comes to our creators right here. So next map is going to be on Ascent. Team Farouk is going to be on the defensive side, while Beltido going to be on attacking side. So a slight flip around compared to the last one there, and certainly going to be a good challenge here, or rather a good way to start things off on the second map here for this first matchup. Nevertheless, we already see, of course, Esoteric is going to be on the Yoru once more. It seems that Farouk is contemplating going for that Omen pick. Sean, in the meantime, already picked up the Phoenix here. Probosu, maybe Probosu might be going to Omen instead, whereas Farouk goes ahead with the Sova. Bit of a change-up going on the Team Farouk side. Whereas for Beltido's side, I do see Kaze picking up the Sova as well. A good choice, especially on Ascent, where you need information, and also there's plenty of like good spots for you to send down those shock darts as well. So certainly a good Sova will be able to deliver a lot of value for the team here. And I was speaking with the marshals early on during the break, and apparently for Captain Z, Z in particular, this is actually his first time playing Valorant. So
First time
playing Valorant, and it seems to also be first time playing a hugely competitive FPS game at the same time. So during the break, like the teams were
He's
the
holding
teammates.
up well, honestly.
He's doing pretty well. Maybe he had to work on the positioning. It does explain why his positioning was a little bit off and why he tends to get picked off quite early on. But the funny thing was that during the break, his teammates were giving him target practice, basically, trying to get him familiarized with how exactly to aim and get hits in this game, which can be a bit tricky if you're not too familiar with the way that tactical shooters usually run their gun mechanics, right? So for Captain Z, it's been, I mean, so far, despite like the issues with his positioning, I think he's been doing quite well, at least on the role of the Sage here for his team.
True enough, and I guess like when it comes down to how certain agents have been buffed or even nerfed, recently, of course, Cypher has been nerfed, which maybe, of course, some of all these players, they still go for a couple of picks, and also some of the factors are some nerfs might have actually hit a little bit hard, because for me as a Cypher main, like some of the trap wires, which they buffed some time ago, now has gotten nerfed again. So back in the days where you could just basically put those double traps and nobody gets to enter A without stepping on wires. So it definitely was a little bit more difficult, but now, I mean, it's just a little bit easier for them. And then you also don't really have pesky Viper walls to deal with, which gets activated time and time again. So I'm looking at how well they've been able to think things through. Like, okay, both sides, they want to go for something a little bit more standard. If you want info, get that Sova. If you need some smokes, you have that Omen to be able to rotate to either side very swiftly and also play some a little bit more aggressively, which we have seen a whole lot of coming into our previous round inside of Lotus. So it's not going to be all too different, but what's also interesting is, of course, with the addition of a Phoenix into this round. So, of course, this will be something of a different sort of how they do take fights. Maybe making sure that you get those early opening flashes to kickstart off the round here with a couple pick. That might just be a very solid idea whenever they want to go into a site like A, because they all get funneled through that alley.
Yeah, I mean, with just the narrow corridors, it certainly will play a lot to the strengths of the Phoenix. But I'm also thinking, like, with the Phoenix being the pick here, it would seem like their game plan might be more on like sustained fighting rather than very quick openings and pushes, which you can typically do with a double duelist setup, especially with Arena. But I think it'll be interesting. For Ascent, I think it's always going to be an information game, regardless of how what kind of lineup you have anyway, and that's why the Sova has become like the main pick for both sides, right? You need that additional information that the Owl drone is able to provide, plus like the Sova can provide more I think support, especially with the way Ascent is kind of laid up. You know, the mid control especially is very vital in this map, and you need a duelist or a control player who's going to be able to ensure dominance over that region of the map.
Yeah, and one thing that I'm really hoping to see in this particular round is Sova shuffled out lineups. I'm hoping that they got some tricks up their sleeve so that you could have some post plans, setups out of nowhere. I don't know, shoot it all the way from defenders all the way to the default plan. I don't know. Show me something, because I want to see it. And I hope that you guys will be a little bit patient with us, because we are, well, I say patient. Well, let's not wait any further. Let's go right into the game, because we are absolutely ready for our second game of the WCG Challenge.
Yeah, on Ascent, introducing the concept of the Fracture, which is one of the early seasons of the Valorant Battle Pass. So we want to see how these teams going to settle into a map where, you know, you only have two sites actually to guard here, especially on the defense, which is where Team Farouk is on. But the mid control is going to be where it's at. You can already see the Phoenix going quite early on to try to defend that area. But the rest of Team Beltido, though, trying to go for a quick A push off the back of Mil Tabo, unfortunately gets picked off quite early on, so they can't quite get control over the doorway. Nevertheless, the rest of them will go onto the site here, while Farouk, along with Esoteric, will try to keep control. Beltido, in the meantime, picks up someone trying to come around from the back line, so that will already work out here for the take of the site with the high ground in their hands firmly. Now they just have to keep anyone from pushing through. Unfortunately, all three of them will try to come through. Unfortunately, Sean will be the one to unfortunately catch an L there, while Esoteric continues to try to hold on there while they wait for the spike to be down. A bit of a little sliver of help there on the stage, and one hit there for the pistol coming from Esoteric, coming from Rosu will work that out. Almost pick up a second on the Kaze, and now just scanning around the bottom, but Ernisa is already outside of the site. They can't quite get a spike down in time, and the rest of the team for moving up here. It's only a matter of time before they find the last attacker and finish off the round to take the first point of the map.
Yeah, they managed to get that clean entry. And I think they really took some time to actually get the plan down because they were dealing with a little bit of pressure through doors. Though you saw Bell has already pushed all the way up into heaven, which honestly was very, very swift. That has got to be that golden opportunity. They were hoping to actually get the plan over onto the cube, but he's got spot out by the nick of time. It's just a second off to actually get the plant down, unfortunately. Now, speaking of mid control, I was hoping to actually see that battle with Bell as well as Esoteric in mid, but he's going to pull all the way back to group into B. He's got the clones to be sent out. And Aidargh now scanning up ahead. He's just going to save it for now. He's timing that flash. He actually got the timing right, but Milo Tabo pulls all the way back.
Yeah.
It seems like they're not going to commit into this B side, and they are hoping to execute an A take with only Omen over onto the top side of the boxes. Well, this is going to be a really cheeky angle. Might just be a corner that they don't check, but they do. But Milo Tabo still goes down.
Yep. Jet of Bell should be moving up onto the site now, but then the rest of Farouk is already rotating in. A bit of a split up there, especially with the Phoenix still holding in mid, but might just be able to catch the Sage off guard. The Esoteric will be moving in first, sends out a decoy to try to draw out some fire. Gets maybe one before he gets taken down, so not quite a valuable round there. And Beltido from the back picks up a kill on the Sheriff onto Fancy Feeks, and that already ensures that Team Farouk was not going to have a good leg to stand on there, because Team Beltido wipes them out on the site.
Yeah, and that so far is a great response, especially when, you know, they were pretty much on eco and have managed to actually pull the point back. So they will have another brawl with pretty much half buys on the block. And we're already seeing a Vandal being bought right in for Milo Tabo, hoping to actually get some big frags through this B push. Quickly clears off the scanners, and here we go.
Updraft there, while Esoteric holds position, gets the kill onto Milo Tabo, while Bell is going to try to wrap around the side, finds Esoteric just in time, tries to smoke off the doorway, didn't quite make it there, but catches the Phoenix anyway as he pops his head right through. Sage is going to come through as Bell is still in the reload, gets a slight drop. Ooh, nice shot there! Bell still with 3 kills, will unfortunately get taken down finally, but a 2v2 situation still for Team Farouk with the spike already down. David's caught him in the back there, gets tagged with his chalk dart, and Kaze will be able to pull that through. Now tries to take on Fancy Freaks one-on-one here. The Sage versus the Sova. Sage gonna come true, a spray with the Spectre will catch her, and he picks up her weapon instead.
I want to see that again. I don't know how did he live for so long, managed to still pull out that Sheriff and still get that kill.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing that one more time here.
And what I really want to point out is how lovely he sets things up with all these smokes that he created with a one-way setup, and then after that, with the fadeaway. I mean, eventually he gets caught out, but he has bought enough time, bought enough space, and eventually Kaze had enough discipline to just hold down the line and just wait for that push coming in from Fancy. And That was just perfect.
Milotabo and Bell already getting a good opener here. Now the rest of Team Faroukjer is scrambling to try to get control, but Milotabo still killing people on the site here. Paint chips going to be sent through the alleyway there. Can't quite handle the pressure coming through here, unfortunately, as Esoteric, last person standing here for Team Farouk, is going to try to push in from the front side here to see what it can get on the site. Still in a 1v3 situation, not much information on hand here. Well, he does spot Fancy Feast, pick up a quick, easy kill right there. Now the raise of Milotabo will be coming through. Just teleports right in front of him, so too easy for the raise there to catch this round.
Elsie could be a little bit cheekier. Perhaps he didn't really want to plant that smoke a little bit too deep, but the moment that he is committed to that TP, well, he knows he overstepped his boundaries out there. But Milotabo, though, that was a really huge round for him. And take a look at that. One orb left for Kaze as well as Milotabo to get their ultimate up. Same goes to Unisa. So the next round is going to be pretty huge. With 2 ults to expend, though, will they look to actually activate it? Seems like it's a yes.
Yep. Very aggressive push right there.
Got the full read.
Yeah. Trying to come in through the back line there. You gotta watch over Esoteric. He's already trying to do his level best at the back line there. Ooh, gets caught out thankfully. But Team Beltido in the meantime tries to fight in front, loses 2 members in that regard because Farouk was already in position there as a Sova. Milotabo in the meantime still trying to run interference right in the middle here. Still knows that the 2 defenders coming in from the back here from spawn, so he's trying to discourage them as much as he can. Sean backs out of this fight here. While Daft still trying to hold on in front. Oh, gets a kill on the Milotabo though. That might just even the odds somewhat. But unfortunately, his teammate caught a stray there. So Sean is out for the count. 1 versus 1. Jet versus Sova. Jet. Oh, Sova trying to get a tag. Does get a tag onto the Jet. So sees where exactly he is. Going for this peak battle right now. Doesn't get the spray. Beltido comes out on top. Keeps the lead. Keeps the point here for his team.
11 HP. That's just 1 bullet away. Oh, it's a very, very close one. I mean, that was just because it was a phantom spray. And my, that itself was a wild ride. With that opening coming from Esoteric, right? Like, guys just struck fear into all their heart and, of course, gave everybody a shocker, especially with a few more backup coming in with the flank. The wraparound was good, but I think, like, of course, they were all also getting all too caught up because there was just about enough space for Milotabo to do a little more. Punch Fury into the corridors of A main, and he managed to catch Milotabo.
Wow, that's so unlucky there for the Rays. Probosu still having good positioning inside A here. It's preventing Team Beltido coming through. Now the smoke is going to try to cover off his vision here. That's going to force the Sova to move up forward. Farouk now just trying to hold a good position. They know that the push is coming through. He's already ready. Tries to go for the spray. The smoke comes out just in time. He does pick up a couple of kills though before he gets taken down. But thankfully, Esoteric was on the other side to cover up the rest. Picks up the kills that he needs. And that's the way that Team Farouk was going to try to make a comeback.
Yeah, you saw they were doubling down on each corner of the walls. And oh, that itself was a perfect trap, a big setup. And where do you actually look, right?
Yeah.
Because you got to worry about so many different sectors, and this A side is too tough of a nut to crack unless if some of all these members of Team Beltido is willing to actually take some risk over on the mid section, because nobody seems to be interested in getting that mid control. Speaking of mid control though,
2 tags. Yeah, he knows exactly where they are. Goes for the second spray, gets the 2 kills done. Now tries to find a third here. Will find a Sova just in time there, so that makes it 3. Can they continue to push right through because they only have the Jet left, and unfortunately she's so cut off from the spike here, so now it's just going to be a hunt for the solitary prey that is going to be Beltido's Jet. Where exactly will they try to find him?
I think he's just going to be playing it really safely. He needs to actually save this weaponry. I don't think that they do have any form of economy for full buy next round.
Gets caught up.
Okay, the chase is on.
Yep. 2 people are going to be coming straight at him. It's going to be Esoteric as well as the Phoenix coming through They just need to try to find him, take him out, and they will be able to decimate their economy that way. Beltido is just trying to hold on for dear life. They know exactly where he is, trying to corner in every single way. He still takes a Phoenix though. Oh, but turns his back on the Yoru. And unfortunately pays the price for it. So Team Faroukj now on the up and up. The last few rounds have been squarely in their hands, so they regained the momentum now, regained quite a lot of economy off of that win. And that's off of the backs of this amazing Euro play here from Esoteric.
Yeah, and there is just a lot of all these good instances coming in from Bell as well, but some of the timing, was just unfortunate. Like, he was already checking the same angle the moment he turned. Like, you saw what happened right there and then. So, now, heading to round 8 with a boosted wall, but no vision at all for Fancy Free.
Yes.
He had to pull back, and now full flush coming in. He's going to halt them back.
Yep.
Double smoke coming from the side of Bell, pushing right through into the market side. Gets caught out, but it's still going to be a 1-for-1. They do find shot on Cutie, and it's going to be another double for Esoteric.
Wow. Well, Team Faroukj just cut them down to size here. So that's forcing Ernisa now to play hide and seek here. Does have the spike in his hand, so at least, in her hand. So Ernisa, no, gets caught as it just comes out there again. Esoteric's Euro just reading her like a book. That just didn't work out at all for Team Beltido, although the way they were able to break through the wall that Sage put up was nothing short of brilliant, because she was really trying to slow them down in this aggressive B-side push. But, yeah, and it just didn't work out at all. The Jet was just able to break right through the lines, make sure they got the control over the site, but it just couldn't get the landing. You couldn't stick the landing at all. The rest of Team Faroukj showed up to the defense, made sure that they weren't able to keep control over the site, and well, the rest was history.
Indeed, it was. I was just thinking about that play early on. Like, it looked a little bit simple, but in essence, that reaction speed, the moment that you know that Omen's TPing, he had that TP set up too. He knew where exactly that Omen's gonna come through, and somehow he just thinks 2 steps ahead, TPs right even before the Omen lands.
Pushing.
Now, of course, it's going to be a little bit of a grip hold over onto A main, but they have not decided yet. They spot out the flank.
And the is coming through.
Not working out, and they are going to catch another one.
Ooh, I was worried.
And this is what they need. Those opening kick. And now you got that man advantage.
It was a failed attempt there by Team Faroukj to try to flank them through mid, and the thing was that's a risk always when you don't have that mid control. But Team Beltido handled that pretty well. Unfortunately, when they get on the site though, they had to go ahead and take down Captain Z as well, Ernisa, in order to be in control. Now on the back line there, Taubok still trying to hold his line here. Now he's going to be one-on-one with that Yoru of Esoteric. Waiting to come out. Oh, the flash comes through just in time, catching out Taubok, but he needed that reaction time, and just Esoteric has it in droves here.
Yeah, and he knew that Taubok was so low already, so that's why he took out that shorty. He doesn't care. You have that spray. Like, he could be hiding any corner of that box, and like that random tap will basically hit him because he's just too low. But I love that good reading coming from Taubok as well. If he had a little bit more health, you coulda, woulda, shoulda won that battle, right? 1 versus 1 like that to decide it. And you do see Team Faroukj is only a hit by 1 point.
Ooh, okay.
Great paranoia forces away the Yoru. And Showstopper back still has that satchel. He's gonna hold it all the way through. Not gonna get anything, but we'll find one in market.
Yeah, we'll find one gets flashed already. The Euro comes through, gets a double kill straight away to try to regain control. Sean is also picking things up here and making sure that Team Beltido is just left scrambling to try to get a foothold. Bell at the moment tries to get the shots with the pistol. Didn't quite work out as Sean finishes her off with that Vandal. Nice retake here from Team Faroukj. They squarely have the momentum in their hands now. Team Beltido not really looking too good here, especially after off that round. They already went on slightly thrifty sort of setup there with Bell. I think still saving quite a bit of money here, anticipating that they might need to go for a forced buy soon. So only the Jet as well as Taubok are able to get some good weaponry, but the rest of them gonna have to play very economically on this round here. They're not doing well on the economic front for sure.
Yeah, still pretty much a half buy, a little bit more broken, but still pretty much workable. Especially when you have Taubok here ready with his judge. and switch over to another weapon. Quickly picks up the Phantom instead. B-side completely cleared up. So just waiting for the timing for a retake. The revives are available for Beltido though. With that mentioned here, now gets that read. He knows that there's only one over on the boathouse, and he's just gonna find ways to go in for a punishment all the way to the back.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, and that's gonna catch out Team Beltido completely. A quick wipe out on the front side will allow them to get the defuse now. Well done for Team Farouk here, because again, you're sort of like waiting to see when they're going to be waking up and actually picking up that momentum, and have done it so well over the last few rounds here that Beltido is just completely dominated in this half now. They really only have one more chance here to put a damper in this here, at least to try to save one more map point, but by the time they get to the next half, Team Farouk will be switching over to attack, and we know what they can do once they're in that role.
Guys on the different league, look at that. We're not even done yet. This is 20-4, ladies and gentlemen. 20-4 on Esoteric's Yoru. The man, the myth, the legend. It's alive and kicking, and definitely showing us how it's done on the Yoru. And I wonder what's the record being set right now. Double satchel goes to the side, but Proposu is so ready to take him on.
Yep, gets away with that scot-free now. The rest of Team Farouk will be coming in, try to wrap around and flank them from behind. Shot's not gonna come out. Ooh, does catch a couple of people there, and that's actually enough to take out Arnisa. So this might actually work out perfectly here for Team Farouk on the retake, because now they have less resistance to deal with. They only need to get rid of that Sentinel, and it will deny them an ability to revive. But Captain Z gets caught out in the middle here. Unfortunately, gets completely cut down there by Farouk. Now the Yoru comes through, just spraying around here, but they've already done what they needed in order to clear out Team Beltido. So it's just really a victory lap here. The Team Farouk already dominated this half. They're looking so strong now coming into the next one.
Switching sides.
With the amount of commotion, it really felt like we're already 20 rounds in, my guy. And that was just a taste of the first half. 8-4. Honestly, Beltido has done so well, and it only started to crack around the 8th round or so. And that's where, of course, they see a little bit more of that deficit that was a little bit too overwhelming with those exchanges. And just all these small little nitty-gritty stuff eventually piled up, right? With that pressure starting to mount into something a little bit bigger. And now this is going to be a huge pressure on Team Beltido to win out this pistol to get back on track.
Yep. Esoteric leading in front. Again, Sage Wall is going to block out that entrance. Question is, do they want to try to break through it or wrap around? It seems like they're going for plan B here. Wrapping around to spawn. Trying to go through A, but they got to watch out for a Jet who is already trying to maintain good control over the mid here together with the Raze as well as Omen.
Time to jump.
So a bit of indecision going on Team Farouk's side, unfortunately, as the Yoru is going to go around the back, teleports around and back to his team here. Still trying to commit for this B push. The ice wall is still in the way. Now going to try to break it through. Kaze is going to be in position here with a pistol again. Just needs to get some good taps. Already got one. Gets traded out immediately. Captain Z has to back out and wait for the rest of the team to come in, especially the ones coming in from spawn side, because both the Jet and the Raze are going to be the key factor here in ensuring that Team Farouk doesn't quite get B site done and dusted. Oh, and Arnisa getting caught out of a blinded Yoru there. That's gotta be a little bit disheartening for sure. Captain Z getting caught out as well. This is not looking good on the defensive side as Team Beltido down to only Jet. Tries her best to get only one kill so far. Smoke's going to put a bit of a damper in that works, but let's get a second one. Let's get a third. Oh boy, is this going to be a clutch of the game right here as Beltido goes with the defuse, but Fancy Freaks puts an end to that run.
Headshot galore. I mean, that was fantastic. If only he got the last one, but I would say hats off to him. Let's take a look at that again. You see that exchange here over on the stairways, and Bell knew that there is a glimmer of hope the moment that that info was. Some of these players are low, and that swing have managed to actually get a lot more. If he faked it, that is going to be for sure a kill confirmed, but he tried to actually stick it a little bit longer until it was a little bit too late to go in for the exchange against Fancy. of course, still having to chase up against this enormous lead. Team Beltido showing a little bit of signs of hope at the very least on those mid scopes.
Just gotta imagine what level of a cooler that was there, especially with how hyped up he must have gotten with the triple kill. Nevertheless, Farouk will be opening things up with a quick pickoff there. The defense looking very, very thin now on the side of Team Beltido to try to wrap around from the backside here to try to ensure to regain control over B. Doesn't seem to be on the cards now with the trades coming through in the alleyway. Farouk right now still hanging around the outside.
One enemy remaining.
Anticipating someone to come through the alley. Didn't quite get through there, unfortunately, as Yoru was already quick to the case. The recon ball is going to scan out where exactly the Jet is. She knows she's protected behind his wall so far, but Al Jones continuing to harass her like that. Gets a flash. They already are coming straight for her here. Oh, the Yoru goes on. Run, but no! Bell with the revenge coming through. Makes sure that they wouldn't have a free lunch here for sure as the Phoenix comes in, melee weapon at the ready. He was going to try to cut him down, but Beltido still comes out on top there. Never, even though they lose a round, at least Beltido puts up quite a fight actually as she goes down.
And he's just really dealing a ton of damage. Despite this being pretty much the bonus, you see, you know, they were happy to take those trades, right? The moment that he knows that, okay, this is going to be a Jet all alone, but they almost committed the same mistake. And the first one, of course, sealed by Fancy, just by a hand strand again. So, mind you, now, Blade Storm is online on round 3.
Well, it's just probably going to be a Hail Mary if Beltido decides to use it anyway, because right now Team Farouk has a full buy going on here, and Yoru is going in, all guns blazing. He's just using the Dimensional Rift here to try to scan around. Doesn't quite see anyone on low ground. Finally goes on top. Not checking the back though, unfortunately. Neo Tabo gets a quick kill. And Nisa as well, clearing things out in the other side of the map here while Neo Tabo finally gets taken down. The Yoru of Esoteric in the meanwhile just trying to scramble to recover some kills here. Finally gets back on the side together with the team. Farouk now able to get the ball, able to get a spike planted. Captain Z still up on top. Aljo is going to be able to scan her out if he's not too careful here. Yep. That's going to scan her out immediately, and oh, Probosu was ready to take out that Sage.
And now this lead is just really swinging in favor of Team Farouk right now. And Esoteric really provided heavy intel, but the one intel that he really has to get was onto Milo Tabor.
Yeah.
And somehow that actually caused a little bit more discrepancy. But it didn't seem like it really hinders them a little too much. But still, 11-4.
Could have been a massive opportunity for like Beltido to actually stem the bleeding, right? But momentum still very much on Farouk's hands here as Yoru tries to set things up for another B-take, but Milotabo comes back from a strong opening there with the Yoru out. Milotabo going to come in trying to find another one. Ernisa will clean up house though. Double kill in his hands as the Omen. So with only 2 members left of Farouk's team, how will they try to play this out? It's literally only the Omen and the Sova here. Probosu is still going to stick around. Still has a spike in hand. It's going to be moving up together with Farouk. Gets that 1 kill. Gets the second one. Can they get a third? Not quite yet. But that's going to try to use a shock dart at least to try to discourage any opportunity for them to try to snipe them from up there. But they still have an opportunity to try to make a wrap around. 50 seconds on the clock means that they still have a bit of time to consider their options here. Yeah.
And
teleport.
Gonna have to Sova hold it down for. He's just gonna fake it.
Yeah.
Are they buying it? I think they're buying it.
They heard the teleport for sure, so they must have assumed that they are moving out of position, but
no,
they didn't buy it at all. So the smoke still comes out in the doorway. They still anticipate this will come through. Farouk now opens with a shock down on top, and his teammate gets taken down already. He knows where exactly they are. They don't know where he is though. Goes a spray. He's gonna get spotted out already. They know right. He's down there. Kaze and Fancy Captain Z goes down. Captain Z gets the kill done. Team Beltido still hanging on for dear life, but still putting a bit of just drawing blood on Team Farouk's side.
Don't mind me, Victor. I was just trying to catch a breath right here. And, have it all lined up. It was just 8 HP left. 8 HP. He must be frustrated on that one. My Captain Z, of course, that was great trade, knowing exactly the right timing to actually go in for trade. A little bit risky moves. Team Farouk now drop that 1 point over. Get 5. Bell gets the upper hand against the Yoru, and somehow with that Yoru down, you see the confidence coming through.
Yep.
And that's an early commitment coming from the Hunter's Fury as Daft sends it out blindly through market. Won't be connecting into anyone, but some damage being done towards the Sage, which will be healing up in no time. Sean now clears it up.
Oh, that's a bit sketchy there from Sean, but at least he managed to clean it up. Oh, nice ping there onto Fancy Freaks. Might put him in the death knell, and indeed Kaze will be the one to pick it up. Now Beltido coming in here as soon as the spike is planted, but unfortunately Milotabok and Ernisa can't quite stick the landing here. Now it's going to be up to Kaze to try to clean things up. Sean is the only one to try to counteract him, and knowing that the Soba is low, he just needs one little ping. Didn't quite catch him that time. He's going to come around the other side. Kaze comes in just in time, but does not land the kill. Sean picks it up here, enabling Team Farouk to be on match point.
Yeah, those shots were just slightly wide. Oh my word. How many 1v1s do we actually get throughout the course of these series? Like from our map of Lotus all the way here to Ascent. These 2 games, absolute banger. And this is about to turn into Cinema's curtain call. Well, actually, modern cinemas don't have curtain calls anymore, do they?
Well, actually, now that I think of it, yeah. I don't even know whether cinemas still have curtains anymore.
I do know that when you enter the cinema and the movie starts, it just starts to roll.
Okay, yeah, I think
we're
they
chatting
do.
about
Yeah.
this because now
Well, never mind.
1 more point. Match point for Team Farouk.
Well, they lost already one member, which is going to be Sean. That was going to be instrumental because he was already close to getting his running back. Yoru, in the meantime, they will still maintain control over side B. They still have to yet bring the spike in, and that might actually be caught up, but yeah, indeed they do. Well, Beltido catches out Fancy Freak before he's able to get onto the point in time. Probosu now just trying to clean things up, does get 3 kills in that regard, so that does cut down the ability to defend here from Team Beltido. Now Captain Z is the last one standing here, gets blinded momentarily, manages to just dodge out of the way, but the Yoru is still hot on the chase. Just waits by the corner here, just kind of baiting Captain Z to go forward, but Captain Z is still waiting until the smoke clears before he tries to make the move, but unfortunately, his hand might be forced a little bit now with Probosu just blasting through the wall here, hoping to catch a stray shot onto him while the Yoru holds guard by the door. Probosu is also just countering it. Oh, Rash tries to slash it, what the heck there? That was just a little bit too close for comfort, but nevertheless, Esoteric nails it down. Team Farouk takes the series 2 maps in a row.
And in true esoteric fashion, you gotta give them a little bit of that haircut. So that was it, ladies and gentlemen. What a showing from Team Farouk. We got all delivered to our screens. And I am still trying to pick up my jaw with what went down because we have a lot of crazy action from our 2 maps, and I am looking forward for more action coming from Team Farouk. And of course, for those of you guys who are supporting Beltido, don't worry. There's still going to be a chance tomorrow for Team Beltido to find their way back up for perhaps another rematch against Team Farouk.
Yeah, with the double elimination format, so Team Beltido will be relegated to the lower brackets. They will still have one more chance to play tomorrow, but they will still have to fight their way up the long way around to get to the grand finals, unfortunately, with this loss to Team Farouk. But can we just appreciate for a moment, like, the look on Farouk's face as Esoteric was just whipping 2 back-to-back knife shots there and managed to finally get it at the end, and Farouk just looked like, oh, he just looks so relieved that it actually worked out there.
Yeah, I think it's all planned up, right? It's like, okay, I think I heard this guy out here in market. Just chill, guys. Leave it up to me. I got to see this out. Let's go.
Oh man, that was just as pure bullying coming out there from Esoteric, because we already knew coming into this match that he will be one of the top like players, the hot favorites, coming into this competition. But man, did we not expect that he really showed up on his Yoru skills here in this competition. But for Team Farouk now, I mean, they can only go on the up and up, because now they've already secured their slot into the upper bracket final. We're going to be running another matchup later on in order to determine who's going to be his opponent and who else is going to be an opponent for Team Beltido in the lower brackets as well. Let's have a look at the highlights one more time. I mean, what's been your favorite moment, actually, come think of it, coming into this matchup here? I think there's plenty, right?
There's so many to pick from. I mean, there's definitely clips of the battles between Bell as well as Esso, and those are definitely sights to behold, because these gentlemen, they really do actually bring the storm to where the battlefield is. And I think like one big moment was that push out with the Dimensional Rift, and then you see things that look really great for the side of Esoteric for one moment, and then it starts to go into shambles as well with a little bit of overpressure. But we love how the first half went, because it really looks to be pretty much a deadlock between some of these rounds until they start to actually pile things up into an 8-4.
I mean, this take is definitely this take we just saw the highlight there. That's one moment that I would feel like that's where the utility of a good Yoru really comes into play. But then Bell, has been really doing their level best to just show up to these fights, right? Getting all these good 1v1, 1v3 situations, and actually getting a lot of value out of them. It's just that at the very end, still was not able to get the round win for them, which just kind of makes it such a disheartening thing, especially for Beltido, because he's really playing his heart out in this competition here. But unfortunately, with the way that Team Farouk has been playing these rounds here, they just constantly had just being one step ahead, having slightly more advantage than the Team Beltido overall. That just made it so hard for Bell to actually rally his troops to make sure that they can get these rounds consistently.
That's right, and we've already got all the glitz and glamour of what these two rounds have to, matches have to offer. And we're just going to take a look at some of all these stats. It's 27K for Esoteric, and joined by him is going to be Captain Farouk. That's, of course, named Dap on your screens right now. 25. They really work very well together, and I've got to say, like, everybody is just really on the ball. You see Fancy Freaks having super high assists. Of course, Sean was having a little bit of tech issues early on, which got sorted, but still have been able to pull up some really significant moments of his own. And you see the rest of the members of Team Beltido maybe had their engines running a little bit slower on that second half, making it a little bit harder for them to actually cope, especially trying to actually pull out some of all these form of engagements in a clean fashion was a little bit hard to do.
Yeah, I mean, again, I usually don't like to use combat scores and analysis metric, but you can clearly see how much better a performance Team Farouk overall has been doing compared to Team Beltido. Even Probosu has actually more a higher KDA score compared to Bell, who is the highest top fragger for his own team here. So it just goes to show that the skill level here perhaps is a little bit higher or more biased towards the Team Farouk side. But certainly the level assist that both Sean and Fancy Freaks have been trying to provide from their end, has definitely helped open things up to allow Esoteric and Farouk to actually perform well in this run. And really, you just really need to give Yoru the space to do those kind of things, right? Because Yoru can open up flanks that you don't usually get with other agents when you do these kind of openings. But Esoteric, being the Yoru that he is, was constantly finding those good angles and making sure that he can complete these kills, ensuring Farouk their victory round per round.
And this has to be one man and one man only for the MVP of the series, and it is Esoteric. So with these back-to-back wins here, you just once again have seen probably the best Yoru of MYSG.
Yeah, if not the best, one of the best for sure.
I guess like he could contest with some of the few guys of paper racks to actually see. So I would still say one of the best. So you
Yeah.
can't really take it away from Mr. Jason Susanto or so.
True. Yeah, that's exactly what I was alluding to. But maybe when we cut all the highlights coming out from this talent challenge, perhaps you could send like a sponsor me reel, like straight up to Paper Rex. Like maybe you could consider him as a reserve here because he can certainly show up as a Yoru for sure. But I think like once you get to that level, there's probably a lot more in the equation here. But at least for this WCG challenge here, Esoteric can certainly raise Supreme as one of the favorites here in this competition.
I'll hit up my friend and see if he could get that PRX esoteric thing going on. So wait for 2025 maybe. That might just be it. We were just kidding around, but esoteric, your Yoru plays have been amazing. How was it for the past few rounds that you've been facing off with these guys out there? What do you think about this series so far?
Honestly, I'm just having fun. Like, I mean, that's like the most important part of this, right? It's just to have fun.
Yeah.
So yeah, like me and my team, we're vibing on very well. We're just having fun. You know, like I see hit, I click, and then yeah, we win the round, I guess. Yeah.
That's definitely
Just
more
happens.
than 10 hits that you click per round. I mean, we're looking at you really pulling off crazy utils. That was one moment where I think both of us lost it around Lotus, one of the rounds where you just got that 5-man flash and like, okay, that has to be that moment. Man, it's just amazing. You must have actually spent so much time on Yoru. What's one important trait to actually learn for people to actually master this agent?
I feel like a lot of people overthink the agent. Like, for example, like, oh, like Yoru is all about like deception, outplays and stuff, right? Honestly, just play the... Like, my biggest advice would be just to play the agent how it's meant to be played. I mean, you don't have to overthink things. You don't have to like, oh, I have to do this round. Oh, I have to do this. I have to do that. Just do whatever is most comfortable for you. And for me, it's really just like flashing the enemy and killing them. Like that's why my flashes are like, I'd say my flashes are pretty good.
Yeah.
Indeed, they are. I mean, I mean, one more question I gotta ask is like the collaboration that you've been having with Farouk has been looking pretty tip top actually throughout this whole matchup. Have you guys really? Do you guys feel that the working together here has been very beneficial? You know, going into this matchup here.
Yeah, we're all going very well together. Like we're all like just like bonding. We're just all having fun. At the end of the day, we're all just having fun. Yeah.
Now, I have a question before, of course, we give you a little bit of time to rest from your those crazy rounds. So, is there any other creators or even talents that you're hoping to face off against that are on the other teams? And if there is so, who exactly would that be?
Xeno.
Oh, Zeno.
Oh, of course, of course.
Oh, it has to be.
Yeah.
I play with him in ranked. I duo with him sometimes, so I do know how he plays. He knows how I play, so it's gonna be interesting.
All
I
right.
have a bad feeling he's going to sit me down.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll see how that will turn out. But anyway, thank you so much for the plays just now, Esoteric. We really had fun just watching you in action there. If you guys want to check out more highlighted Yoru plays, go ahead and follow Esoteric on his channels. So, thank you very much, Esoteric. We'll let you guys set up for the next one.
Thank you.
All right. Peace.
All right. So,
Hey, Bobbin.
yeah, very vibing indeed. I mean, Esoteric just looks like he's having so much fun, right? Just being able to show off what he's able to do on it, Yoru, and on top of that, actually winning a lot of rounds because of those plays here. But nevertheless, we are now already finished with our first matchup of the day. We've got a second one to come up here for the upper brackets before we'll be going to the upper bracket final. So that's going to be what you're going to be looking forward to for today, day number 1 of the World Cyber Games Challenge 2024 from Malaysia and Singapore. My name is Regular Cax. Joining me here is Contra. We'll see you guys after these messages.
Banyak alasan buat lampaui batasan bareng Valorant. Buat si Abe yang cuma punya satu teman komplek ini, di Valorant dia punya ratusan teman online yang ngajak dia main. Terus, buat gamer yang harus LDRan gini, mereka tetap bisa ngedate sambil keliling dunia di Valorant. Buat sahabat lama yang udah jarang ketemu karena sibuk ini, sekarang mereka bisa reuni lagi di Valorant. Are you ready to play?
Yo, everybody, and welcome back to the World Cyber Games Challenge 2024, bringing you guys Beyond the Game. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Contra. We're going to be your commentator as we bring you guys the next matchup for today here in this 20 influencer challenge coming from 2 different regions here, Malaysia and Singapore. Of that, 14 are from MY and then 6 are from SG. We've just witnessed the battle between Team Beltido and Team Faroukj, and Faroukj just proving themselves to be way stronger and actually pulling off a 2-map win there in the matchup.
Yeah, and we did see that Team Beltido did manage to pull off really close rounds, especially on the first map when they went into, of course, Lotus. Now, we're going to have 2 different teams to actually go up against each other. So, of course, sit back, relax, and enjoy the show, ladies and gents. Esoteric has shown to be one of the top dogs of the tournament so far. I'm pretty sure there's going to be somebody out there that will challenge that.
Oh, for sure, because this next matchup here is going to be an exciting one. We're having Team Eco versus Team Aidargh that will be facing off each other in the upper brackets here. The winner of this is going to go on to face off against Team Faroukj later today. The loser of it will be relegated to a lower brackets and will face off against Team Beltido tomorrow. So that's what's going to be at stake here for this matchup. We still have a lot of matches to go through though. So again, this is going to be a 2-day event. Today we're only running the first half of the brackets. The next half of it, the conclusion, especially the grand final, is only coming up tomorrow on May the 17th. So for now, Team Faroukj has already secured their slot into the 3rd match. We're going to be seeing who between Eco and Aidargh's team will be the one to face off against them.
Yeah, Team Eco definitely have quite the stacked up roster as well. So definitely we'll have to keep our eyes peeled on that. Meanwhile, Team Ida, we have our lovely lady Sippy joining on board. And of course, our creators that have been with Team Path definitely will be able to also show us some really, really good stuff as well. So we'll once again show you guys a little bit of the roster to keep you guys up to speed. But before we would jump right into that, have you already registered or basically signed up for the hottest site on the block, or somebody you would say, yeah, People is the place to be if you want to connect with your friends, because you could have the AR avatars, and not only that, you can have games, watch parties, and everything up there. And for this particular WCG challenge, they even have a special stream set up where you could also win some Valorant goodies and much, much more. All you have to do, sign up, and of course, create your account and watch the live stream from there. And that's where you can basically stand a chance to answer some quiz, and you can walk away with a whole lot more.
Yeah, and People is bringing you guys a whole new way of experiencing this WCG here, because we are providing an over the top or top-down view of the map, of the live match being played. Now let's go ahead and talk about our 2 teams that are going to be coming through here. We got Eco being the captain for this one. On his team, he's got one of the top players amongst the 20 influencers here, Zeno, the other person that Esoteric was looking forward to facing off against. But besides them, he actually has also VKS Oyen join the squad together with Putri D and Ween RL.
Yeah, I do love that some of our dear talents have yet to reveal their true identity. Some people are still wondering, do we actually see them on cam? Well, we'll let you guys see if you guys get the glimpse or not.
I just love that, like, actually Eco listed down his personal achievement as still alive and kicking. Man of a few words.
That's a big achievement. Honestly.
But achievements all around here for Aidargh, because if you guys didn't know, she's one of the top female players amongst our influencers here. In fact, she used to play for the Toda female Valorant team back in 2023. She participated in the Road to Riyadh IESF CS2 for the women's division in 2024, and she was a runner-up in the Valorant FSL Showdowns. So she has plenty of experience when it comes to Valorant. Now it's a question of whether the rest of her team, Sultan Reed, Captain Yani Firdaus, as well as Wait, will be able to provide her the support that she needs in order to get these wins. And you know, during the team, the captain's draft that we did last week, you know who was the player that Aidargh really wanted on her team? She wanted Esoteric to be part of her team, but unfortunately, because both of them are tier 1, only one of them could be on her team here. And unfortunately, the tier 1 is Aidargh herself.
Yeah, one way or another, like,
you're about to meet only in the battlefield. Like,
Yeah.
In either one of these maps, but first, Aidargh will really have to win against actual Eco to get there. Now, take a look at the graph. Wow, this is definitely a very interesting setup. Very aggressive style of play will be displayed from the side of actually Eco, especially when you have the glove at the ready. Now, heading into the side of Aidargh, I would say that this is going to be a little bit more standard, where you do expect Aidargh, who's also named Nila in this matchup, where you would have a lot of great control over on that B side. First, even on the attacking front, you expect her to lead the charge alongside with her bestie, Captain Yanni.
Yeah, in the meantime as well, you know, for Team actually Eco, I want to see how they're going to try to play up against one of the top female players in the game right now here, especially for this World Cyber Games Challenge, because Aidargh certainly has the achievements really to prove herself here, and certainly will be a massive challenge here for Team actually Eco. And Eco, by the way, has not even done his face reveal yet, so coming to this, he was quite nervous actually going into these matches, but nevertheless has shown that he does have quite a bit of skill, and I'm hoping he's going to be having a lot of fun, you know, being able to collaborate with these fellow content creators online. Is always a fun affair, and I'm certainly hoping that all of our 20 top influencers from MYSG will be savoring the opportunity here, you know, to have a nice way of connecting with their fellow content creators.
Yep, and of course, it's time for them to once again put on a show, because they are going to be getting themselves binded up here into the very first map. So this is definitely going to be interesting, because on how teams are so familiar with playing on bind, it is still going to be a little bit tricky on how, you know, you got to make certain drastic decisions, because rotating in this map comes in various forms, whether you take that TP, or, you know, you can just basically take the long route from A to B, or B to A, or vice versa, right? So
Yeah.
it is always going to be a little bit difficult when you're going to be trying to crack things through from the attacking side. For defense, if you do have a really solid hole, or you're going for some retakes, it could still basically give them really favorable positions to play with.
Yeah, it's all about getting those nice setups, right? But I think more importantly for whoever's their tier 1 player needs to get support from the other tier 2 and tier 3s in order to be able to do what they do. And we saw how that was instrumental in Esoteric, especially for Team Faroukjer, was able to perform his role perfectly as a Yoru, regardless of whether or not he feels that he needed.
Well.
Yeah, that's the thing. So we'll have to see how they play out that kind of like team dynamic, you know, once they actually go into the match, with the very short preparation time going from the captain's draft to today itself. It's certainly going to be quite the challenge for both of these squads. Team actually Eco versus Team Aidargh, the first map between the two of them in the second matchup of the day. This is going to be on bind. We're going to be seeing actually Eco take the defensive route, while Aidargh will be the one with the initiative, with the spike in hand. So now we'll see how they're going to try to burst through here. Going to the second mid.
I'm gonna take things a little bit slowly this time. Gotta make sure that you earn this round. And firm grasp, Xeno already spots a couple of movement. That being said, damage being done, but not enough to actually take any members down from the side of Team Aidargh. Speaking of which, Oyen actually had that pack actually drop right in, pain shells booming through, and another one goes.
Nice.
Oyen somehow getting that triple. Make that an ace!
First ace of the day, VKS Oyen showing up to the party here in style. First round just done and dusted like that, so wow.
Were you ready, Victor? I
Nope.
wasn't ready for that.
I
mean, that pain shell dropping in, like, okay. And then you have the boom bot getting it. Okay.
Oh.
And somehow they were all stacked in that corner.
Yeah, just completely left, like, just not able to figure out what exactly to do in this situation. Just played perfectly into VKS Oyen's hands here. Well, that's a lot of value for Team actually Eco. Let's see whether or not they'll be able to follow up with that. Strong performance here. So Aidargh still going for the same game plan here. Going through the second mid. Trying to see.
This coast is clear though.
Coast is clear.
They were hoping to actually have that form of psychological warfare where, okay, they mustn't think that we go B because they just lost A, right? No,
Well,
they're just gonna go once again into A. This time, a little bit cleaner there as compared to what actually Eco expected. And
Yeah,
if you get
but
the plant down, and make sure you just go through Zeno.
Round on all sides here. Zeno already just opening things up with a triple there. That's going to be huge for Team Aidargh. They cannot bring it back. Oh, wait, getting caught out there in the trade. That will allow the spike to be taken out here. So Team actually Eco following up with another strong round right after the pistol. This is looking like they are setting the tempo now for this matchup.
And overall, I think that Team Aidargh actually had a really good start into that round 2. It's just that they just got to have certain angles to be cleared up because we still see a little bit of stacking going on, which shouldn't exactly happen into round 1. But with, of course, some of all these utilities being thrown makes it a little bit more difficult. And this round 3, we'll start to see those full buys coming in. Some of them can only afford maybe a thing like Bulldogs or even half shields to go through.
Strong counter push. Counter push coming in from VKS. Oh yeah, showstopper getting only 1 kill and straight on Aidargh, but Zeno will be one to mop up the house. Ooh, wait, getting the trades in there, making sure that things are not all lost here for Team Aidargh. 2 versus 2, although the Brimstone has taken quite a lot of damage. He's going to be leading up in front of Faroukjer here to try to take on the site. Scanner's not going to find anything yet. Faroukjer is going to go straight for the spike plant and hopefully force actually Eco to show themselves up. Ween at the moment is just taking it really slow here. Doesn't want to get caught out too early on, especially when the Sentinel's not too close by. They will have to split up this fight a little bit. Ooh, wait, though. He is in a good position. He knows exactly where the Sage is, but he gets caught out instead. Putri is going to be moving up forward, tries to get the trade, does not get the kill down to Firdaus, who gets the double in this round. Team Aidargh finally makes actually Eco bleed.
A little too close for comfort right there. Went for that spray, went more than 5 bullets through, and you know that recall is gonna go a little bit wonky. But take a look at this again. This time, Team Aidargh choose to fight fire with fire, and it's actually paying in dividends. And I just absolutely love all these proactive plays that's been brought forward. Team Aidargh earns their first point. They just basically have to reenact it once again, expecting a little bit more feistiness coming in from the side of actually Eco.
Zeno's picked up an outlaw here, just hoping to try to hold some good angles here, especially going into side A. Niajiro is going to try to block off one of the entrances here, but VKS Oyen moving up as well together with Ween to try to keep position over side B, while Butchery at the moment still holds steady in position. Firdaus scanning around trying to find some information, but not much to be found here. In fact, Team Asher Eco is going to push up against them here, just trying to make sure to get some foothold on the side. Unfortunately, 2 of the defenders already down. Trades already coming through, and now the Alpha is coming out from Brimstone's side to try to clear out the site. Does only get the Clove of Ween. Niajiro still in position here, still trying to defend against this, waiting for Wait to show himself. But in this 2v2 situation, things slowing down to a crawl.
Right there.
Just halting them for a moment, knowing that they gotta get the plant down. And the spike pretty much lying out in the open. There's not much utils that they could basically use to cover it, so they have to actually take a trade over
30
here.
seconds left.
Sultan Rick holding him by the windows.
Yeah.
And Uwite hoping to catch a glimpse, just one by that cubby, and another by elbow. This is going to be a crossfire that's going to be hard to check.
Yeah, and Wait doesn't have any more smokes here. There's a Brimstone. Oh, missed shots, but still, Butchery got the kill. Sultan Rick now under massive pressure here. 3 seconds to go. Is still going to go for Hail Mary, but does not survive under the gun from actually Eco. So that's going to be 2-point lead now handed to his team.
Yeah, that really is a tough one to actually crack. The moment that you drop that spike in the middle of the garden opening. So the only way out of this is to also set another cross on their approach, which
is also very difficult to do.
It's really difficult, and again, it also requires you to sort of guess where exactly they're peeking from the from that map. And if you just guess wrong, then the crossfire is just not going to work out either. So really tough call there, especially without any more utilities left in hand. Zeno still having the outlaw hand, gets the first kill, the spike on the ground
I
here.
felt that.
Yeah, so I don't know whether they want to try to dare go in front here, especially the outlaw still trained in their sights. He's going to be coming out. Second kill there, right out there. Third, Zeno showing up in style.
Brothers and sisters, this is how you use the outlaw. What on earth was that? And
Perfection.
now,
Well, another one.
give the man his ace.
Oh, he's just waiting already.
He's smelling for it.
Yeah, knows he's got an opportunity here. Yo, not
scope.
even a scope needed at all. Zeno acing twice in this map. Wow.
Panic. I can feel
Yep.
their breath quickening from
I am looking forward for her esoteric Zeno already.
Well, wow, you're already calling it this early. We're only
That's not
barely
what I
into
meant.
map 1,
That's not
guys.
what I
We're
meant,
barely
but
into map 1.
I want to see that happen. Doesn't matter if it's going to be lower bracket or upper bracket. Am I right?
Oh, cool and calm and collected. That would be the best way to describe Zeno here, because he just played it so well. He knew exactly what he needed to do, and just the shots just on point, back to back.
Matt's cold. I mean, he didn't flinch. You know, usually oppers and people who pulls any from a sniper is like, they just flick to the side or so. He's got his aim all the way down there.
Captain Yanni taking up the kill, though. That's going to open things up for Aidargh for sure, as they now pile onto the side. Spike, unfortunately, is not quite in position. It's going to have to make a long rotation to get around, but they all will regroup in mid and try to go for that A push. Now, that's still being held somewhat by a Sage. Only a solitary Sage of Putri holding this position. Smoke is going to catch her out completely, though. She's going to have to back up quickly. Tries to get her healing up. 22 health, not going to be enough. Yanni is going to be able to pick up the kill. Now the spike will be down here by Firdaus. Actually, Eco, only 2 defenders left. The Reyna and the Clove, both coming through the corridor side from spawn. Dean goes to the spray, doesn't quite catch out Yanni. Yanni are already up 3 kills. This is looking very strong now for Team Aidargh. The Zeno, the solitary defender here, is going to try to pull some magic with the outlaw. Already second, third again! Oh no! This is going to be a clutch time now for Zeno. Time is running out, though. He needs to make it quick. Gets a quick reload done here. Captain Yanni comes through. No! Captain Yanni picks up the 4th. Ends the streak there for Zeno. And just when you thought Zeno was about to set up a clutch, Captain Yanni says no, no, no.
This guy spent too much time on aim labs, I tell you that. Well, take a look at it again. It's just sublime. I mean, don't let this actually take the biggest limelight away, because it was Captain Yanni that has the big pop-off.
Yes.
Getting 4 in the round, really clearing things up. Also, it all started with a grand reveal coming from the Sova, so hats off to that. So now, moving into round 7 already. It's all flew by so quickly.
I know, right? It's just incredible seeing them, like,
the tempo, the big plays. Wow.
things just getting resolved in a matter of milliseconds sometimes. Well, Firdaus, though, still taking a slow, methodical approach as they try to get closer and closer to Site B. Quite a bit heavily guarded, though. And you can already see Uwe Wait just trying to set up for the opening here with some smokes. Are they going to try to make do this really quick, or will they try to get the pickoffs first? But unfortunately, it's not really much angle that Team Ashley Eco is exposing here to Team Aidargh. So Brimstone is going to set up the smoke. Now Ashley Eco is going to try to go up in front here to make sure they try to keep themselves out. When the showstopper gets stopped halfway, Captain Yana really getting the opening kill onto Ween straight
They
away.
look up from the back though. The TP will have to raise coming from the back. Oh, being walled off.
Yep. Zeno as well is going to be wrapping up from the back, trying to get the backstab while the rest of the team tries to consolidate in front here. Team Aidargh already having good positioning. Satchel going to try to help the Rays to get out of that position, but already defenders are coming in, clearing up houses. Zeno's the last one standing. They will take out the Captain Yanni as well. So the defense comes in strong here, and actually Eco prevents Aidargh from being able to take down their lead. Still 3 points ahead now. They're looking still as strong as ever.
Yeah, and that retake looked so professional. You saw the timing were really pulled into play, so coordinatedly executed, where they're all coming in from all angles at the very same time. Now we do have a little bit of a timeout coming in from Uai.
Yeah.
So of course they really gotta think about what exactly needs to be done, because they've already gotten halfway there. They always get the plan down, and somehow, you know, like there are certain things that wasn't exactly done all too perfectly. They definitely knew that OEN was going from the flank side of the coverage. They put a wall that wasn't exactly enough, still having a couple of more members being caught out. Now, of course, it really felt that there wasn't exactly any form of a target priority or even angle holes coming in from the side of Team Aidargh for maybe a slight moment. So that post plan needs to be a little bit cleaner.
Yeah, that seems to be the prevailing thought right now, but I do wonder, is it mostly because of the lack of like information? I mean, that's not really
Perhaps
much
so.
of a traditional mid per se when it comes to bind, but certainly a bit more map presence perhaps from Team Aidargh's side before they go for the side take might do them a little bit of good, at least to get some early pickoffs, right? Because actually Eco, while at full strength, seem to be a little bit too much to bear here for Team Aidargh whenever they try to, whenever they do these retakes. So perhaps cutting them down to size might help out, but unfortunately for this round, Aidargh I think will be going for a bit of should be going for an eco here, no doubt to not only recover the economy, but also because they are not exactly doing well on the alt economy front, with both actually Eco's Xeno as well as the Sage of Butchery already having the ultimates ready. I think the Gecko as well should be able to get another orb to complete 3 ults. So they certainly have a lot in their war chest here to face off in this future round. Now that the timeout is, I think, still in effect, the timer is still paused at the moment. So I think they still need a little bit more time to prep whatever it's kind of ailing them at the moment. But clearly you can see from the scoring, from the scoreline here, actually Eco's team just pretty much mopping the floor really in this opening of the map. So it's going to be quite the uphill climb here for Team Aidargh, no matter how you kind of cut it.
Yeah, especially now on a slight deficit of econ, we see only double specters being brought into play, but there's still a couple of hopeful sharers that could still maybe bring in a couple of pickoffs. Actually, Eco already seen the dart coming through, as they will have to give that spacing for the slice bit rule VN.
So I
think with the Cubby though. So they're looking for the right timing to push the side, but look at who's all the way working from the back again.
Very heavy defense, so it's going to be a bloodbath for sure when it gets through. But unfortunately, Gecko still gets the blindness on 2 of the members coming in for the attacking side. Ween is going to try to clean up. He does get one, gets a second spray. That does take the spike down, unfortunately, and the Team Aidargh decimated on the front once more. Nothing much Captain Yanni could do, even though they tried to get it set up. It's still very, very heavily defended here at Site B, so that plan just didn't work out.
Yeah, I think that the best way to actually deal with this situation is to have one person hold back, lurk for a little bit longer. You can still have a few members to commit into the site. Most importantly, get that information down first, because they have always gotten into the site, and then there was always an angle unchecked or a certain coverage that was not exactly covered. So,
Xeno!
Xeno!
One down
Massive.
already. Captain Yanni is trying to get the trade, but just pushing so far up ahead. Just worried he's going to overextend himself. Xeno's still holding position though. Rena's going to be coming in. Oh, but she gets popped up immediately. Almost gets a third there, but Xeno's going to have to back off into the horseshoe room now.
One enemy remaining.
In case Oyen's going to try to move forward here to provide some support. Maybe try to get the Boombot in position here. Tries to catch on the Brimstone. Does get the Brimstone for Daus. A flawless round here from actually Eco, with Aidargh's attempt completely cut down by Xeno's brilliant position.
Breaks.
And you know, it takes a Reyna to know a Reyna. Like, the moment that you throw that leer out, I was like, okay, he's just timing it like 1, 2. If you take a look at it again, like, he takes like even the util, and even with the smoke, this push was imminent and he expected it. Okay, watch it again. 3, 2, 1, go.
Whoa, the timing on
timing.
that. The timing's just pitch perfect here, but that's just what goes to show why Zeno is also one of the favorites in this competition. He's a very, very good Valorant player and certainly an asset for his team here. So then Aidargh is going to go for another quick push here. This time around, the match get some boots on the ground with Brimstone getting some cover. At least with the shots, but Showstopper already getting drawing blood there. BK's Oyen trying to defend, but unfortunately drawing a lot of fire his direction though. Team actually Eco still able to keep a foothold on the backside. Zeno now just backstabbing there. The third kill there will take down the spike, and a fourth one on the flash member of Team Aidargh. Ooh, that just looked too easy there for Zeno.
Somebody's got to keep their eyes on their backs.
Oh my
can't
goodness!
let Zeno do this. Not again and again.
Over and over and over, and even though they try to open things up with a Showstopper, but again, just like you said, you know, even if they do capture the sites, it's just they aren't able to stick a landing, and even this time they weren't even able to stick the spike at all, let alone. So Zeno is just basically dominating them in this half. Already 6 points ahead. Already looking at the side switch coming up very quickly here. It's a quick trade around the B side entrance. Didn't quite work out there for Aidargh, but still a 3v3 for now. Still having a spike in the hands of the Rays. Captain Yanni's going to be leading ahead. Does pick up Ween. Strong boost here. Still has her ultimate ready as the rest of them come onto the side. Should be able to get the spike planted now as Aidargh is on the case. Oyen is going to try to rotate around the back here. Only she and the her Rays and his Rays and the Sage of Butchery trying to hold position, but not only to be able to take down the Brimstone Uru waits. And Aidargh finds the Rays of BK's Oyen. That pretty much puts a cap on that for sure.
Yeah, I just love this dynamic duo's synergy. Of course, they've been together in Team Path for a while, so they really just goes to show that form of synergy on that form of push when they are just gearing up. Now Zeno has brought the big toy to play. 2
of them, in fact. 2 operators. Is that? Yeah, that's just lots of confidence. Lots of confidence for this side.
Might as well, because this is going to be the end of the first half already.
Oh, they heard the shot, so they know an operator is in play now. Bit of desperation in their front, or are they going to be taking this slow? I think slow might be the case here.
Barrel.
Yeah, just a barrel stuck out there, so Zeno's already just set up on the angle. Anyone who pops through there is going to be in for a bad time. Smoke's going to clear out. Doesn't quite get the first shot. Now they just got him dead for rights. And swells the orbital strike. Aidargh will be able to take out one, but second one taken down in the back as well. So good opening so far. Team Aidargh needs to hold and make sure they can get the site cleared up, clearing up all the defenders here. Aidargh again pulling up a third kill. Can't you get a fourth here as waits in the back line. Unfortunately, his team captain gets taken down. Actually, Eco trying to blind out anyone who's still staying on the site. Sees the Sova. Is going to try to go after him. The shock dart just slowing down a little bit, but not enough to prevent actually Eco from closing out the round.
Well, it's actually Aidargh that has managed to actually pull it all the way to 4 points. So still very, very doable when we take a look into how this could still sway in their favor. But first and foremost, this is going to be an important eco round for them to kick things off with, which is why you're seeing, you know, a couple of all these purchases on Ghost in specific. But for Aidargh, she's feeling a little bit more comfortable on the Sheriff. We'll see whether if there's going to be any form of purchases. It's only just going to be a light shield coming in from Zeno as well as Oyen. They're confident enough with that. And then a frenzy in the hands of actually Eco. So it's going to be pretty interesting because we're looking at a full B push. And nobody's guarding it at all. Okay, they know they're not coming in, so might as well start making a move. There's already smoke being popped perfectly into place. And Team Aidargh has already got into position.
Yeah, nice round of classic, but unfortunately gets caught out. She tries to bring out the paint chips. Captain Yanni's going out in front, gets one headshot, but gets blinded immediately by the Gecko, allowing Zeno to be able to pick her up. Now Ferdal is just running through the back here, just trying to catch anyone coming through, but Alir comes out in time and allows Captain Yanni to be able to get Zeno be able to slip by his grasp. Still trying to hold up on the alley side while the spike continues to tick away. 3 members now defending this side here, while Team Aidargh only has 2 to try to run with. Sultan Rig has already taken quite a bit of damage. So as Ferdal is now going to be confronting directly with the Gecko here. He's going to get pinned down, but then still gets a kill on the Sova as well. Wow, actually Eco pulling up another amazing finisher here for Team Actually Eco.
Yeah. I guess that's where the name comes from, right? Yeah.
Yep.
You win those eco rounds. You just got to do it.
You still consider like the first pistol round to be an Eco round, really?
Technically. You don't have the budget, right? So I guess it's the round. So heading into that situation, they were basically stuck in a rock in a hard place, or ice wall in a hard place, because they were hoping to get that big wraparound, and they remembered, hey, there's a Sage on the other side. And yep, that happens.
Yep, full stack up actually from Aidargh again on side A, and actually Eco is going to try to make a push through here, but facing a lot of resistance now, especially from that Brimstone. So that's maybe having them second guess things a little bit. Always keeping an eye out on the back again. Just trying to make sure there's no wraparounds here to catch them by surprise. Now they need to break through the wall. Already got a gap open, but Brimstone continues to block off another entry point here. It's making things a little bit tough on actually Eco, keeping their progress stalled completely as they continue to hold on strong to side A. I'm surprised they haven't really tried to make a push with B instead here, as Zeno seems to be taking his sweet time actually to push out, just more of watching the backs here. So I think actually Eco really wants to commit to this this A push, but just like we've seen before, it can constantly become a bloodbath here. A flash didn't quite work out there for taking down Ferdal, so the trade does come immediately. Now the spike will be down, an ice wall for good measure as well, as VK's Oyen now tries to satchel top. Doesn't quite nail it down though, so wouldn't be able to keep them covered from the top side. Only 2 defenders are remaining from Team Aidargh though, so they're still outnumbered 2-1. Still looking like it's going to be in actually Eco's favor, but again, with what we've seen from Aidargh so far, if she can just pull off a good one, but Captain Yanni only has a pistol in hand. Not be too easy, gets caught out immediately. Oh, Aidargh now alone, only with a shotty. I don't think this is going to work out.
Just going to find value out of it. If she can get 1 or 2, that would be perfect. Well,
okay.
got the gun.
Loses it immediately to the ghost shot coming from VK's Oyen off the top. So, no value for you. Nobody can say anything.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Fair enough.
I mean, actually, Eco could still buy another one later on, but damage done. That's what we love to see. Now, this was something. Ferdal was fully blinded off, but that Bucky still went through, taking out Zeno, the biggest target on their hit list, right? And after that, I just don't think that they really had that firm grasp into the site, especially with them pretty much on the deficit without any form of weapons to buy. You just really have to give some spacing. But I respected that courage and bravery to hold onto that corner. Speaking of which, Zeno's got pretty much the payback time.
Yep, double satchel to get himself to the back there, does the raise. Captain Yanni is going to try to run through the alleyway, but bit of a desperation mode here for Aidargh because they had no control over this fight whatsoever this time around. Didn't quite have the setup that they had already on site A, and this B take is just really fast here from actually Eco. Nevertheless, Captain Yanni putting out a Leo, shot's going to be fired. Actually, Eco is going to come out, misses a spray completely, but still manages to finish it up in the end. Sees the Brimstone, gets a wall bang, doesn't quite catch out the raise of Aidargh though. Now she's in position here, takes up another one of the attackers, just 1 more remaining here. That's going to be a Sage. The Fuse is going to be coming through with Captain Yanni, covers the entrance, picks up the kill, and they should be able to get this defuse here. So, despite the sweat of their brow, Team Aidargh continues to sustain themselves in this matchup.
Yeah, this is the first of many, as they manage to at least recuperate a little bit more of that deficit to catch up to them. Honestly, still very, very doable. They just need to keep going at the same pace. And now they start to read the room a little bit better, making sure that they also check some of all these areas, which, you know, in the first half, they weren't all too wary about. Especially now with the switch of side, they look a little bit more confident once they do have their weaponry up on available. Flash is true, and making sure to check the corner of the box. Sometimes there's always
there's always someone there
out there, especially Faroukjer, right?
Yeah, but Faroukjer nowhere to be found here yet. Zeno's still going to be pushing forward. Does find a kill onto Sultan Reek. Now he's going to try to find a second one. He does spot this over right around Brimstone right around the side, picks him off very easily. So with that opening done, with the two defenders just left scrambling from spawn side. Oh, and Zeno's already in position here, already picks him off completely. Another ace in his hands here. 3 now in his matchup. He's just still dominating even in the second half.
What is this man made of? 2 aces already. And take a look, 35K. That's the highest record so far.
Yeah, I mean, come on. He's just dominating everybody else, dominating his own, dominating Team Aidargh, and also dominating his own in terms of the score line here. And well, the fact that he's playing on the Reyna as well just goes to show that aggression in the right hands can be certainly deadly, a deadly combination. Aidargh uses only a showstopper to just move up in front. Didn't really get much value kills out of that. But still going to be a slow pace round. It looks like it's both of the teams just mostly crawling about, not quite getting a setup here. It looks like to get an entry. Actually, Eco, I guess, just kind of anticipating Aidargh to try to push back against them, but also just kind of keeping things close to their chest. Bit of an exchange going on in the alleyway. That's actually caught out Ween by the wayside, but she does have Putri on the other end to try to give support, so at least she's going to be able to regroup with the team. We'll wait. Oh, through the smoke! 1 kill! Oh, didn't quite get a second one, but that could have been really bad. Nevertheless, actual Eco still continues to hold on to the position. We got Aidargh already inside the smoke. Oh, Zeno gets caught out, and oh, she gets a second one as well. Retreat will at least put an end to that, and she's also going to be able to continue to hold on to the tunnels, but more defenders are coming through. Sean's going to come through. 1 check! Get a second one! Oh, a clutch from Putri!
Oh my word. Of all the angles this Sage could have held, the cheekiest one to close it with one of the biggest clutch. We thought it was over. You saw how much they were pinched. There was no other areas to play. They cut off the entries into B. Forced to play in showers. And then the craziest of shower strats. Look at this.
Yeah, just right around the corner. Shaka just missed her by that slight bit. And that was all she needed. She just needed to stay in that position. And unfortunately for Disova, he was just looking the wrong way. So, just again, the curse of tactical shooters just playing out before our very eyes. Verdao was in a very sneaky position. The smoke providing even more cover for him as he awaits an attack coming out from actually Eco. The Shadow's going to be coming out. Kanya's coming blinded, but still doesn't stop her from getting the kill done. Putri gets her life ended right there and then. The Stray is still coming through, making it a 2v2 now between Team actually Eco and Team Aidargh. 2 of the defenders having to rotate from side A here while the Spike gets locked down. Again, this is match point now for actually Eco. Lost one of their members here, so Aidargh is very much in trouble here. Sultan Reek, last person standing. Zeno's already got his sights trained down. The range is not going to be enough. No. This is not working out, I think. 5 health. Switching over to the Ghost right now. Pistol versus pistol. Yeah, make it a fair fight indeed, but the Spike still ticks down all the while. The longer this goes on, the better it is for actually Eco, but Zeno wants to put the finish in this game and defeats them handily here in this first map.
Man, this guy opens the round 2 with what, an outlaw, and you just immediately see an ace go through. You thought that was the only one? He's gonna show you more and more to come. 2 aces here in Bind by the same man, Zeno.
Yeah, we can see a lot of relief on their faces, but again, you know, they've been dominating so hard in this matchup here. I feel that their confidence levels must be at an all-time high as we get set up for the second map. So, well, this has been quite the eye-opener, really, because, you know, we've seen the best that, like, what a top-tier Yoru was able to do in the hands of Esoteric, but now we're seeing Xeno show up as well with the Reyna, and it's just perfectly capable of dominating the server and in really stylish fashion too. So getting multiple aces throughout this matchup here just shows how far ahead he is, you know, in terms of that skill level compared to everyone else here.
Yeah, and he definitely is shown to be this machine that it just doesn't really show a sign of worry at all when it comes down to how he plays each and every single round. I think it was evident the moment that he was just holding down that A entry, and for a moment I thought he's gonna quickly pull back into lamps or maybe even all the way back into the shower side to get a little bit more coverage, right? Man just stares it down, just takes the fight, takes out the bots, takes out the Reyna, and just keeps going. Like, I haven't seen a man this cold. This cold. And now I understand why that a lot of people anticipate what's about to happen later on. So heading into our upcoming match, I think like Team Aidargh, they have certain moments where, you know, it's just inches for them to actually clinch, you know, a point or two. And I think like all these gradual losses kind of accumulated to a little bit more of an overwhelming number for them heading into the second half.
Yeah, I mean, overwhelming force, really, when you consider what actually Eco's team was bringing to this fight here. I mean, again, we're waxing lyrical constantly about the star player here in the form of Xeno, but I think the rest of the team, conversely, hasn't really had...
They were stellar.
They're still really stellar, despite the fact that they really haven't gotten much opportunity to shine as bright as Xeno did. Naturally, because Xeno's been just racking up all the kills, you know, almost all the kills for the team here, especially with his outlaw plays. It's just the precision he has in his shots, and I think it's also the calmness of his nerves that really a lot of operator players who are really good at controlling an emotion actually allow that calmness helps them a lot in being able to nail down these precision shots. And I think we're seeing a textbook example of like what a good sniper can do really when you give him a proper when he is in the proper hands, right?
Yep.
But nevertheless, I think for Aidargh, it's still the uphill climb here because knowing we have someone as crazy as Xeno being on the other side, it certainly adds to that psychological intimidation factor for sure. But to her credit, you know, whenever Team Aidargh does get around, you know, they do show up massively to the fight. They still are able to hold their own. It's just that I think it's just the finish, like you said, the finishers that they're just not able to pull off consistently compared to what actually Eco's team is able to do.
Yeah, and first we got Oyen also getting some really big rounds from time to time. And of course, it's not really just a Xeno reel. We take a look at, of course, Aidargh herself that has been able to have a lot of all these big swings of momentum, especially with Captain Yanni, that's also had huge Empress rounds whenever she does have the element available to just take full control. But this one was so unfortunate. Take a look again. You know, Juro with a huge unexpected play. Nobody see that one coming, of course, from the enemy side. But for us, we then thought that he would actually survive by that corner.
Yeah. Again, score-wise, I mean, nothing much to see here, really, except for Xeno just topping the charge by a hefty amount. Almost twice as much kills as VK's Oyen, who also, by the way, was another exemplary player in this matchup. But again, with Xeno constantly pulling off those opening kills, pulling off those precision shots is just making it quite hard for everyone else, you know, to perform at that level. But with Aidargh's team here just not being able to match up in terms of score, I mean, it's kind of obvious why, because they really weren't able to win as much rounds for sure. But it does exemplify the challenge they're going to be facing once we get to the next map, because no doubt Xeno remains the biggest threat ever for Aidargh's survival in his upper brackets.
Yeah, gotta try again, but 40k bomb. I don't know what could top this. Like, I'm having my eyes wide open right now. Like that, I just gotta say, this screen says it all, right? Like, with those double aces, this guy definitely is all the way up there.
For sure, for sure. So hopefully we'll be able to see him later on once we finish off this matchup here to get to our interviews. But with that said and done, map number 2 is going to be in place soon. We'll give you guys the update as soon as we know what we're going to be going into in this next one. So yeah, I just got word. It's going to be Ascent that'll be the next map being played here. So I think for Team Aidargh, well, they're going to have a lot of challenge looking up ahead here. I mean, relegation to lower brackets might be on the cards here, especially off of that performance. It's not looking too convincing, unfortunately, for the side of Team Aidargh. So, I mean, I wonder, like, you know, you pointed out exactly what sort of like problems they seem to be facing, but what do you think is going to be the solution here for them, knowing you already have someone this strong on actually Eco's team? You know, what will be the solution for Aidargh to try to isolate that problem, or is there really something they could do to change things up?
I think that right now, Team Aidargh on the forefront, things are looking really good. The backline really has to give a firm support when they're on the attack. And sometimes it does look maybe a little bit one-dimensional. So perhaps they could basically see a little bit more of that variance in terms of how they want to play it a little bit more differently, have a form of setup where you have a few players actually playing a little bit step back. Because when we saw there was a different stance when they were on the defender side, where when we were playing on Bind, that push out, that play onto showers, which of course didn't really win that way by the kill end of it. It was actually a great ideation. I think ideas like that, you see them actually overwhelming or even surprising some of these players, like even Xeno from time to time.
Yeah, man, but then to your point as well, I think what also complicates the situation for them is that even with those good ideas, execution is kind of tough to pull off here, especially when you got a team that's only got about a week to prepare, you know. So no doubt that that is certainly a significant factor. And you know, for Team actually Eco already having such strong players on their side, they can just lean on their own like personal skills in Valorant, you know, to win those rounds. So yeah, I can say that there are options here on the table for Aidargh, but it requires a lot of effort on their part in order to overcome this challenge here in the form of Team actually Eco.
When all else fails, save up enough money. Let's get some 5 Odins running. Yeah, like it's a show match, by the way.
It's a show match. It's for fun, you know. Yeah, that would be certainly fun.
Well,
for
technically
sure.
still a tournament, so money's on the line. You gotta earn a little bit more. You don't want that cheap way. Well, actually, not so cheap. I mean, how many creds is Odin again?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I just usually don't pick that up because I usually prefer to go on the rifles. So you know, it's just more reliable all around. I mean, again, situational sometimes where you want to use an Odin, but for me, I'm just a very like old school kind of like FPS player here, right? Like
you're the
give
type
me a
that
good
gets irked when you get sprayed by one, right?
Exactly.
But I think like in competitive play, it has become a little bit more prevalent because of course this machinery does allow you to effectively go for certain spots for wall bangs effectively, and the ADS ratio of fire that increases a little bit more of the fire rate accuracy at the same time. It definitely is a no-brainer that certain pros would just basically take that advantage given.
Yeah, indeed it will. But if you guys have been following the action, I do have to tell you, there are more ways than one in order to follow along. This is World Cyber Games Challenge 2024 because thanks to one of our partners, People, we're providing you guys an overview of these live matches on your watch party. So if you guys want to check that out, go to their live video platform. The links are provided inside the comments here, and you can go ahead and take advantage of People's very accessible live video platform that allows you to use a lot of AR and effect filters, a huge variety of different characters and avatars you can choose from, and most of all, you can set up watch parties with your friend in a very, very easy way. Just send them the links and you'll be able to get themselves to watch the WCG challenge. You can watch all sorts of games, movies, and shows all together. So now that all that is said and done, we're going to be moving on to our next map of this second matchup here. Team Aidargh versus Actually Eco. With Actually Eco already one map ahead, it's going to be up to Aidargh to see whether the defense on Ascent will be enough to stem the tide.
I'm going to be looking forward for the jet battles. It's going to be Aidargh on the jet versus Olien, who's currently hovering it. Now, Xeno's considering, hey, if you guys like a little bit more of that taste of those one taps, he was hovering chamber for a little bit. I'm not sure if he's going to commit to it, but he's got this guy in hand, and I think this is going to be very interesting on how it could actually go in for some huge setups. Now, even despite them running only a single duelist, that is going to be a club that could also act as a pseudo duelist as well, because it's just push through with whatever smokes out there. Meanwhile, Aidargh side, we are looking at UI that's hoping to have a go at a controller. Thinking about the Reyna or the Raze, we typically do see a lot more Razes in particular because of how effective she can just satchel charge into that A side. And even if you're confident enough to pull off a satchel into B, go ahead and do so. But Reyna is going to be the safer form of pick. Standard.
For pick, Xeno has picked up the Gecko, and they have a double initiator setup, which does tell me that the lineup is a lot more geared towards aggression, really. Or at least just getting big openers right off the bat. And given the playstyle that actually Eco's team has done so far, this means they want to get that early lead and just basically hold on to that going into the side switch. So, well, this is going to be something that Team Aidargh is going to certainly have trouble with, for sure. I mean, knowing that they have been able to pin down Xeno too well in that previous map, I don't think this is going to be any different here. And with the double initiator setup here, it means the openings are going to be near impenetrable, actually, I think, from actually Eco's team side.
Yeah, I think that with the breach to be a huge factor into the success of actually Eco, because with good openings here with their initiation, they could just basically sprint right through, and on top of that, they got quite a number of flashes to work with. They're gonna go on a full B rush this time. It's gonna be a classic. Low members holding within the range, as they've already managed to secure themselves the site.
Just a very quick take with little resistance. I think Aidargh is just setting up for a retake, really. The Reyna was not able to catch any strays during the entire entry here, and it's a very fast take too by actually Eagle's team, which is no surprise given the double initiative setup. So they want to go forward with this playstyle. Single trades coming through here, but it's still a lot of damage being done onto the defense side. In fact, the Reyna is already down to the last sliver of health, just barely hanging on by its thread. Just managed to get the healing up just now for Daus, and the Jet of Aidargh just pushing in strong, already getting one kill, trying to find another one inside the smoke. Doesn't quite catch actually Eco yet. Eco's going to be coming out, gets the kill on the stage, switches around, goes with a pistol shot, but Aidargh shuts him down. So good attempt there, actually, and actually for Aidargh, a fantastic start here for this map. Ooh, just barely getting the defuse too. You can hear it just almost going off. Yeah.
That is really, really close. And can you imagine if that Jet, I'm just saying if, right?
Yeah.
Imagine if those bullets go through, that Gecko has to walk all the way in for that defuse, and that's not enough time.
Yeah, so very lucky on the Aidargh side to be able to get that spike diffused, but I think more importantly, they had a solid defense plan here, just more of like allow actually Eco's team to get the site early and then try to catch them on the retake. And I think crucially as well, they didn't lose any of the members during the initial entry by actually Eco's team. So that actually worked in their favor because they had full strength going into the actual fight. But now that full weapons are to bear, because yeah, good shot with the Marshall, headshot straight onto Aidargh's face. That's allowing them to mid control here, ensuring that actually Eco has a lot of options on hand. Bit of a no-scope not working out, switches off the rifle, goes with a spray, but the Gecko blinds him out. Verdow's going to have to pull back, but still will not be able to hold with all the pressure coming through.
The Calvers arrive, but they're blocked against the wall. Masu finally cut the ice open. Well, that's just the tip of the iceberg for now. The plant is down.
Planted.
2 members left from the side of Team Aidargh. Yanni just waiting for a backup to arrive. Ooh, working in tandem. We'll have them planted at the very same time. Damage being done for Yanni. Red and Panther flooded. Oh, Zeno, he gets it with the Sheriff.
Still trying, just spraying and praying and hoping he catches Uwe, but Uwe catches him first. Slicks away, but the Soba is still not able to get a shot. He's just literally just standing right there. Couldn't catch her at all. Now Uwe's got a Spectre in hand, but actually Eco with a Sheriff puts an end to her run. A nice thrifty round here for actually Eco's team. That should put them back in the races now.
I just gotta say it's so unfortunate, right? He ran out of bullets, switches the gun, and then the timing was already off, already going for the peak. But Zeno, though, there's one nasty shot through the panels. Oh, and still pretty much even up. I love the response. Team Aidargh will be getting themselves
Ooh,
much on
boy.
an Eco.
The shorty one has got 2 shots.
Got some damage done, but
Not a kill though.
they're all held back. Not a chance that they'll go for that full push for now.
Yeah, just gotta wait for that smoke to clear out before they can clear it up. But he got a couple pings though. That just might work out. He got a wall bang on the first one. Not enough time to get the second one though, but the 2 of them having a bit more confidence. Aldro, no! Caught off guard while they're trying to scan around the inside, but a good trade coming through nevertheless. Oh, Yanni just slaughtered 2 of them completely off guard. Good rotation around the back. Zeno will be able to finally get the kills needed in order for actually Eco to close out the round, but that could have been really, really bad there, especially when they didn't catch that rotation. That was a quick take though.
That was a pound-for-pound fight. I mean, this is basically face checking after face checking, and then you got Yanni with 2 freebies, and I don't know how nobody has gotten the glimpse out of Zeno. He's been hugging around that corner for the longest of time, and this time we're gonna see actually Eco going for a full 5-man A push, setting up press, but it's being rocketed. But quick thinking, breaks the wall, still being slowed down, but Oyen's true.
Yeah, but they still have 1 member inside the site that they haven't quite caught out yet until just now. So Aidargh is down and out for the count. Spikes being set down. 3 defenders still remaining for Aidargh's team as they are crowding around. Only the Geckos coming through the mid. So quite in the setup here to go for a quick retake. Actually, Eco will have quite a bit of time to get himself set up and getting all the corners ready here. Captain Yanni delay in their attempt to try to get on the side. Verdow's tries to catch one right around the side. Now the Gecko is going to try to initiate into the point, but gets taken down quickly by Queen.
There's just so little time left. I think they're just hoping to actually get that final save done. Yanni has already committed too deep into this. So this is going to be actually Eco that will get their 2 pointers of lead for now.
Yeah, they're just gonna picked apart really when they try to go for when they try to get back on the site. And the thing is, like, the delay, that delay really for the Gecko to get in position. I mean, but again, like Gecko was really just trying to cover mid, trying to make sure that none of those backdoors actually happened like previously. But this time around, that seems to have the thing is that actually Eco still had the man advantage actually. What am I thinking about even going into that one fight? But another quick take, being a quick push going towards side A here. And again, the smoke setup is still perfect. The updraft, making sure that VK's Oyen is already in a position to counteract anyone who tries to come out on the top side. Quick spike plant as well. There's still 3 ultimates on the side of actually Eco, but will they actually commit to using that in this battle here, especially with the side already quickly lost? And in a very similar quandary as they did in the previous round. Aidargh does have a Blaze Storm open. This is going to be a setup enough to go ahead and try to go for the opener. Wait, not able to get an opening kill. He gets taken down instead. The Blaze Storm still out and ready, but Aidargh still has no space really to perform here. Doesn't even get a single kill off before getting taken down. But the defense is still just floundering right now. Actually, Eco just decimating one by one. Only the Sage is left no longer. As actually Eco now has a very, very convincing 3-point lead here. It's looking like a similar carbon copy of what we saw in the last map.
Oh, well, I was about to say exactly the same. And just seeing how they've been able to just be so consistent with the way that they execute onto the site. Not even any form of ultimates were necessary for the side of actually Eco to commit.
Right there.
Although the only one that Aidargh pulled through was the Blade Storm. They didn't really have, you know, the other 2 ultimates to be popped up. This time, on to be...
Yeah, very aggressive push yet again, but...
Barely?
But then again, not much resistance as Aidargh had their eyes mostly on A and mid. So that actually just handed them a free take over site B.
Spike planted.
Good news with them is that they will still have full strength coming into this fight. 2 up the top, 3 through the mid.
Deploying drone.
Aldo now sent out, trying to get as much info that he can. Majority of them going through market, but they will have to actually check for the backs. And somehow Yanni actually clears off the alleyway, and this is it. Zeno, can he actually hold it down? What has already stopped him on his tracks? 1 member left through the lane and quickly annihilated. And Aidargh bounces back.
Okay. We've seen what Aidargh could do. Well, in the last map, whenever they get these rebounds, and economy-wise, not looking too worse for wear. Still have enough to bring a full buy round to bear here. So, as long as they can, as long as they can take on these fights like 5v5, I think Team Aidargh does stand a decent chance. Problem is that with the early pickoffs that we usually get in these opening of the rounds, that always seems to put them on the back foot every time they try to recover control over the site.
Here comes Vidaus, already receiving intel on the push and goes in for the wide flank, catches out Oyen. Zeno's blinded up with no vision whatsoever. And actually Eco is still gonna look for an attempt. Hug him on the corner. This Outrone's not gonna see anything again.
Yeah, this is hiding in very nice positions actually, not exposing too much info here for the attacks. Revival's gonna come in, bringing the jet back. She does have an ultimate, so this is a very valuable one. Just immediately, Vidaus all takes her out there. So, well, no, quite the value there. That's a net 0, unfortunately. Aidargh still in a nice, in a decent position, although that'll get covered off immediately by a double smoke. So, not gonna be able to catch them as they move up, but certainly knows that a rotation might be in order here. In fact, it just literally slipped right under Aidargh's nose there. But in fact, Captain Yanni is already in a good position to try to hand them off. Knows that they're already trying to go straight onto A. Bit of a slow rotation coming from Aidargh's side, but it's already coming in quickly to try to backstab them. But already Ween was ready for her. Takes it down, not before she does a bit of damage. Faroukjer is now heading off for the attack here, making sure that Ween is just completely left outside here. Tries to lock down the door. Maybe, gets the kill anyway, though. That would be one way to secure a defuse.
And this was Vidaus' moment with that quad in hand. My.
All right. Actually,
that's an iron fist, basically, just locking down that B site. And after that, you know, he went to the garden in A and say like, "Man, you don't take a bite from my apple."
I mean, glad to see that Captain Yanni is really showing up for the team here. I mean, even in the previous map, Captain Yanni also had been performing quite well. I think just compared to what the level of domination that Xeno was showing on that first map, certainly it put a damper in Aidargh's ability to build up any momentum in the subsequent rounds. But now that they're actually tying things up, especially on defense, this is actually crucial because, again, the double initiator setup from Actually Eco's side benefits them a lot more on the attacking end, but that doesn't leave them a little bit of a risk if they allow Team Aidargh to overtake them before the half is even finished. But I think Aidargh might just have something, might just have an opportunity here. But just as before, it's all about sticking that landing. because Oyen still having his attention split right now. Not too sure exactly which direction he wants to try to pull this, especially Aidargh already one person down. They do get a trade. Trades off immediately for that Clove though. Because Oyen trying to open things up. Now it switches around. B side already getting the spike planted and trying to find over the top there because Oyen picking up one. Doesn't get the gecko, but Ween was in position to clean things up. Well, just as I thought that Aidargh was going to be putting it through, actually Eco just comes in, smacks them down once more.
Yep. That's all that's necessary, and this is still going to be a little bit tight on the budget. Man, it's got a budget cap here. Sultan Rick, he's only affording like what? Well, at least he's got a full shield, but he's got only the ghost, whereas everybody's holding on to those rifles. Sultan Rick, so far, not having the best of time. Haven't found practice yet. Now, I want to see what sort of investments come through from each side because they got 3 elements on actual eco.
Yep.
One of them already been sent out, I do believe.
Ooh, it's opening there kind of nerfed a little bit with the kill on Jet. Only the Gecko's taken quite a bit of damage, but he managed to survive that encounter. Now they peel out of that position, already having the spike planted, just kind of allowing Team Aidargh to regain control over the side. How exactly you want to try to play this here? Because they just concede the position. They're going to allow them to get to defuse like this. No resistance. Well, Xeno's in position, but once she gets caught out immediately as he peeks around, Neela's the only trade they managed to get before that defuse comes through and allows Aidargh to take that win. And just trading at the end there, I guess just trying to farm up some economy. Bit of a weird one here, actually, from Team Actually Eco.
Yeah. That could have been a little bit cleaner in terms of execution as well, which somehow didn't see like it was likely because they were hoping to rely on some of all these utilities as well as ultimates coming in. But that's kind of all that you could basically do. Actually, you gotta take things a little bit more seriously this time.
My thinking is just that like Aidargh was successful at just kind of like forcing them off into the back, and I guess they must have just decided to pull out completely there to just avoid losing any more members, but that kind of just worked against them in the end though, especially with them not being able to get a retake done, and Xeno just getting kicked off right away. Jet quick drafts on the side, but Xeno still is fast on the trigger finger.
Xeno got 2 and still going for it. Gonna send Wingman for the plan while they keep their hands busy onto other areas of play. All the way towards the...
Oh, but a Jet is coming in from the back though. A Jet is already getting a kill. Bladestorm in fact, but Ween, lucky for her, takes her down before she's able to do any more damage. So with the spike still ticking down, 2 defenders left on Aidargh's side. Now only 1 defender left. She does have a revive. I don't know where it makes sense to do it, especially with the spike already this close. They're trying to do the wall bangs, trying to discourage Sultan Rick from trying to make their way through. Oh, but unfortunately, wrong place, wrong time there for Sultan Rick as Ween, certainly the better shooter between the two there, finishes it up.
Yeah, Sultan Rick so far still not filling it. I think at least in terms of ideas, he's been soaking in a whole lot of it, right? Like, I think that that's supposed to be the right play. If you get that pick, then you can deal with the guy over onto the hell side, and then of course going for the defuse. That's idealistic POV if it would have aligned perfectly. But of course, who cares about my ideals, right?
Yeah, sometimes like it's like I said, the plans all just go away once the first bullet just whizzes past your head, right? But action is on the cards now for actually Eco. Quick take over the site. Not too much resistance even, because they didn't even bother to try to go for that mid control. Instead, it's going to rely on VK's Oyen to open things up. But wow, as soon as the smoke clears, it just gets faced down by a 2v1 situation. Aidargh with the Marshall attempting to try to hold his own against Zeno. Didn't quite work out for her, as a Vandal was a little bit better on the uptake. Captain Yanni still left on the outside. Got one person on the ground there, but actually Eco catches her from behind. Still trying to hold on here. Oh, and from the back line, Ween was able to provide some supporting fire. A revive is going to be coming through here, but that doesn't seem to have worked out well here, as Captain Yanni cuts down 2, immediately making actually Eco under a lot of pressure here. Oh, a double kill there from Zeno. Is going to make it 3 so far, and the 4th one as well. Zeno cleans house once again, keeping a 3-point lead here for Team actually Eco.
Sweet, sweet play. I mean, I could watch that again with pretty much everything on the line there. I think they threw in the kitchen sink, and yet they couldn't really get this one through, because they still have to deal with Zeno by the end of it all. They attempted with the walls to block it. They attempted every single thing here to pick up the fight, but his arrival, hiding into that same corner that they actually created for the peak for themselves, suddenly you see the tides turning again.
Yep. And the tide's certainly looking a lot higher on actually Eco's side. Oh boy, Aidargh, nice position to give them a nasty surprise. Sprays down, doesn't quite get a jet. Still some damage done at least. No jet, no Sage there for this round. Late Storm's going to be coming out with VK's Oyen. He's ready to try to catch anyone around, trying to flank them here. Oh, wait. Oh, wow. Nice snapshot there. So with the jet being taken out, no Blade Storm this time to actually do something here. Actually, Eco trying to scan around there, but already Team actually Eco looking a little bit weak right now with the 2 members only remaining. Zeno is going to try his best to try to even the odds. Trade still coming through, but unfortunately he's going to be left out all alone there. Does get 1 kill, tries to go for the clutch here, but Captain Yanni is the one in his path. Sending out the fishy, not catching it at all, but Zeno's gonna come out straight away, gets it! Clutch straight out the bat here, actually Eco sticking the landing over and over and over again.
Now I understand why he's on that Gecko. He's always ready to make plays like this. Like, okay, you want to challenge me? I dare you. Especially if I do have the ult available, you guys can all come over here and eat it.
Well, with that done, now we're going to be moving into the next half. Another pistol round on the cards here. Not quite running away with that KDA in this match is Zeno. But those last 2 rounds have certainly showed that even if he doesn't perform that high up, he can still always bring the climax, always bring the finish that we need here. Because Oyen blinded straight out the bat. A very aggressive take here coming out from Aidargh, slowed down somewhat by the ice wall. Retreat, hiding inside the smoke, just trying to provide some level of support, trying to slow things down here, and it seems to be stalling them enough now. The smoke clearing up, are going to be making that way through, but Captain Yanni gets picked off on the outside, so Aidargh now is facing a bit of a quandary. They can continue to try to make this push, but they wouldn't do it with the benefit of any information coming from mid. Very risky proposition, especially in this pistol round.
And I just love the discipline being displayed from both sides. They say, take it slow. We're going to wait and then we commit. But this somewhat arrow is just going to reveal some of these units if they're...
Reno! One shot, 2.
I got the
Spike still in hand, but Aidargh already been cut down to 2. They still want to try to commit for the B push, but again, still very heavily guarded, especially with that Soba still having his bow drawn. Aidargh's gonna get caught up there, tagged and pinned, so they knew exactly where she would be. Because Oyen, all she needed was just a couple of good shots there with that Sheriff, and that puts an end to Aidargh's attempt to try to get the spike on the site.
9 for this one is just swaying in the way of actually Eco, and Aidargh they're forced into this position again. Not enough for those heavy artilleries. I say heavy, I mean... I don't know if anybody wants to squeeze an Ares just for fun. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Don't do that.
Sometimes you know, when you make the purchase decisions, you're thinking about the next round, especially on these ecos, right? So
Rats.
I
mean,
no.
I'm just kidding. Well, we do see only a one-man hold around to the A site, which they're hoping to actually pull off the rotation up mid. Some damage being done though. This exchange coming from actually Eco. Might see him get overwhelmed, but the rest of them are actually cutting into a main. So if there's going to be anyone here to stop them right now.
Well, they're going to be meeting right in the middle, though. Smoke is not going to help them too much. It's actually Eco and Xeno both pick up the kills, opening things up here in the alleyway. And Xeno, in fact, just finishes things off with a triple as well. Well, all the best late plans of Bison Men. That ping is showing them exactly where that Sage is, so nowhere to run for Sultan Reek. A flawless round here for Team actually Eco to bring them up to the double digits.
Yeah, they just have pretty much ice in their veins. They were very confident that, you know, they don't have the economy, they don't really have much to offer. Let's just go in for that full push, and I don't think that they could basically get too much damage done. So pretty straightforward for that round itself, but this is where things get real. So this is going to be an important buy. If they do drop another round, that's basically 2 points back-to-back for actually Eco.
Ooh, nice headshot there with the Marshall. So the Jet takes out the other Jet. Clove now and the Reyna now trying to maintain the mid control. Oh, that looked like it was going to be on point, but Captain Yanni didn't take any damage at all, it seems like. So, bit of a miss there. We'll wait. It's going to be able to get one straight out. Another headshot there. Ooh, wait, it's down. Oh, doesn't quite catch the Gecko. I thought that was going to be a hit. But again, it looks like a lot of attention is being placed on this mid here. They really want to maintain that control over this side of the map for the defense end. And that seems to be enough to try to slow down Aidargh's team, because with 2 members already looking low at health, it's going to be a very risky take here. The flash not even going to be even enough to prevent actual Eco from completing his duty here as defender of Site A. Oh, only one taken down there. Actually, Eco couldn't quite finish things with the Sheriff either, so Katyani gets a triple, but just a slight distraction there allows Butchery to ensure that they wouldn't have the chance to get the spike down.
So many back and forths going on that round. And yet, actually Eco comes up ahead again. Team Ida, I think, like, so for so many rounds, they are burning through certain resources, trying to make a desperate attempt of a play. Now time is slowly running out, though. Let's take a quick glimpse once again as this time on that race, still is going to be a threat. And as we are approaching this with caution, I say caution, and then they just decided, let's obliterate the wall, Contra.
Yeah, just empty the clip immediately.
I chose violence.
Commentator's curse right there, isn't it? Firdaus and the rest of Aidargh gonna try to go through the mid, but nice shot there from Xeno on the Marshall. Straight up. Blindness going to be applied on 2 members on the attacking side, and already Firdaus is trying to get the trades done. Xeno, though, just fighting back there. Shellshot's going to prevent him from being able to do any more damage, but that attempt to try to rush through mid didn't quite work out here for Aidargh as they get cut down to size. Only the Clove is left in the 1v3. Not a good position to be, especially without the spike in hand. So all the cards being held here by the defense of Team actually Eco.
I'm not even certain if there's going to be any way that this plan can actually go through. They got to deal with this over, and I think he managed to actually get a little bit of a timing window.
It is done.
And there you have it. 12-4. One more to go for actually Eco to take this series 2-0. Or is there still any fight left in Team Aidargh?
I mean, just look at the economy. They can't even bring out all the big guns. Only the economy can walls, like the Bulldog we see like 2 Spectres right now. Yeah, 2 Bulldogs. No full armor. And again, like when you look on Team actually Eco side, no eco going on here.
No
just a
eco.
full buy.
Yeah, and
What?
I think that was been a little bit more costly as well, with, you know, like forced buys as well coming from the side of Team Ida. But now Tresh sent out no intel. Now they know it's an A hit.
Yeah, it's going to be all free for all here to get into the middle. Clears out Sultan Rick, so no mid control at all for Team Aidargh going into this defense of side A. They will be able to get a spike planted quickly as the defense is going to take a bit of time to rotate around. In fact, trying to go through the safe way by going through the hallway. So, with all of them coming through one single file line, Ferdaus sensing the pressure is going to be backing off quickly to try to link up with the rest of the team, digging in for a defense here. Smoke going to be popped in the entrance here. BK's Oyen still going to try to go through with the updraft and the smokes. Tries to find around the back here. Tries to get a spray, does take down the Gecko. Actually, Eco just trying to cover them while they open the defuse immediately. The Jet's already taken down. Doesn't need one more. Bladestorm is already ready here to try to meet the club. And, well, the defuse comes through even before the Bladestorm can meet its maker. And the defeat here handed by Team Actually Eco onto Team Aidargh.
I thought he was just going all out here to steal potential A's coming for Xeno once again, but I mean, nevertheless, you guys got enough kills to book out. Then Team Actually Eco here is victorious, rightfully so, in great fashion. Like, I just love that there's just so many of all these grand ideas of how they've been able to just gel so well together, just spending, I don't know how much practice time they had, but most teams just tell me it's always not going to be enough. But they look really good together as a unit.
Yeah, certainly a lot stronger in this matchup here, especially when you compare Beltido versus Esoteric's team there. It's not really that comparable because the level of domination that actually Eco was able to pull off in here was very convincing, whereas like the previous matchup, that was a lot more closer, a lot more back and forth, and Beltido, to their credit, were able to recover time and time again. But Aidargh we're not able to get the same level of cohesion, and I wonder is that breakdown just because of how infinitely stronger actually Eco's team is, or perhaps like a lack of I would not say lack of things, but just more of like just not being able to face up to that challenge here because of how strong a player Xeno Senpai is. But all that said and done, now we know who exactly is going to be facing off Faroukjer's team in the upper bracket here, and who exactly is going to be facing off against Beltido. So now we're going to be just setting up for the final match of the day. But before we get to that, I mean, I hope you guys have been following along on Peephole, because I believe the quizzes have been coming through a lot, and it's only available for those who are watching the watch party on the Peephole platform. If you guys want to check that out, make sure you guys go ahead and check out the pinned comment, because it has the links. Go onto Peephole, sign up account, and find the WCG watch party that is not only showing off this live stream, but also showing off a map overview. So if you want to be able to follow the action more intimately, I highly recommend you guys check out the watch party that we have set up on Peephole here.
That's right, and of course, a lot of great things to be won. Just go ahead, register your account, and have a whole lot of fun in Peephole.
Yeah, with a lot of special prizes on there. It's certainly not an opportunity not to be missed out on. So let's have a look at the highlights once more.
Yeah, and of course, there are so many of all these great rounds, but Xeno, straight off the bat, whips up the Sheriff with, you know, all these attempts at wall banks, and managed to at least connect one. When we take a look into the very first half, we see some really proactive charge coming from inside of Team Aidargh to pull off some rounds back, and it came down to, you know, small little micro decisions that still balloons a little bit more of that lead over the side of actually Eco, and still we see, you know, other than one problem of being unable to stop Xeno, you also have the activation of Oyen. You have Rule VN, who is also guarding some of all these areas very well, and it just makes it increasingly difficult as rounds go by.
And can I also give credit to the ladies that are playing in Actual Eco's team there, because they provide a lot of good support. I mean, Xeno obviously has been lighting the kill feeds on fire, but the two ladies, no slouches either in their department, just constantly helping them be able to get those setups done. And well, I mean, here, case in point, like Ween just going and doing those backstabs. She's also been instrumental in some of these corridor fights too. Actually, Eco himself, although not at the same level as Xeno in terms of the plays, has also been playing a crucial role, making sure that mid is kept under control for the most part. So with Team Aidargh already having faced off a really tough opponent, here's hoping that their battle out of the lower brackets is going to be a little bit more fruitful that time around. But savor the moment here for Team Actually Eco, topping those charts there. Really convincing performance here, especially by Xeno.
Yeah, and honestly, one of the things that I am impressed about is Captain Yanni. Going on that Clove, and you're seeing of course, the top of chart performance coming in from either side, and then she's been having a lot of all these offensive type of smokes, even on those kind of defensive hole. And other than that, a lot of all these timing of how she's been able to actually get those pickups has been sublime. I mean, Xeno, great. We also have to take a look at all these members of Team Actual Eco, like you said. They definitely work together in probably the best fashion possible. So I think they definitely are the team to beat. I say this about previous team earlier, but our next match in the upper bracket is going to be a jawbreaker.
Jawbreaker is one way to put it for sure. But yeah, we're going to be seeing literally the two best players facing off against each other. We got Esoteric being the MVP for Faroukjer's team. Now we got Xeno being the MVP for Actually Eco's team, and both of them have the score, very comparable scores to each other here. Although Xeno certainly shown a lot brighter in this matchup here because of how dominant his plays have been in overall effect here, especially on Team Aidargh. So one wonders what exactly will happen as soon as both him and Esoteric get in that 1v1 situation. Ooh boy, just cannot wait for that.
And Xeno also have a little bit more of a variety of agent selection as well. Like one moment you see he's on the Lorena, and now on the Gecko, it's been looking pretty solid as well. So of course we'll have an interview with our dear guest on board, and we have Putri D joining us here.
Hello, hi.
Hi. And of course, you all have been playing some incredible games. So how are you feeling so far? That was some high intense action for these few rounds.
Well, I'm feeling how do I say this? This is the best game I ever play, because how do I say this? My fellow mates, for example, my friends, they helped me in choosing the agent. They said to us the lower rank, we can play our main agent so that they can help us in the match.
I really love that they are so supportive, knowing that maybe like in terms of the experience or a skill wise, like maybe you didn't feel that much confident, and they give you that confidence at the very same time.
Yes. Yeah. Basically, the synergy between us is very, how do I say this? It's very amazing. That's all I can say. Yes, mantap.
Mantap indeed. So, I mean, coming into this competition now that you guys are going to be going into the upper brackets, I mean, I'm guessing that your team must be feeling very confident, but now they're going to be now that you're knowing who the opponent you're going to be facing off, which is going to be Faroukjer's team. I mean, has there been kind of like any anticipation of what you guys are going to be bringing into this upper bracket fight?
Well, at first, when I saw the match between Faroukjer and Beltido, I was like, we're gonna be dead. Until we played just now, I was like, you know what? We can do this.
Yay!
We can win. Because the synergy between us is very mantap. That's all I can say.
Then it's just so wholesome to hear this story from you. And then you also do have Zeno on your side that has, right now, the biggest record so far. 40 kills in the game. The highest.
Wow. I didn't expect that, but all I know, I'm as a supporter, as a sentinel, I'm trying my best to help my colleague get the kills and clear the site for the controller, everything.
Job well done, indeed. And of course, you still have another game to go to play out, so we don't want to hold you too long. We hope to actually have you join us again in another interview to come. Thank you so much, Putri.
Okay, thank you.
All right, have fun.
That was nice and short and sweet there, and it's especially sweet to hear like the teams just supporting each other in every way they can. I mean, obviously, there are a lot of skill gaps in between the teammates in each of these each of the individual teams here, just based on the draw, right? So it's great to see that the higher level players are doing their level best to make sure that even their weaker players or like lower ranked players are able to learn as much as they can throughout this challenge, right?
Yeah, and this is what community of Valorant is all about. And we want to see all you beautiful people on People as well. So what you got to do, sign up for a People account. It's very, very easy. You saw that link here in the chat that's being pinned out. Yep, go ahead, click that. And what's next? Click the WCG quiz account and then DM your answer to the WCG account. So you guys get a question, very easy question, and you get prizes.
Exactly, and that very easy question, we're going to be sending you guys a silhouette, and that's going to be for those people who are on the Peephole platform right now. So if you haven't signed up, go ahead and do it now, because we want to give away some free Valorant points for you guys. So just make sure you watch the show on Peephole. Once you see the silhouette of the weapon pop up there in the quiz, go ahead and DM your answer to the WCG account, and whoever gets that right answer quickly will be able to receive those prizes. So you know how to do it, right? Just go ahead, follow the link that's provided in the comments here that's pinned up, sign up for your Peephole account, and then answer the question, what weapon is being showed off here? So we're going to be seeing what you guys want to do here with the People app. And of course, if you especially have friends and you want to set up watch parties and stuff like that, People is probably the best live platform to do that currently, because it's providing you a very accessible way to make use of very fun filters, AR capabilities, just making it very easy for you to set up all these live video calls and to be able to enjoy these shows with your fellow friends.
And also, if you guys are wondering, well, let's just say the prize is Valorant related. I think you get the hint already, right? So it's absolutely worth it. It saves you a lot of money on skins, by the way.
Yeah, for sure.
I think I've given it too much hints already. So make sure you're there on People's, because that's where all the fun is. And also over here on the stream, thank you for joining us. And other than that, make sure you guys also follow WCG's official platforms if you guys haven't already. So for us, me and Victor, I think we need a little bit of a water break, because we've been talking a whole lot. So we catch you guys in a couple of minutes.
Ya nggak bisa, Gung. Tele gue lagi lahiran.
Padahal, banyak alasan buat lampaui batasan bareng Valorant. Buat aku yang selalu main sendirian gara-gara temanku sibuk, Cypher paling cocok karena jagain side B sendiri and always preparing for the worst. See? Worth it. Tapi, buat si Abe yang cuma punya satu teman komplek ini.
Dua loh, Wak.
Oh iya, dua. Di Valorant, dia punya ratusan teman online yang ngajak dia main.
Culunnya si Raze. Gak takutnya aku lawan dia.
Terus, buat gamer yang harus LDR-an gini, mereka tetap bisa ngedate sambil keliling dunia di Valorant. By the way, mereka chinlock dari Valorant juga loh.
Aduh, makasih sayang, udah bantuin aku.
Terus lagi yuk. Ntar aku beliin bundle skin deh.
Abang ini banyak alasan juga, but nice try. Nah, buat sahabat lama yang udah jarang ketemu karena sibuk ini, sekarang mereka bisa reuni lagi di Valorant. How sweet. Saking kompaknya, mereka nggak ada alasan buat kalah.
Ya iyalah, kan gue yang nge-carry.
Jadi, banyak kan alasan buat lampaui batasan bareng Valorant? Are you ready to play?
Oke deh, Gung. Gue main.
Hey yo, welcome back ladies and gentlemen. This is the World Cyber Games Challenge 2024, bringing you guys Beyond the Game. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Contra. We've been through the trenches of the upper brackets. Now it's going to be coming down to this one final. Going to be a massive showdown in store here, ladies and gentlemen, because out of the 20 top influencers from MY and SG, two big names really stand out here when it comes to Valorant. That's going to be number one, Xeno Senpai, who has basically dominated that matchup that they did against Team Aidargh just now. One of the best flex players we've seen in this competition versus Esoteric Yoru, one of the top Yoru players in Southeast Asia. All the highlights he's been showing off here, and he's also doing it live as well. And we're all here for it. Lots of entertainment in store for you guys when you guys go ahead and check us out over this next 2 days, because today we're only going to be playing the upper bracket. Tomorrow it's going to be down to the grand final.
That's right, and get ready to clip some of all your favorite moments out there, because your creators, they're literally creating all these actions all for you guys here to witness. And not only that, there is also a platform where you guys can have a whole lot of fun while watching all this amazing Valorant action and everything that WCG Challenge has to offer. And that is from our dear partners, People.
Yeah, People, as well as our sponsors, Big Picture, Smilegate, and TikTok, just bringing you guys to WCG. I'm so glad, and I keep saying this over and over again, I'm so glad to see the World Cyber Games back in action once more. We already saw them having a revival last year when they went to South Korea. This year, they want to bring back even more of the action here, and it's great to see that Valorant is part of their plan moving forward. Let's have a look at the brackets one more to refresh you guys on where we stand at this point. Towards the end of the day now, we've seen the first match between Team Beltido and Farouk. Team Farouk was the one who won this 2-0, but it was quite a tight fight actually between them and Beltido. It's at time and time again, Beltido was able to bounce back, but Farouk was able to put in the finisher, especially in that second map there, to seal the deal going into the upper bracket final. In the meantime, the other side, not the same at all actually, because actually Eco has dominated Team Aidargh in a 2-0 as well. So both of these teams will be the ones facing off each other to close out today.
Now, this is the battle of the Titans, though. Farouk versus actually Eco. So, of course, with these team captains relying on their trusty partners, it's really about synergy. And we just heard from the side of Team actually Eco, where they are basically building synergy on the go, right? Like empowering one another to basically create that perfect atmosphere for success. Now, Team Farouk, they say, you know, let's wing it and tap some hits. And I think like that's basically their game plan, but it has worked too well.
Well, that's the thing. It's worked well for them in the opening of this round, but this time around, you got two of the Titans here in the form of Esoteric as well as Xeno. You know, both of them are going to be really going to be playing their hearts out in this upper bracket final. But I think more importantly, it's going to be up to the other team members of both Team Farouk and Team actually Eco respectively to also step up to the challenge here, because while both of these top Titans here are going to be able to perform well, they require the support system. They require their teammates to be able to open up the space, to give them the opportunities, the openings, the closings, the finishers, everything that they need in order to perform. And this is where the team is going to come into play here, right? Because you can only carry a team as a solo player so much, but at the end of the day, it's the teamwork that makes the dream work.
Yeah, and on top of that, of course, in the interview we had, of course, Esoteric just telling us about, you know, this matchup that is coming up could potentially be him against his friend and sometimes full on ranked games. So this is where they have to treat this like another ranked game, except, you know, no LP loss, and US dollars to gain.
Well, so it's like a ranked game, but none of the downsides really, if you think about it. And the most important thing is like just judging from the interviews as well. Everyone is like having fun. Everyone is learning a lot, especially for those fellow influencers who weren't that heavy into Valorant coming into this as well. Because like some of these guys, you know, they came from a background of playing mobile games, you know, so for them to jump to mouse and keyboard can sometimes be a bit of a daunting task. But especially hearing from Putri, like learning that her teammates have been not only allowing her to play their main, meaning like they let him play their agents, but also showing them the ropes, giving them the confidence they need to be able to face on these matchups.
Yeah, you actually brought out a really good point as well, that not every Valorant player are on, you know, the rank grind. Some of them are just, you know, normal, chill guys who just love quick plays and all these other different formats. And I think, like, first we get the best of all these roles, right? Like, you have the ones who are serious gamers, and the ones that are
implying that our like video game influencers aren't serious.
I mean, some of them definitely prefer to be trolling around as well. But
fair enough.
I gotta say, this is definitely on the ones who really focuses on getting the wins. We got Faroukjer, Esoteric, Probosu, Sean, as well as Fancy Freaks.
Yeah, these guys have been killing it in the TikTok game, especially Fancy, although he only got a nomination last year for TikTok Creator for that year. But in the meantime, on the other side here, I mean, a lot of attention certainly is going to be on Zeno, and for good reason. This guy streams Valorant regularly. If you want to see what a top level flex player looks like, just go ahead and check out his streams, because you can stand to learn a thing or two just by watching the way he moves around, the way he makes decisions, and just the way he plays Valorant in general. Certainly something that a lot of other Valorant players should definitely take note of.
Yeah, and his aim is just godly. I mean,
yeah, and aim really comes from practice, and I think like when you put that amount of hours, you know, to master a game like Valorant, it certainly comes with the territory, right? And you know, one thing that really separates like the pro level tournaments compared to this kind of like challenge that we're presenting to you guys here is that when you get the highest possible level, you know, the aim skills of everyone is kind of like on the same level. It's just really high up. That the ceiling is just very tall once you get to the higher levels of competition. But when it comes to these kind of like challenge contests that we have here, where it's going to be a mix of different skill levels, sometimes it's more that team dynamic that makes all the difference. And we've seen it time and time again, you know, in amateur competitions, college level, or even you know, in special invitationals. Like when a team doesn't quite gel together, things can break down very quickly.
I agree, and of course that's where teamwork always makes the dream work. So, it always sounds a little bit cheesy, but honestly, I mean, I've managed teams before. I think you have seen so many professional teams rise and also fall. Like, there's also a very good comparison, right? Like, everybody can play football. Okay, I won't say everybody, but people love football, but is everybody meant to be a pro footballer? It definitely takes a lot of discipline. It takes a lot of working together and also understanding a lot more about the game than all the others should. So, of course, if you guys are inspired to become a pro player one day, I think there is definitely a lot of great platforms for you guys to sign up, and hopefully we get to see you guys in these upcoming WCGs.
Indeed. I mean, the World Cyber Games is certainly trying to be that platform, right? I mean, it was the event that kickstarted the whole Southeast Asian esports scene, and now that they're coming back here, you know, however many years, like literally 2 decades, you know, since the first big WCG event. And it's great to see that, you know, this platform is also providing an opportunity here for our 20 TikTok influencers and content creators here, an opportunity to show what they've got.
I love seeing this. We talk about the flex player Zeno. Zeno says, okay, you guys can go ahead and play whatever you want. I want to be on this Cypher. I want to trap this Yoru. So this is going to be a little bit trickier now. especially for the side of Esoteric Yoru. So he's got to deal with a few things. First of all, how do you get through these wires? Two, somebody's got to find a way to clear for him, and that also means that you need to burn off one of these utilities, the fake out, or you just need to have somebody full set in. So this is going to be tricky. Now, I tell you why Cypher is so strong in this map. They're so... you look at how narrow these points are when you enter both main, A as well as B. There's always that choke point, and the moment you step out of B or even A, like what? There's so many areas that you could just set traps on multiple angles. And some of my favorite is that tiny box that some people hide in the corner on A, the one on the far right from your entry. You basically tie that and just bind it to the wall. It's just so hard for you to not get shot while you try to clear that wire. So in a way, it really forces them into stepping into maybe mid-sector or so. So maybe that is going to be an angle where Team Farouk will be looking at as well.
Yeah, and speaking of which, we're going to be jumping straight in, boys, now into the first map. Ascent is going to be the map of choice here, and Team Farouk will be running defense. Actually, Eco's team will be running the offensive. So with the Cypher pick for sure, I know exactly what Zeno has in its mind. You know, he wants to try and counteract whatever Yoru, the Yoru of Esoteric is going to be bringing to the table here. And certainly with the analysis you've given, that certainly may be the right choice here. But again, execution will determine everything here. And with the opening here looking a little bit slow, again, just more just kind of holding things back, not going too aggressive right now. They know that the opponents they're facing off here are way more formidable than what they faced previously. So it's all serious face now. We're going to be seeing a lot of sparks flying here, I expect.
Yeah, but of course, as a Cypher on attack, you're not going to have all too many effective warriors when it comes down to, you know, the best places to put. So usually what you do on Cypher is you're going to be somewhat of a lurker for you to garner a little intel. Oh, yeah, already found the pick, and that is going to be on Esoteric. So he's already out. Yeah. Of course, this is a pistol round. But you can see how disciplined they are. They slowly pull all the way back and still have Orion on the lookout, hoping to catch another.
Oh, but they're forcing a rotation to come up from Farouk, and that's actually opened the door for them to get onto B. Now they already picked up one, and they probably realized at this point that the push wasn't coming there at all. In fact, they've realized they kind of screwed the pooch a little bit because they've just left B completely unguarded. Now Team Action Eco has initiative, and this is probably where the Cypher might be able to play his role, because again, the role the role of offense changes to defense immediately once the spike is down, and this is where the tripwires, all the kit that he's going to having, yep, it's going to work out here. And Sean unfortunately gets caught up in one of them, so they know exactly where he is. Daft is attempting to hold his ground. Zeno will be the one to end him there. The second kill for him will ensure that he has control over the hallway, going into the site, and a final kill as well. Oh my goodness. Fancy Freaks had nowhere, nothing to do really in that situation there.
His crosshair placement, sublime. I just really got to point that out. Like, you see, he's just basically aiming just for heads. I mean, same goes to Daft as well. Credit to him, just having himself boosted over the top of the wall. And then, of course, Zeno was there to actually clear up. Gets the very first point of the series. So, it's just the pistol rounds. Now, we're going to see if there's going to be any form of force buy. Oh my goodness.
Boy, yeah, just spraying and praying and actually getting a kill straight to BKS Oyen. That's going to put them on a bit of a cooler now. Actually, Eco still is going to push ahead through the smoke, checking those corners, but just off the edge there, Esoteric finds the kill. So 2 already down. Actually, Eco might just be finding himself scrambling a little bit, although the Cypher goes up in front. Tagging the... Yep.
He finds it. I thought that he wouldn't actually get that hit. But sorry to cut you halfway.
Yeah,
through.
the decoy was the one that got pinged anyway, so they were anticipating a push through there. Didn't quite get what they were looking for, and I think wisely for Team Farouk, they managed to back out of that. Oh, but unfortunately, they just lost their team captain as they try to push in here. Which really is just trying her best to keep her boot on the ground, allowing Zeno the space to try to push onto the back line, get that spike planted there, and force a pressure to go onto the defense here. So that's going to be in the hands of Esoteric as well as Probosu to try to retake this in a 2v2 situation. Got the guns to bear. Only a single skill in the hands of the Omen here.
And he's been so effective on this Stinger. He's already got 3 players out from this weapon. They'll make it 4. Looking for the ace.
Looking for the Cypher at the back, but unfortunately, the Omen is not going to be
Somebody's
going
to get this ace. Is it Zeno? Is it Esoteric? Oh man, the clock's ticking though. 22 HP left.
Diffusing it. Actually, just diffusing it. Zeno's not responding. Just waiting for the bait. Oh! Round 1 going to Esoteric in this 1v1 between him and Zeno.
What a statement round as well. It's like some of us will walk away with the first ace of the series. Like, it can either be the either or. And oh my. Oh my.
Oh my. Well, this was the 1v1 we were looking for sure.
This is what's brewing. We got it really early. Zeno was down to 22. And it's insane that all of this is coming out of a Stinger, by the way. One of the cheapest weapons in the game.
They had to use whatever they got, right? They didn't pick up any of the Vandals or Phantom because it was still not enough.
He was still throwing a Spectre. He rejected it.
Yeah, there's no Stinger for me. I like the randomness.
But honestly, there are perks into using Stinger because of the super high fire rate as well. I think like
that's a factor, right? Sometimes it's just the raw DPS just makes things so much better. Good Bulldog shot there by Esoteric. While we were talking there though. Future Eve tries to block off this entrance, hoping to try to slow them down, but it will still push through anyway. The decoy gets caught up, only allowing him to get 1 kill as a trade, but Zeno gets caught out in the back line. Not going to be able to make this round work for them. It's actually Eco. Team Farouk now having a sliver of a lead here, and certainly ready to bring the guns to bear as well.
And we're looking at this side of actually Eco going for pretty much a for spy, I guess. Well,
Here.
I guess that they just got enough to actually squeeze. Some of them got full. Of course, some with light shields. Honestly, I'll say this is that real brawl. The others were just like, you know, a little bit of warm up. But when I say warm up, we're already seeing.
Say warm up. We're already like what 4 or 5 hours into the stream now. Well, it's certainly warmed up enough now. Oh, Zeno.
Oh, he takes it.
Just that's the way you just check corners, right? Just snap around, make sure you keep an eye out for wherever you go in, and just quick reaction times on the trigger finger as well working out. So Zeno will be able to get control. They should be able to get a spike down, and the Cypher can certainly work his magic to make sure that this site is guarded well. The trap wire has already been set on the top, so even if Dab decides to move up forward, he will get caught out. He can only try to go for these pings and picks. Does clear out one of the trip wires at least. Still no opening yet for Team Power to exploit. Probosu still trying to find an opening, but unfortunately only a slight gap there is going to allow him to get a TP. Gets 1 kill. Tries to go for the second, but doesn't quite stick the landing there. Ween is going to come through the smoke. Might actually catch one of the Sentinels in front of her if she comes at the right time, but unfortunately for her teammate biting the dust, that's not an opportunity for her to push through. All the time, the spike still ticking down. They try to go for the fake defuse, but rated up your 3D, but Ween was able to get the team ace done and dusted here for actually Eco. Quite on the borderline there, I would say.
Man, It's like, okay, you guys got an ace. Now we all get an ace from our side.
You get an ace. You get an ace.
Well, team ace, all it takes is just one person eliminate one another, right?
Yeah.
Take separate rules.
Snap. Look at that. He was you already, before he got to the position for the peak, he already turned around. That just shows, like, you know, that's what you have to do whenever you're clearing areas, right? You're already pre-aim in the area that you expect to find opposition. And for Zeno, he got his crosshair placement just perfect there to catch him right on the get-go.
And he has a wall bang? Excuse me?
Well, why not? Just spray through the wall
Bruh.
and catch a stray like that.
And Aidargh Oyen also catching one out.
Slick
Just
kitty.
the form of finesse. He's just showing the mastery of everything he knows about Valorant. Adapter, golden white swing. And it's like, okay, anything you can do, I could do better. And now, he caught the man that he desired. That's the Yoru down.
Yeah. Defense has already cut down the size, and in this situation it's going to be a bit tough because he cannot find the trades, and Zeno has already found the penultimate member. Probosu is going to be facing a solo defense. Nice spray! Oh, that's exactly what he needed there. Just need to find another one on the Zeno, and perhaps he might be able to clutch this, but gotta watch out for the Sova behind. Tried to teleport, but did not work. Zeno was a lot faster and a lot more prepared. He was already anticipating where he was going to land up, seeing the smoke on the floor, so he was ready to take him down.
Yeah, I guess he was hoping that the TP would end up in the wall queue or directly in the middle for him to get a little bit of coverage, but it was a little bit wider, so it kind of exposes him directly to the side of Zeno's standby. So, a little rough, but I think, like, other than that, Probosu has been having quite a phenomenal game so far.
Get out of my
especially with those offensive TPs. Maybe that's the only shade scuffy one that we've seen. But man, that wall bang, can we talk about that again?
I mean, I wasn't sure. Did he get pinged through the wall? I don't know, but actually it goes to spraying. Well, Dean is also spraying through right now. Lots of chaos happening on the map. But all said and done, a 2v4 situation and disadvantage to the defense. In fact, more disadvantage now that actually Eco found Fancy Freaks right on the sideline. Spikes still in the hand. Actually, Eco, they haven't quite committed for a plant yet. They're going to be going for a side A plant. Or the Sova with a tiny sliver of health, not in the position to really take a fight. But he just might be finding one anyway. Didn't even look at him directly in the eyes to catch that kill. VK's Oyen certainly bringing the challenge here.
Yeah, and I guess that for that moment on, like, he's just trying to actually look for a little bit of safe haven, but well, when you go down to the scenarios where you just had all your members all burnt out in the early run, what can you exactly do? Zeno really have great tenacity so far. 14 already on the board. Here. Only having, of course, 2-point advantage right now. They're stacking up double mid, but they're already having an opening pick, and it seems like Esoteric Euro is having a little bit of a tough time here. Didn't really get the exchanges right, but then again, I believe that it was Eco and Zeno.
Nice!
He's going for more, but he's got to check all the way to the top.
That's still a lot of damage done there onto the defense. So Team Farouk down to only Probosu in a very familiar situation again, unfortunately. Actually, Eco is waiting by the doorway. Oh, doesn't get him this time around.
1 versus 3. He's gonna see if he could basically play around with the Shrouded Step, and if he could find a perfect area, which, well, never mind that.
Just gotta love that comedy discourse, don't you?
I guess I said if, and they just saved me any form of doubt or hope. Anyways, this push up mid though,
just wonderful. It just feels like target practice for him, pretty much. Yeah. Getting that set up and just getting headshot after headshot. decimated economy on Team Farouk's side. No surprise, as the last 4 rounds have been won by Team actually Eco. So now Team Faroukj actually has to go on Eco here. Even though they have a full stack of ultimates, they're gonna have to save it for the next round, if possible. But with the pressure that actually Eco has been providing them round after round here, certainly the desperation might be setting in for them to try to make a big play. Zeno senses something is amiss, catches the Omen on the side, knows that the teammate is around there, but can't quite get the spray down, so he loses his life in that instance. Trade coming through on the other end there as Ween gets a kickoff. WCG also finds one of her own, her fellow stage compatriot on the other side, catching a stray there, and she kicks up another as well. WCG definitely putting the advice given by her teammates to good use here, so they will be able to get the spike planted. Only a Sova hanging around the mid might be able to run interference. But at this stage, especially given how dire the economic situation is, saving this gun might be the call here. But Death is feeling a little bit lucky here.
Well, he's got the Hunter's Fury, but I think that there's tough angles for him to clear out.
Yeah.
Well, we're having to back into main, but shock darts here. Okay, he's got one.
Okay.
I guess that's good enough.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, again, with their economy already in the doldrums, anything that he can get back in return might just go a long way. And yeah, plus, like I said, they are going to be saving their ultimates for this round anyway, so he knew that it's just make or break. Maybe even if he fails to save the gun, at least they do have some money to kind of force buy, and with the ultimates in hand, they might just be able to stem the tide here that actually Eco is washing over Team Faroukj at this moment.
Yeah, and look at the amount of ultimates available on each side. It really feels like they're gonna have a full blast of commitment into either side if they really opt to get something done. The double duelist basically have to run it back. Billy Ash, so Faroukj goes in to shut down who they need to. Zeno's already out, and Hunter's Fury connects all the way to the back.
You will
Wow.
not kill my allies.
How many more ults to be thrown out? Zeno now being revived.
Oh, it's not exactly ideal here, this situation, because for one, they had to use up the ultimates even before they got on the site. So they just basically lost the advantage they have in trying to make this take onto site B. And they're still going to have to try to recover from this point on. Now, they do have a revive still in their hands, though. So they could perhaps, on the side of Team Faroukj, they have a revive, but actually Eco just scrambling and trying to get that map control, mid control is not on the cards here, especially with Team Faroukj now crowding around, covering every single angle, just creating a kill box pretty much out in this courtyard. Zeno still trying to hold his own, does get one, but then always strikes back turn, almost get caught out, but does pick up the second, picks up the third as well.
Oh my.
Might just make the difference here, but still has 3 more members to deal with here.
He's gonna read all 3 in the middle.
Reading them like a book now.
But the spike is there. You gotta find something here. 15 seconds left on the clock. Going in for a trade.
You tried to.
I think it is a really good attempt. He quickly realizes that that's a fake out, and just couldn't snap it in time. Wow. That was
spike down mid.
A beautiful mess. I mean, why I say it's a beautiful mess because how many ults were committed? Every ult was thrown. You saw those yellow bars on their heads. Now there's only one on each side.
Very successful defense actually from Team Faroukj here. So actually Eco lost out on a bit of advantage in that regard. So now back to the standard game here as Esoteric does get a spray down to the Jet inside the smoke. Lucky for him, that could have got a lot worse. Sean and Faroukj now trying to push towards side B, which is quickly being taken by actually Eco. Spraying through the smoke, can't quite catch anyone yet. The decoy is drawing out some fire, but not enough to expose their positions or provide enough information to Owl drone is spotting the skills coming out from the alley side, so at least they know it's coming from there. Hunter's Fury is going to be coming out to try to hit them on the back line, get a couple of tags, but not quite enough to finish them off yet though. And unfortunately, he gets taken out by the time his Hunter's Fury finishes without really getting much value out of it. While Putri D holds on for dear life, she gets caught out on the side. Zeno's going to try to hold on. Last man standing here, the Alamo for him, and he does get the clutch. Well done here for Zeno.
Do you see that casual camera tap? And he's like, okay, get off the cam. He just puts that crosshair on the tip of that small gap that he has, and that was a kill.
That's beautiful, beautiful, beautiful here.
I don't think I've seen too many players with this level of accuracy. Like the way they basically takes aim is everything. I think like that's what really makes him a great player. Speaking of which,
bit of pressure. Bit of pressure coming in for actually Eco, trying to make that quick take. The Cypher of Xenos providing the cover they need in order to fill into the site. So with a vision being obscured on their end, they should be able to get the spike planted now as Team Farouk try to be organized here for defense. They unfortunately lose the Sentinel in that encounter. Now actually Eco is going to try to run interference on the front, but unfortunately Esoteric was already ready, pulls out the ultimate, the Dimensional Rift now will be able to find the Sentinel in the backside there. Putri D couldn't react in time. 2 versus 2 right now. Ween still up in front. Zeno on the bottom gets taken out by a shotgun. Another shotgun gonna come true. That's the kill there. Ooh, Esoteric coming with a defuse. Should be enough time to finish that off. What a way to end this round.
Well, it's Sakura season all over again. I just absolutely love those new skins. And now, just looking back at this whole clip of reel, the perfect play on the judge and the timing as well. He didn't really worry about that. He knows that he's got it back already. He's like, okay, yeah, just a little bit more. So now 7-4. Honestly, on a first half, this is manageable. And if Team Farouk basically gets one more point back, then we'll have ourselves quite a chase.
Practically a force buy going to be coming out from actually Eco's side. We're going to be having a technical pause right now. Some technical issues be sorted out before we're going to be able to finish off this half. But yeah, surprisingly, despite the fact that actually Eco had been dominating a lot, the wins that Farouk was able to pull on them, the wipes actually, just wiping them out has kind of put them in a bit of a corner now in this final round of the half. So I can see that 4 people have already gotten their full armors up. Zeno definitely still has enough to bring up his full. But will he be going for a sniper? Looks like he's going to be committing to a Vandal here.
Yeah.
If he gets Oyen committed to using a shoddy instead, wonder what was his thought process here. He does have the Blade Storm, so maybe he wants to use the Blade Storm opener and use that jet to its advantage.
Probably the case for Oyen, because in majority of all these eco rounds, like this is the best place to bring it into play. I mean, like, even if your team full buys and you don't have the economy, this is what you do. And honestly, going on defense, I do like the chances of actually eco, because you got to remember this: they have double duelists. I mean, well, I'm not double duelist, double sentinel. Something that I have not really pointed out too much before, because yes, you have both sides of the stage, and now with Zeno that can function basically on 2 sides of the coin. If you want him to go on the defense, he can actually play very defensive. You want him to be offensive on the defense? Why not?
I mean, having the highest skilled player of the team play the Zeno, right? So in any case, even in offense, he can certainly hold his own, and that advantage is only going to get bigger once Team Actual Eco goes on the defensive side. So yeah, I mean, all the ingredients are in place here. It's just up to Team Faroukj to try to figure out how to slow down the momentum coming into the reset when you get to the second pistol round, right? But situationally, I would think like actually Eco kind of can definitely come into this next half with a lot of confidence because they already have the lead here. They know that the Cypher will be very strong for them in defending these sites, so they can always rest easy in that Xeno will somehow be able to deliver some plays with them, especially if they try to retake sites or gain some mid control. So everything is just falling in place right now for actually Eco, which makes me wonder like what kind of options does Team Faroukj actually still have on the table here?
Well, I guess like there's definitely a lot more, but they really have to ensure that they get this one in the back so that they do not have too much of a hassle heading into the second half. And of course, I always talk about the coin flip of a pistol round. You can't always bank on that because if you go into this round here with another loss, then the moment that you lost that pistol round, you're in deep trouble. So I really want to look at what there is going to be when it comes down to how they could actually play out a certain way when they switch sides, of course. Team Faroukj, there's one effective way that can somewhat clear all these wires, and it's the moment when Sean YT actually gets salted.
Get out of my way!
Because with the Phoenix, you run it down, you clear the wires, you clear anybody else that you see, and this guy's clearing things up with the Blade Storm.
Yep.
I know
Still has a few more shots to go with there. Will he not be able to finish it off completely as Faroukj will be able to end his streak. Green is going to be up in front here, getting blinded momentarily. But they still will be able to get themselves on the side. A very aggressive B push here, and Zito's going to have to do it raw, practically. Coming ahead. Oh, misses that peak battle there. Probosu takes him down. Don't have Cypher support here coming to this next one. Probosu picks up a second. Can he get a third now? Yes, he does. Nice headshot there, by the way. That's going to force a close now to get into the revive. She's going to be coming back into play there, but immediately Faroukj is in position. The Putri D is going to try to fight them from the back, but the defuse is already coming through. Oh, Putri gets one down, but the defuse is still coming through. She's going to spray it. Clutch in the nick of time.
Wow, Putri D. So calm and composed. And she is absolutely misreliable. Now they got themselves that huge 8-pointer there. Now we see the switch of sides. So back to the pistols we go. And now Team Faroukj, they need this pistol round real bad.
Got him.
Take a look at that again.
Quick kill on the Blade Storm, but it was really Xeno and Putri Lee that were able to pull this off in the clutch. Just the icing on the cake here for them, isn't it? I mean, she's like, the thing is that she doesn't seem to be like the flashiest player on the team, but as a Sentinel, just the amount of assists that she has here, she's really playing her role extremely well in this game here, despite not being that high of a tier in her team. So with that level of support, it's no wonder like her teammates, particularly ones have been teaching her all along. It's just so confident, just making these takes because they know that she has her back. What the heck was that though?
The wires, my guy. I told you about it. Somebody's gonna step on it. And even despite that very careful maneuver of sending some shock darts in order to clear maybe one, there's two wires always. Oh boy.
That's the advantage, like I said, for a Cypher, right? And once you go on the defense, that's where the Cypher is going to shine. But Spike will still be planted, though.
But on the flip side, Yoru on the attacking side also shines. So it kind of balances right now. Xeno, watch his forward. What?
Last player standing.
Didn't even flinch.
Not a bit.
Taps on it. Damage done though. Probosu full health. Goes in for a confident jump shot. Knows that he's tagged up.
I mean, he had health, he had armor, so in any case, like Xeno just needed a really lucky shot, actually, or lucky 2 shots, given that he was using a ghost, right?
He made sure that he jumped as well, so that there's not going to be a hit shot. By the way, yeah. It's like, yep, take this. I got the armor.
So what is this going on here? Oyen is picking up a Marshall. Everyone else is running on pistols.
I think
Very
like
much
it's absolutely fair.
Actually, absolutely an eco here, for sure. Coming out from actually eco. Just living up to the name. Wow. Because Oyen, though, just using that Marshall to keep an eye out mid while the rest of the team tries to set up for defenses. Cypher, of course, will be taking the B side, allowing the rest of the team to keep themselves spread out to get as much information as can, but a lot of pressure brewing in the A side here. And Jet and Soba just a little bit outside. Not going to be able to counteract them or slow them down whatsoever from getting the oh my goodness, it's
Wow,
I was expecting a shot that hit on the ground, but it just got caught up midway, so no damage done that time around.
I've been waiting for lineup, and he's delivering.
Yep, Flash didn't quite catch him, but still allows that to get the kill. Farouk still holding position. Oh, gets one on Xeno, gets another one on Jet. Nice triple kill here from Faroukjer, team captain.
Oh, roll me that replay. Roll me that replay. Oh, finally we get our Sova play. And we got what? The perfect darts as well. Oh,
just chef's kiss, like on the Spectre, no less. You know, doesn't really need the range, especially in that part of the map. Just a nice tight corridor, but just popping those hits off as if he's like playing whack-a-mole. Really.
Yeah, he would make me miss that arcade game.
Who's next?
I don't think I've ever seen a whack-a-mole machine in a very long time now.
Very, very long time. Like, where did they go? People not picking that anymore. Oh, okay.
Well, same to be said of Euro. Like, where did he go?
Directly into side, and he's got full intel. And he says, "You know what? I am pulling all the way back, rejoining my group." And I think that he might have actually sold it all the way through. Did they make any sound?
I'm only hearing Ween's footsteps, but
okay.
Okay, sees one skill, sees the Aldro, knows that a bit of a pile-up is happening here. A flash doesn't evade her from going around there, but the spray a little bit too slow there. Fortunately, couldn't quite catch a second kill, and actually Eco loses his life in the trade-out. Defense is still looking stronger though, with Provoso being the sole remaining member. He does have the spike in hand, so all is not quite lost. He still has an opportunity to go rotate, but needs to do it fast. Unfortunately, seems like he will still commit to making this A push, deciding against actually maneuvering off. Just hoping to delay things long enough to kind of make actually Eco's team second guess themselves and perhaps go on an early rotate. But that will be the best case scenario. But right now, Xeno is just not moving out. Neither is VK's again. Bosu's going to come on front. Oh, but the smoke is to expose his position. The spray coming through from Xeno's already done a lot of damage. So, Bosu cannot stand up to that challenge. 9 points to 6 now. Actually, Eco on the verge of getting to double digits.
This is where they gotta see if they're just gonna go in to break the bank, because the moment that they drop this round, they're just gonna sit on empty hands. I mean, I say empty hands. They're always given the classic anyway. But you guys get the drill. What that means.
I mean, you can always like toss off your classic and just go in with a single knife, you know? Nothing's stopping you to do that.
Chat, knife? Hello? Showmatch knife?
Knife only?
Oh no, he flashed his own teammate.
Not quite the opening he's looking for, but still trying to hold his position. Fortunately, the Soma comes through. Does get traded out, but it's not quite a take on the side yet because Xeno's still on the back line. Just making sure that he keeps things covered with the security camera as well, watching the front. No pressure coming through though, as the rest of the team forward goes through mid instead, opening up an opportunity to push through A. But 2 defenders are already there. No, actually 3 defenders. He counted the Jet just hiding in the alley.
I like how he just calling security camera, like, like, who are they gonna send after this? I wonder, like, Will John Cena appear? Oh wait, you can't see him. Just like your right?
God dang it. Well, Farouk is still on the side here. Going in the back there to try to find Zeno. 30 seconds still on the clock. Zeno's going to find one. No, doesn't quite get a kill though. And he's exposed his position. Does get only one headshot before he inevitably falls. Still has 3 defenders to try to come in for the retake. Robosu is going to have to run this by himself. Facing pressure from the left, from the right. Not enough to stand his ground.
Yeah, and just going back to what I pointed out, right? Double Sentinel, it's just so difficult for you to really find that perfect opening to just, you know, get into the site safely without all these utilities being lobbed at you, or should I say you trip over it from time to time, which is why it is very tricky. And this is a game that really needs Sean to be at his level best, right? Because I talked about how running back is so useful for your wires, and Zeno, he doesn't care, goes in it, push it, and gets that new world tap line. Everybody gets red, and he canceled it out with the ultimate as well. But Oyen's here!
Oyen's here! The Blade Storm! Oh, misses all of it onto the Sage!
Oh, no.
Can't even get the shot done with the shotty.
Doesn't matter anymore. There's only one guy left.
Yeah, fair enough. They managed to clean up the house. Sean is going to have to stand his ground, but that ground is looking real cold. 6 feet under for the Phoenix. And the defuse coming through from Team Actually Eco to make it 11 points. A flawless round for them. They didn't even lose a single life. Didn't even have to use that many ultimates. Still have 2 left in the bank. With that, it was from this opening by Zeno, just exposing their intentions on the side A. Just a shame that Oyen wasn't able to finish this fight off in the back line, but nevertheless, the rest of the team still came in, cleared up the house, ensures that Team Actually Eco is in a massive advantage now going into the final rounds.
I like that Fancy Freaks is not even trying to dodge. He's just wondering, where are these knives coming from? And somehow he made it work. Right?
Yeah, well.
Okay, here comes running back. Hoping to clear as many wires as possible. He's going for the random caps.
Yeah, just randomly spraying around hoping to catch something, but Zeno is still standing strong. Didn't even get a bit of damage there. Takes down Probosu, still is in position. Sean is only pushing through now, but he is completely surrounded. A shock. It's going to prevent him from being able to do much. Actually, Eco still holding on the back line here, just allowing Team Farouk perhaps a chance to try and get a foothold in that position, but they got to watch out for the Yoru. The Hunter's Fury gets cancelled down immediately by Esoteric.
One enemy remaining.
Still have the spike on the ground there. Already planted. Fancy Freaks hiding in the Raptors. And Ween takes him off. Match point now imminent.
A for effort though. It was fun on the first half, second half on the defense. Where do we begin? It's just a little bit more problematic with the entries. And
Spike planted. One enemy
side A,
remaining.
well, I can tell you it's a booby trap everywhere.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, again, you're talking about double Sentinel and you're talking about a Cypher in the hands of the top player in the team here.
I would cry. Like, look, you already have Cypher, which already gives you so many problems. And then, like what? You're being slowed by a Sage at the same time.
Right.
Where do you go? You don't move. You just don't. Okay.
Well, tries to go for the flash. Hunter's Fury is going to be brought out, trying to catch Zeno in the back line, but only managed to get one tap off. Zeno still around. Ooh, catches Yoru as he tries to slip in behind. Trade still comes through from Farouk's side. Now they will get the spike planted.
Spike
As Team
planted.
Farouk now gathering around the front, now making a push through the boathouse, spray through the flames, will be able to catch one at least, but the trades are going to be cancelled out by Revive coming through from Actual Eco's end, and the defense is still holding strong, takes out the last member. This is it, the final of the fuse, and Team Actually Eco will take the win on Ascent.
A unit that has not even suffered a single loss so far. And there you have it. Team Actually Eco takes the point.
Yeah, completely undefeated so far in the upper brackets. I mean, this is looking like actually Eco might be the team to beat. Because with the way that like things have been turning out, even with the skills of Esoteric behind a Yoru, not enough to make the difference, especially when you got a player as flexible as Xeno, just countering him well with that Cypher, and on top of the skills that he has on hand, just making it pretty dang near impossible for Faroukjer's team to actually gain a good sense of momentum actually throughout even both of these halves. So very well done here from actual Eco's team, because right now I would say they are showing that they are practically unbeatable now in this upper bracket.
Yeah, and I would still say that there are definitely things that they will try to adapt and adjust heading into future rounds when of course these teams will be collapsing again. And when we take a look at how things have run so far inside of Ascent, it is definitely a very good way to start things off here with a very confident looking Yoru and a confident looking Cypher. And I think like this guy with a hat, man, this guy with a hat, Cold Blood Machine, you can look him dead in the eye and he I don't know, like the way that he plays this is just so mechanical. Like that was on Cypher. That's not even a duelist. He plays it with pure accuracy and pure utilities. I mean, like, all these utilities were played so well, and I really commend him for that. So he really gained my respect.
Oh, for sure. I mean, again, being that flexible a player shows that like his deep knowledge, I think, of Valorant is certainly already there to begin with. With the shooting skills he already has on hand. I mean, that's a perfect kind of way to play a Cypher here, right? Like, especially when you're starting off on attack. Typically, if you have a Cypher in your team, you expect like attacking rounds to be slow, but because Xeno is already so good at taking those peak battles, so good at his movement and positioning, he's already able to fill in that sort of like semi-duelist role while they're playing on offense. So brilliant all around, and just no real weaknesses we can speak of when we come to actually Eco. Maybe you could make the case that the other teammates are like being sidelined a little bit with how Xeno is just outperforming everyone else. But the fact is, even Putri D was able to get clutches.
Yeah.
You still see VK's Oyen pulling off every now and then amazing plays on the jet. So the whole team shows up in such a spectacular fashion, and basically, as I said, I feel they're really unstoppable at this point, and it's got a huge psychological effect, I think, on these teams going into tomorrow's grand final, because they know that with this being the standard here, they're going to have to step up the game even higher than they probably expected coming into this talent challenge.
Yeah, and here we go into the highlights of what went on with you guys. Went to blue and missed out on some crazy rounds.
Yeah,
we got a round 2 ace. Wait, round 1 ace, was it?
Round 1 ace, and also I was going to mention, like, round 1 was pretty much the only time we saw like a legit 1v1 between Xeno and Esoteric. Like, that was a bit of a tease, to be honest, because we didn't really get to see like that one-on-ones all throughout. I think it was more, but I think that speaks to like the strength of the whole squad here on actually Eco's side, right? Because in all these takes and all these sort of setups, the whole team is working together like clockwork to make these kind of fights work. Now, granted, some of these battles are pretty messy, and at times, you even describe one of those rounds as a literal beautiful mess just because of how many kills just been scattered all around. But the plays have been exemplary. Although, there are certain times where perhaps VKs might have faltered a bit, but the thing is, they just have the whole package right now. So I really struggle to think about what exactly can be done on Team Farouk's side to really stem the tide here.
I think like first they really have to regain a little bit more of their confidence in basically playing in their own tempo But because of that double senti, and also the nature of how Ascent is like, you can't exactly get into the site directly without, of course, facing certain consequences. So somebody's got to be the bait here, right? So maybe that could also be a band-aid solution. Isn't exactly the best solution, of course. So upcoming rounds, depending on the map, you might not even see the Cypher anymore, so not to worry.
Yeah, perhaps, like, again, he could certainly switch off to something else to just kind of throw team for a loop, right? Because again, like, the way to kind of like deal with very aggressive play styles and lineups is to have someone who's able to kind of slow the game down a lot, but then you pair that with having one of the most explosive players on the team. It's just a recipe for disaster for the enemy, regardless of how you see it, right?
Yeah, I guess like in the interview, you know, like he did say that, oh, this guy might actually whoop me today in game. I guess like this is just round 1, right? So there's still another one for Esoteric to prove that, hey, we can basically bring it all the way to game 3. So this is just a Cypher. What else does he have in store for Esoteric Yoru? I really do wonder. But back to our dear captains, I'm pretty sure that they're rather satisfied for their performance right now, especially from actually Eco. As for Farouk's side, I don't think it's about looking salt on any wound just yet, because game's not over yet. Still have one more to go.
Yeah. As we see from the score line, I mean, really, no surprise to see there. It's just that you can see that, like, even both Esoteric and Faroukj were just playing their hearts out, but still cannot top this man right here, Zeno on the Cypher. With an impressive 36 kills, certainly matching, not matching really, but like just a little bit shy of the 40 kills that he did early on in the match they did against Aidargh's team. So, wow, I'm just really impressed, you know, with the level of play we're seeing here in this talent challenge. I mean, no surprise when you got some of the best players coming in from Singapore here to really show off their skills, right? But then again, I still feel that doing it on a highlight reel is one thing, but to consistently have this kind of performance live round after round after round just shows that, you know, the fundamentals as a Valorant player is just clearly there to be shown to everyone here.
Yeah, haters gonna hate. They're just gonna say, oh, it's all edited. Oh, you just made a montage. Like, this is foolproof.
Yeah.
This is caught in 4K live everywhere. And you know these guys are the real deal. And of course, in shenanigans, we'll have our own highlights after this, right?
Maybe. Well, certainly so much content is going to be coming out of this for sure. So I hope you guys will be able to follow these influencers on their platforms there. And then also for the fans, I mean, you guys must be just so psyched, you know, seeing your favorite content creators actually facing off against each other, showing who is actually the better Valorant player in this regard. And of course, you know, it's all thanks to everyone who has made this challenge possible here, particularly our sponsors, Big Picture, Smilegate, as well as TikTok, and not forgetting the brand new live video platform People, where you can also experience a lot of these games in a completely different way. You know, you can actually see the whole like map overview that shows the players like live inside People itself, and you can interact together with all the other audience members who are on People using your camera to you know, animate some avatars. What People really does, you know, as a platform is make it so accessible to use these kind of video effects in a live video chat situation. So whether you're just having a meeting or whether you're just sharing your favorite movies with your friends, you know, People might just be the place for you to add a new dimension in how you communicate with your friends online.
That's right, and of course, it's time for us to once again head into map and agent select. Let's see what they're getting themselves into this time. Okay.
Oh, wow.
This is one of my favorites, and it is split. Tell you what, this is also a Cypher's heaven. Well, whether if you're going to be putting some of all these setups into either one of these sites, there's just so many angles that you could go for, or should I say the entry point is already tricky enough. But what I can tell you, it's actually curable. And now they have this quick idea, thinking whether if bringing KO will be worth it, because he could nullify with the knife, and that disables all traps. That could be a way to go.
But nope, he switches off the Omen instead. Just going with something familiar, I suppose, because we've seen Probosu actually
Somebody's got to be the controller, right?
Yeah, somebody's got to be controller too. That's fair, but it's like, at least for Probosu, he has had some highlighted performances in wielding the Omen in some of the previous matchups. So I think perhaps they're just going with whatever's comfortable for them here, knowing the level of challenge they're going to be facing with actually Eco's Xeno also playing the Cypher in this round. As you said, on a map like this is where the Cypher is likely to shine, and shine bright he will.
And I really do hope that we actually see something special here, because on attack, very similar to what I've mentioned early on, attacking Cypher, it can be really, really sneaky. You cut through, I don't know, the mid ropes, or even all the way into B. If you're lucky enough, you get that free access into the side. Or you could always go for trades up mid as well. So we start things off here. It's going to be actually Eco on the defense, while Team Farouk will kick off with attack. And it's going to be also Arena.
Mostly a mid push going on here from Farouk's side. Well, actually, Eco is just trying to cut them off in both entrances. Now, the Sky is going to provide that initiation, but just only providing him a momentary distraction. Boombot's going to be coming out from Oyen's side, but he still needs to try to find a good angle here. Still 3 people trying to make their way through. Only got the 1 kill done, but still traded out neatly here by Team actually Eco to get even more value here with Xeno already getting a double. Trying to get a triple here, and actually gets stolen away by his teammates, but I don't think that matters at all. They still win out anyway.
Wow. I honestly didn't expect them to commit, especially after you have that Sage wall. That, like, usually you see Sages in the game. Yep, that wall's going mid. So they broke that wall. They say, you know what? Let's push through that smoke. But they all got funneled into that mailbox. There's literally no spacing left. So that is actually Eco getting the lead right now.
Yeah. Not really spending too much either, just deciding to go on a full Spectre and Stinger lineup. Gain chips here, try to make them clear aside. Oh, catching him just as he was mid-reload. A perfect one there by Putri-D. Gets a double.
Good smoke.
That already cuts down Team Farouk's initiative here, and Xeno's finding kills in the backline. Catches Yoru. Now goes up in front here to deal directly with Sky. Keeping the visions. Oh, he sees it through the slit and forces the Sky to back off there, and straight through the smoke with the Ghost actually works out well. Finds another one on the Sentinel in the back. Fancy Freaks could not stand to the challenge there. Another wipeout on Team Farouk in mid.
Man, this guy's Mr. 100.
100%.
Mr. 9,000.
No brakes on this train.
9,000 plus, because he's over 9,000. Like,
oh.
See, the quick thinking, right? Like, if this guy's gonna run in the smoke, he has to be hugging a wall. Taps towards that wall. Okay, somebody shooting me over that smoke. Let me jump over and realign my shot.
Yeah, Chad, this is what happens when you use 100% of your Valorant brain, for sure. Well,
he has a separate brain for Valorant. Like, he grew an extra brain for it.
An extra brain for it.
Wow.
Oh, just going straight on here. The Sky provides a good initiation here from actually Eco. That's completely decimated Farouk, but they come back really strong though, with Daf getting the double kill.
Last player
so Faroukjer is able to recover somewhat, making this a 2v1. Good situation for them. They get the last kill. They do get the last kill to Putri-D. So at least they're not going home empty-handed here. 1 point to at least stem the tide somewhat. They still have a lot of momentum on actually Eco's end. They're gonna go for a hit for the full buy. Faroukj can certainly try to bring some weaponry to bear.
And when we take a look at this instance as well, with that 1 HP, honestly, that's a respectable Spectre Spring. Somehow, almost taking down the Yoru as well. Esoteric looking for a flush right now. And Sean Lee would open up a little bit more spacing, but of course, with the birds and the dogs all coming out, there is the spike already being dropped, but immediately being retrieved. One member down. Still doable. You take a look at that A site. It is now cleared up. But how are they supposed to be looking at time? And there you go. Esoteric finds one.
Okay, at least that pickup is going to force a couple of the defenders to stay on B while they continue to make the rotation through mid. Actually, Eagle's trying to get one more extra kill, but only managed to deal a significant chunk of damage onto the Sage of Fancy Freaks. Tarek, let's let Proboso get a kill. No problem at all. That's going to be the opening they need to try to get onto B, knowing that the one defender down. So they certainly have the advantage on ground here. Just need to be able to get a spike in position with the 30 seconds left here. Oh, the Yoru catching another one as they try to rotate in through spawn. Now let's see if Zeno and Faroukj are going to be able to do much here. Grab some exit frags. Eco picks up 1, 2, 3 people already down here. Just need to catch the Yoru, but Esoteric might be a little bit of a slippery customer, especially when he has his rift coming out here. But Zeno's still going to try to go to the defuse anyway, forcing him to bring out a shotty, and the clutch comes true for the Yoru. 30% of health still remaining in his hands, but that does not stop him from bringing the hurt.
The Esoteric special. The Cyber Cage really wasn't enough. I mean, you're kind of trapped there with that flash. So that's just extra style points with that shorty. Now, 2-0, this is what we expect. We want to see them really put up every single, well, you want to call it cell in the brain or muscle into this game. By all means, do so. Good camp placement as well. You get a bird's eye view from the entry.
My camera is destroyed.
Normally, that will be destroyed. But it's the info that you need, right? But Xenos will be a company later on. As we see a stack coming through. Ash, he's going to climb the box. He will be able to void that wire, so he will be undetected into B. So if they were to call for a rotate, mid's absolutely opened up. But
well,
eventually,
sort of. There's still the sky.
Time to jump.
In between that is going to be a bit
the footsteps
of an obstacle. Yeah, heard the footsteps for sure. Okay. Almost catches the raise there. There he goes in front. Nice headshot there, preventing Eco from being able to do much there. Now we'll be able to catch out Ween as well. The Clove is down and out. Things are opening up. That's giving now the opportunity here for Faroukj to be able to get the spike planted at B, while they try to keep everyone else corralled around the defensive zone.
Spike planted.
Wow. The comms must be so efficient this round. Based off some of all these contact, they just get everything done, but
so much.
There is an anomaly, and that is Zeno.
Oh, third one there then. This guy's just unstoppable.
I have no words left on how I would describe this man.
Health is low though, so Proboso might be able to catch them nicely if he can just get a good lineup. Oh, but he's switching off to his skill there. Catches a Sage, now tries to spray, gets a Zeno as well. So at least Faroukj is going to have a lead in this matchup. First time actually he got a lead like this.
Now, they take a breather, we take a breather as well, right? Like, I guess like the more Zeno or even Esoteric does it, we might actually end up with our voice gone for tomorrow, right?
I hope not. I mean,
so we gotta take it a little slow. As a matter of fact, let me get a sip of water right now while you carry on with the opening round.
In the words of Yo Lee, you know, stay hydrated. And Proboso is getting very, very hydrated now. But the thirst is still there. Thirst. The hunger for success. As they try to make an entry now, actually Eco's gonna have to hold his own. Tries to get some sprays through the smoke, not gonna catch anyone so far. Ween is holding on to the high ground, anticipating the push to come through from Faroukj. Oh, the spray on the Spectre is not gonna deal any damage whatsoever. Probosu is waiting by the wayside here, as this guy is gonna try to mark the target as the spike's being planted. They know that Zeno is the biggest threat and he's still alive, so they want to try to bait him out as much as they can. Fancy Feet's going to try his best to just keep poking at them at that position. And Zeno's just watching out for anyone going out the back line. But so far, not budging for this position at all. Even with the spike continuing to tick down, they're still contemplating their options here.
Well, I think like the call right now is to save. Like, you will see that Zeno, he will basically check those angles if he would want to commit, but 5 versus 2 might be a little bit too much. But any consolation, we'll take it.
Yep, one down.
Okay.
Maybe another spray. If he's going to be lucky, he might get another kill here, at least on the exit. Another one. Tries to go for the third, but Probosu shuts him down. And still the Sage alive, though. She's going to try to save it.
And she does.
She does save it.
She managed to actually take down the, well, Fancy Freaks, I do believe. Well, I like what I'm seeing. The dent to the economy, forcing a little bit of a tight squeeze of cash on some of the members of Team Faroukj at the very least. So that wasn't exactly a free round for them. It costed them, I don't know, maybe another 1,000 creds.
But I'm really liking what I'm seeing from Team Faroukj right now, because having changed the map, having changed the environment, they're certainly finding themselves in the element here. As the Euro gets onto the back line, Faroukj is going to try to keep them occupied on the front. Still not able to get the kills they need so far in order to keep the defense off the point as they get stalled out in this push. In fact, they're going to try to rotate around the other end instead. They're exactly going to get them spike planted right on site A. Probosu is already in position. It's going to be a one-on-one with Zeno, but Zeno hears him. Switch to the knife. Now he's going to have the advantage. Now he's going to be able to spot their positioning here. Go straight for the defuse, letting his teammates clean up the house here. And just goes ahead, takes out the opportunity for Team Faroukj to run away with the lead and picks up a kill on the Fancy Freaks as well.
Oh no.
Oh,
that's so sad. I mean, they have the idea, but they didn't plan it out in the open because, okay, they thought it was safe, they thought it was all clear, and then look who showed up, right? He who shall not be named. So
disaster is spelled Z-E-N-O.
I mean, this is Thanos in the round, right? Like, except this Thanos really does not disappear or die, but he just continuously stab fingers with these stones.
Oh, attempted to try to make a breakthrough there. Didn't quite work out, and Team Faroukj is now on the counter push, forcing Oyen to bring out the Boombot and the pain chips here. Boombot gets eliminated quickly here by Probosu, so they have control. Least on the entry point. Not enough for them to gain an opportunity inside B. Dav is going to try to get initiate, forcing pain chips to come out, but not enough to get a kill on Raze. Still has a showstopper in the pocket, while Esoteric in the meantime trying to find another opportunity as Spike's being brought to the mid. Linking up with the Omen here. Got a couple of defenders on the left-hand side. Could be a bit of an obstacle. Definitely going to be hearing the skills being sent out in the mid there. As Terry goes out in front, Trade's going through the middle right now. Team Faroukj still looking strong, having gotten that trade. Just need to be able to slip on by. Yes, they do. Under the corridors now.
The ropes now into heaven. He's got to be a little mindful of what's stored by
30 seconds left.
These flank, and speaking of the flank, that's where the Cypher is. But they will get the plan down.
Yeah, but the Cypher is moving up, closer and closer. Gets the second one. Oh no, Zeno's on fire one more time. Spray down for the takedown. 4 kills to get the defuse. And Team actually Eco will tie it up 4-4. Just when you thought that Team Faroukj might just have an opportunity here, just as quickly, actually Eco giveth and taketh away.
4.
Spike planted.
And
One enemy
the timing of it, right? The timing where they really do have their backs turned up as well. The first two, that was pretty much a given. But the other two on site, they were pre-informed. They were warned. And yet, this guy walks away scot-free. And I think it's just something you just have to leave.
Ooh, not exactly the way I want to start things off there by losing Oyen right from the get-go. This is giving Faroukjer a lot of confidence to try to get him to the back line. Tries to catch out the Sky, but Sky gets him first, unfortunately. Actually, Eco pulling up a strong defense, pulling down whatever attacks that Team Faroukjer is trying to bring onto site. Forcing them off now. Spike on the ground. Team actually Eco has it in hand. So it's not all lost here. Bit of a shaky opening, but somehow still managed to keep themselves on their feet. Putridi having to back off so far. She's going to let her teammate go out in front, and the flash, unfortunately, catches the teammate right away. The Clove is trying to back out, but no, the Sage gets caught out the side, and Clove comes back only to meet the gun barrel of the Yoru. And Esoteric will be able to make the opening happen. Catches the Sky right in the back.
And there you go. Asher with the ace. You know, it was beautiful 4Ks all around. Very close to an ace that we saw coming out of first the Cypher. But it's the Yoru, man. It's not to break. He's finally feeling it.
I love this. I love this.
This is them just turning on to 5th year. I mean,
it's almost like Esoteric saw like the 4 kills that Xeno got and was like, yeah, I can do that too. In fact, I'm so good at 4 kills. I'm gonna kill Clove twice.
Yeah. Now the next challenge is get the Sage to revive and then you get a Sage.
That's the ultimate challenge, isn't it? Oh, a ping there. A ping of death onto the Reyna of Sean. Down and out. But don't count him out yet. Xeno comes around the side. Nice peek just before the smoke even came up. Quick reaction time here on the Cypher. Making things so hard for Team Farouk. Oh, Promotion comes in front. Only had the knife drawn, and actually Eco only needed Stinger to seal the deal and catch a Vandal for the Sky. And Oyen sees one person down there. Pincher's gonna be going up. Satchel coming up on top. No, the spray down does not work. Daft. Faroukjer. A little bit slipperier customer than he expected, I think.
Man, slippery customer. Daft though, he got a little bit of extra.
30 seconds left.
How much did he tip? And there we go.
Ooh, nice one
in the back. But
Xeno was waiting.
You know there's always somebody hiding somewhere. And of all places, got to be the ropes. It always gives Valorant players jump scare. I think like up till today, it was,
I just straight up have PTSD fast flashbacks every time I'm down there, you know. So you know.
Player remaining.
That was the first blunder I actually see, which is, you know, carrying your knife. Oh, well, technically you don't assume that was...
Yeah, you don't assume a Sky is going to be hiding around a corner of a Stinger, no less, right?
Yeah.
But an aggressive push coming from Team Farouk up in the middle. They want to clear out the ice wall quickly. And Yoru coming down quickly, picking up the kill onto Oyen. So, nice opening so far, but they need to be able to bring it to the site. Still have the mid control. Xeno's going to be coming up the ropes. Oh, looking in the wrong direction. Oh, catches them in the right timing there. Still not able to deal as much damage as he needed though. Esoteric still alive. Still going to be able to lead the team towards site A. He only got this guy of actually Eco to try the best to deal with this 3v1. Now the only good news for her is that this guy on the other side who's planting the spike now has a health low.
Spike planted.
Get a nice pick off there. Will be able to help out, but he's going to have to face off against Esoteric.
Good job.
Didn't quite work out well for him.
Fake teleport.
Okay.
Last
this
round
guy
in the half.
He's got the God Bolt on right now. I mean, he's going Super Saiyan.
I mean, look at that. Both
am I
of
even
them
allowed to use these phrases? I don't even know. Well, hopefully Dragon Ball fighting games are on the WCG too.
Well, I mean, just look at the kills now between Xeno and Esoteric, like 20 each. It's just that there's one more death, I think, on Xeno's side. But otherwise, you know, it's just really a battle between these two titans here on the map. And the teammates just making the difference here. So, right now, let's see what the rotation is going to be. Another mid push on the cards here for Team Farouk, although two members, or rather the Omen, is going to be flanking around the back here to try to reach the forward, while the Euro Esoteric will be going around to B to hopefully open up a secondary path if needed. They do concede a bit of ground on the mid side, though, in this process, but if they can just find an opening pickoff, that just might be their ticket into side A. Going for the take now. Oyen, momentarily blinded, still holds a position. Wait for it to come true. True to flash and tries to bring the paint chips up. Does catch a headshot as she backs out of position.
Spike down.
Raze is going to be coming up again. So does Xeno. He's going in full frontal in order to try to catch him out. Does catch a straggler in the form of Sean.
Where can you run? Where can you hide? Somehow Probosu escapes their wrap, gets one.
Ay, ay, ay.
30
And
seconds
now
left.
he's playing Come Get
Player
Me.
standing.
No, actually Eco
Spike
catches
down,
that
B.
one. So now Probosu found place to be in, maybe. Took quite a bit, took a little bit of damage maybe. But still has a spike in hand. No time to get the plan though. He's still stuck in mid. Gets caught up by the trap wire. That's not gonna work out. Timer's already running out. Probably not be able to get there in time. Maybe he can try to get some kills in the meanwhile, but round still lost to the defenders. So still 6 for 6.
Well, cash out. Okay.
Switching sides.
More than worth, because you know you get those extra creds from kills as well as first helping with the plant as well. Now, I'm just looking at this current scenario. 6-6. Both sides not willing to be defeated. And now, heading into, you know, the later stages of our first half, Ash really shined the brightest there.
I was half expecting, you know, actually Eco's team to be a lot stronger in defense, especially when he had Xeno on the Cypher, but maybe his forte might just be more on the offensive end, because, you know, they haven't really gotten much of a streak actually compared to what Team Pro was able to do. But pushing through mid now, very quick takes all around here from Team Farouk as they try to counter push through on the pistol round, just scrambling, try to get kills, but Xeno's already got 2 in hand. Dav is still holding up here, knows that the stage is right behind, hoping that she's going to be coming up. Doesn't want to wait any longer to paint chip, almost catching her out there.
I have the spike.
Forcing her to back out.
Everything, including the kitchen sink here. And now, only one left.
Yup.
Daff, show us if you're a punk. Well, it's actually Farouk.
This is such low-hanging fruit.
I know. I have to go for it.
Nice headshot there on the ghost. Can I get another one? Whoa! Down to 6 health. Still survive. Again, it's like Xeno, no doubt a monster. But don't count out the rest of the team here, because even Oyen, even Putrigi can pull off things out of their pocket like this. It's crazy.
It's out of all these rounds, right, where you thought, hey, we don't have the Cypher to deal with anymore, and then somebody just pull off the biggest upset or maybe turn tides around. You saw, it was 6 HP and a dream right there.
I know. Well, Oyen's gonna try to go for round 2 together with the Sky to try to open up a space here on B. No defenders will be found here. Everyone is just hanging around the outside. Perhaps getting set up for a retake. In fact, everyone's rotating in, getting ready to try to come back in. No, the Omen's gonna go in front, does take down the Raze first. Xeno's still in the back line. He sees all of them lined up there. Can't quite get the headshots off. But at least behind the wall is still a little bit secure. Everyone else from Team Forward now coming in, going for the retake. Bit of pressure being brought on the Xeno side. Decoy distracting him momentarily, but does not distract him from getting that kill. Actually, Eco still picking up a lot of kills on his end though, and actually wipes out the rest of the defenders, allowing Team Actually Eco to confirm their lead here. 2 points ahead now. Actually Eco actually looking good.
All right, this is gonna be the bonus, and even despite him, you could basically opt to just get some semi-purchases. You see what there is. Missouri Vandal, and for the side of our Yoru, we're also looking at a purchase of the Judge. I saw a glimpse of that earlier. You know, just gonna switch out for better financial decisions as well. A lot of intel being gathered by the sky.
Oh, misses.
Miss it.
Misses both of the shots on the Sheriff. Esoteric coming in front with a shotgun. Picks up only one so far before he had to teleport back, but that's still value given. Cyber's going to go ahead and try to pin their positions. Sees where all the defenders are. Only 3 remaining. They know they have clear for the spike plant, so they will go ahead and get that done. But then now the Yoru is coming down in with the Dimensional Rift. Still trying to find someone in the back line there. Might actually catch a couple there while Sean goes ahead straight with a defuse. Zeno will pick out Esoteric. 2v1 situation, but the defuse was to get through anyway. Clutch round here. Team Farouk still showing they're in the game. Keeps them from running away with that lead.
Man, guy just pulled off another one from the rabbit hat.
I mean, it's a rabbit out of the hat. I think a rabbit shape. Taking a rabbit out of a rabbit-shaped hat. Is that what you're planning?
You caught me on that. Pulling rabbit out of the hat. That's the right word, right? Yep. But man, this is what I absolutely love about Split. Very strong hits. It's either you make it or you break it, right? Like, there's no half commitment.
Ooh,
you got to basically go all the way, and this time, Zeno's already down. Is this a call to action?
Maybe, but a trade does come true from Oyen's side anyway, so not too much damage done, although the sky is a little bit low. Might be a detriment for the defense, especially being the initiator for the team. Sending everything up there on heaven to make sure no one is going to be in position to try to counteract them. Fancy Freeze catches a stray though.
Blinded.
Trying to keep Farouk away, but no apples here. Only death.
Well, this is gonna be the Seekers out there, giving him everything that's necessary. Always remain as they manage to actually spot out. That's not enough to take him down. Oh!
Last player standing.
Yu still being held on, but had to cancel. Didn't even get the halfway point now. Needs to get a kill on the Oyen. The pressure is mounting. Needs to get a timing, but no!
There's just not enough time. You know, there's no escaping from that showstopper.
None at all. I mean, the splash damage is just too big, and either way, because it didn't get the halfway point of the defuse, it just didn't work out. What unfortunate timing there for Team Farouk. Actually, Eco now back in the lead by 2 points. So right at the get-go, I mean, both Zeno and Esoteric got picked off early on, so this is really down to the rest of the team here to clean things up. It's just unfortunate that, well, it means that, yeah, she would really have needed some support there if you want to complete the defuse, and that's why spike placement is so important. You need to be able to get the angle you need. Now Zeno putting some sweet revenge on the Faroukjer there, getting that opening kill on the Omen. Now that's going to open up the doors here for Actual Eco to make a quick take over side A. Very lightly defended. Everyone else with Team Farouk wants to group up first before they try for the retake. Because Oyen holding an angle, knowing that this is going to be one of the entry points. Panger is going to be sent out immediately. That might force Fancy Freaks to back out, but not Esoteric though.
Just holding so deep into the elbow. How do you actually enter the site here?
Good picks, a third pick there. Now the Yoru is finding himself all alone. Still has a shotgun. Picks up one. A decoy is going to catch out one. tries to get the raise. The raise is going very aggressively. Might be overstanding a little bit, but then both of the members are coming up immediately to try to beat Esoteric face to face. He still gets a wall bang anyway, and another spraying one. Oh, it just forces everyone to come in and pay attention to this.
Have they not learned that lesson? Have they not learned anything about this guy and his Yoru? You need to give him a little room and respect.
Yeah.
But of course, you can argue. But our teammate has got the highest back so far in this tournament. It's like, you give him respect instead.
I just love the way he used that decoy, just literally peeking off the side there, so it literally does look like the actual Yoru, right? And a slight distraction and everything, just the amount of machinations that must go through his mind as he was trying to pull off that play, just must be insane.
It is, absolutely. Now, of course, they got the intel over on Team Heaven. We have
Eric, way down there. And a TP back. Regroups with the rest. Still not putting boots on the site. Just waiting for actually Eco to make that move. And Zeno gets picked off already. Might slow down the push coming from actually Eco, but he still want to commit to this. Going all together. Whoa! Shish kebab! Coming up from Bropo's side.
Everybody got skewered through. And how would you like that meat cooked?
Medium rare, please.
Medium rare. Won't take too long. Won't take too long.
Not at all, especially at the rate we're going. Just look at that. It's like the stars all aligning, you know?
Oh, yeah, keep it coming. Keep it coming. Oh, man. Okay, now we do have From the Shadows as well as Dimensional Drift. Is he going to use this early, though? Or maybe wait for another round? I think if that's going to be a perfect time, this could be an opportunity. So, it seems to be a forced stack onto Garage. Cypher's all alone, though.
Slower push all around, though. Actually, Eco not trying to force the issue too much. Already hit the double digits, so they know they are way ahead. Suppose they want to try to draw out a little bit more from Team Farouk first before they go for the entry. Perhaps just still considering their options here. The ice wall in the middle will get broken down. So they do have an opportunity to try to flank. And that's going to be in Zeno's responsibility now. But again, Fancy Freaks is still keeping an eye out. Making sure that Cypher doesn't get too easily.
He's still got his Dimensional Drift. I mean, he can pop it whenever he feels like it. Time is now. Push through. And just like that, basically decoys them into that corner.
Nice one with Zeno.
Getting the refract, and Zeno does it again. You tap online.
Yep. Sees the two of them on the back there, so he knows exactly where they are. Waits for them to try to come out. Still has the tag going on. They know they're both up on Heaven as they try to bring the spike down, but no, catches the flow just in time. Now Zeno's going to be able to catch him. Gets the ace. Another one.
And I didn't feel anything.
A special delivery.
For your eyes only.
This we must take a look.
Yeah.
He pops out of smoke, gets both from the bottom. He was even blinded, by the way. And then from downtown, from all the way down there, he gets the guy up above.
Very much trying to beat maybe his highest kill score right now, because man, to see yet another ace coming out just like that. Because Oyen leading the charge for a quick take onto A. They didn't quite catch Dav on the backside, so she possibly make a play from the back line.
Gonna be planning a little bit more open this time.
Very much so. Okay, Dimensional Drift coming through. Ash sees four people blocking him. Just he's trying to find all the way in the back here. Opens up and decoy. Oh, nice one there. Retreat.
That was it. And now 1 versus 2.
Yep.
Just about a corner out.
Oh, just when you thought they had it in the bag, suddenly Team Farouk off of the back of an amazing attempt there. Even though Esoteric kind of faltered a little bit in opening up from the Dimensional Drift, The rest of the team still stepped up to the plate. Still got, hit the ball with the bat.
Yeah, hitting every mark possible. Any expectation left of anybody out there? Throw it out the window, right? Because at this rate, I think like we're also getting another ace coming our way. Hopefully, there's 2 rounds possibly for actual Eco.
Ooh, this is gonna be a hard defense now for side A.
Cage trigger here.
You only had a single Sky, and she's gonna have to back all the way up to heaven. You got 3 people just moving all the way up there. She's in deep trouble. Real soon. Here's all the footsteps. Knows the pressure is coming. Tries for the spray. Only a little bit of a momentary blindness. Didn't quite work out a boom bot. Does a bit of damage there, forcing her to come out. Ooh, ran out of ammunition. So now another take here from actually Eco. Is it going to be Deja Vu once more? This time around from the bottom, we still have Esoteric. The rest of the team up on top. And trying to go into pincer formation, but this time no ultimate from the Yoru. Zeno's up on heaven. Yoru already picked up one. Trying to send out decoy again, but then the defense is not looking too good here on the site. Actually, Eco still has the man advantage. Pops out. Spray down. Didn't quite get the takedown. And a cleanup done by Probosu with a double. Zeno.
Player standing.
Last one standing now. Oh, couldn't quite get the clutch. The defuse will still come through anyway. And Team Farouk back from the brink. Getting himself up in the double digits now. This is going to be a race for overtime, isn't it?
It very certainly looks like it with all these back and forth going on. What are the likelihood of Team Farouk managing a reverse sweep in this fashion?
I know, right? I mean, in all fairness, they're the only ones who were able to get like a 4-round streak, in the previous half. So in terms of that strength, they do have that in hand, actually, when they were in the attacking side. Now, on defense, they seem to falter a little bit, especially in the early stages, but now they've gotten quite a bit of momentum. They just need to surf the wave now. But, oh my goodness, we have Esoteric just pulling off kills like that, and they just cannot afford to let him get away with it like this.
He's just so good with base one taps it. Slowly, all the utils thrown in his face as well.
Yep, everyone's just coming in here, catching both of them. The club does. Zeno waiting down by the ropes, seeing a single Sentinel come out. Sky is still trying to spot everyone else. Sees the position. Can't quite do much about it.
One enemy remaining.
And Zeno just catches one, catches another.
Time for a break.
3 kills for the Cypher.
Match
By
point.
the end of this round,
Let's use.
we'll find out whether there's going to be more left of Team Farouk here in the upper bracket. But I think like the skill level displayed by, of course, Zeno as well as Ascent Game, which of course is our favorite Yoru so far, is Esoteric. So now, needing to chase those 2 points, it seems very, very viable.
Sky's throwing a lot in here to try to slow down this push, but actually Eco is still going to be trying to do it. Showstopper didn't quite land its mark there, and Orion pays the price for it. Trade still coming through, but then actually Eco gets himself on the ground. Double killed, triple already. And the defense completely decimated. Actually, Eco takes the map in a convincing fashion. Even Putri could not believe what they just experienced here. Fantastic work here from Team Actually Eco.
Actually, Eco will be your first finalist through into the upper bracket again. And they all just have to wait to see who will be there to challenge them later on. And that also guarantees them either second or first place in the tournament.
Yep, the undefeated team will be making their way into the grand finals first. Everyone else will have to fight amongst each other, eliminate each other from the competition before we're going to be able to see who is going to be the top dog. Will actually Eco be able to still reign supreme come tomorrow, or will the challenge bring forth other plans in store.
Yep, and of course, for actually Eco and the whole squad, I gotta say, for what it's worth with what they have right now, they're definitely into pretty much a very, very composed style of play when it comes down to how they have already coordinated not only their defense, but also on the attack. And of course, with the reliability of each respective members, you saw how Putri have already described how the scenario is like, and her confidence is oozing in this match as well to also really churn out some of all these results. And then, you know, when we take a look at the exchanges, we got like quads, ace, quad, ace. Like, this was a hell of a run, which I absolutely enjoyed. Like, when you watch a game like this, who do you actually root for, right? Because I fell in love with both.
I think they both looked so strong in this one. This was way closer than the first match of the day we saw today. And I think that's no surprise. We're having two of the best players amongst the group of influencers we have here facing off against each other, showing what they're capable of. You know, Xeno on the Cypher, and then Esoteric on that Yoru, and each of them trying to bring different things to the table here. But I think what ultimately made it, I think, for actually Eco is that the team cohesion was still coming so strong even after the previous matchup. And I think with the level of confidence they gained from taking down Beltido's team in such a quick fashion, also helped allow the other teammates to actually have a boost, you know, to their confidence, allowing them to come in here and actually bring their A game. And I think that's exactly what they needed, you know, coming into this matchup here, because knowing that the team that they're going to be facing off against is a lot stronger Beltido, you know, in fact, like, Farouk's team did look strong at points. In fact, with the comeback they were doing in that last half, I was half expecting them to bring it to overtime, which is why, you know, I felt there's going to be a bit of a race between the two of them to see whether who's going to get the match point first, which actually Eco actually ended up doing. And then eventually, you know, I was hoping that Farouk's team is going to be able to get momentum going on their side, and it looked like it was about to happen, but final round there's not able to do so.
Yeah, I think like the pressure might have actually gotten them a little bit more, because when you are playing in the tournament as such, like, sometimes you were a little bit too hasty on certain decisions, like, or some thoughts cloud your mind. Like, I can only imagine what they were doing when it comes down to those final few moments, because we've been to certain games where our hearts were racing and everything goes. But fret not, there's always going to be another run where we still have the lower brackets to be played up tomorrow, and that is where there's going to be elimination on the line. So
yeah. So let's go ahead and have a look on the highlights once more. I mean, a lot of action actually transpired, you know, in all those rounds, and because it's just so close between the two, you know, at certain points, it just like it was going to be actually Eco's game. Then suddenly Farouk was coming back strong. They had the 4-round streak. They were the only ones actually were able to pull out the 4-round streak until the very end. But at that point, I was thinking that, okay, maybe Farouk's team might actually have what it takes, you know, to be the first ones into the grand finals. But time and time again, Xeno suddenly would just pull out these kind of plays out of his pocket and just kind of remind us, you know, why he's the one of the top built players already coming into this competition. Now, granted, you know, Esoteric is no slouch in that department, but you don't see, you don't see that Team Farouk actually pulling off the finishers just like how actually Eco's team does, especially in those takes. And by the time they got to the side switch, you know, it seemed like actually Eco had mostly set the tempo, mostly set the tone, you know, right from the get-go, getting the double rounds all throughout, only occasionally interrupted by Team Farouk. It just feels like when push comes to shove in the long run, actually Eco still had the much more cohesive team, had the much stronger plays going through, and decision making, everything else is just coming true beautifully here for actually Eco. All the ingredients are in place, and they really cooked up the meal here.
Yeah, it really felt like this highlight reel never stopped, right? Like, I think we're covering the entirety of the game with a little bit of a quick motion as well.
I mean, there's so much highlight reels going to be coming out for this.
So much to unpack, honestly.
Right.
Like, this is definitely some guy's dream come true, you know, to see these two agents played to perfection by these two gentlemen that has been known and loved across the Valorant community. And we'll, of course, get ourselves a little bit of result into this, of course, post-match mortem. So, Ash, it's just, you know, very close in terms of all these other stats and ratings. Put all these numbers aside, I think everybody did so well. 13 to 10, as close as it gets.
If I only got one negative thing to say about this matchup, it's that we didn't see much 1v1 between Xeno as well as Esoteric. Because maybe a couple.
Yeah, it's like they finally understand like this is going to be a team game until like they eventually are bound to meet because of a refusal or something like that.
Yeah.
Like, it's okay. I'd rather not meet because when you are playing as a Cypher, you don't really want to be face checked.
Fair
Unless
enough.
you are the one face checking, like, and you want to actually go for the kill, then okay, by all means, do so.
So, a 2-0 victory, allowing Team Actually Eco to remain undefeated from the upper brackets. That guarantees them a slot now to the grand finals. The MVP, obviously, going to be Xeno once more. 38 kills, second highest, right, that we've seen in this competition. The first highest, of course, by the same man. So, it just goes to show how far ahead of the curve this man, this Valorant player is compared to the rest.
And it's something unlike any other, right? When you are just witnessing a high elo player at work, can you just imagine, like, there's just so many talents across Southeast Asia, just as good as Xeno, or should I even say, equivalent, you know? And I'm really hoping that we actually get to see Xeno on the competitive arena one day.
Oh man, I mean, we're still going to be seeing a lot of him for sure in tomorrow's match, you know? I mean, it's going to be a best of 5 grand final, so it's going to be more of an endurance test, I think, compared to today. For sure, but especially for the teams that are still in the lower bracket, they still don't have a chance. Don't get us wrong, right? Like, they will still have an opportunity. They just have to fight through everyone else, eliminate them one by one before they're going to be able to face off against this absolute titan of a team right now that we have in our hands in this WCG challenge.
Yeah, and it's not only an endurance race for them, but it's also for us on our endurance of how many more words can we actually put to describe the crazy stuff these guys actually put out, right? Day in, day out. Like, they just eat all these ranked pubs for breakfast every single time. So, you know, jokes aside, we already got our MVP, of course, and I guess we're going to be looking to see if we're going to be getting an interview, and yes, we do.
Yeah, we will. Of course we are, because we're going to be coming in to interview one of the members of Team Actually Eco coming right up, and Xeno is on the screen. Congratulations, my guy. You've made your way into the grand finals right now. How do you feel at this point?
I feel good. I think we played pretty well, despite like not having much practices together.
I mean, it seemed like your team was quite well coordinated, actually. I mean, talk us through about how your team's kind of contribution actually helped in this competition here, because you guys obviously only knew you're going to be playing with each other only last week, right? So what was the actual preparation that you guys were able to do leading up to this challenge here?
We only played one unrated together, and although it wasn't like the full team, but I think we did like get to know like our preferred agents and everything. And then I think they did pretty well because like they are able to listen to instructions quite properly, and then like we could execute our plans the way we want to.
Yeah, I would say that it actually falls into place very well, and clearly everything is falling into all of these right places. And I really want to talk to you about this scenario in some of these matches that you were in, because you're fighting up against Aidargh, Yoru, and there were rounds that you guys were exchanging aces. There were rounds that basically you guys are dropping 4 to 3 frags. Like, was there a point that you just really want to shove it like to them, like, okay, I am the better player here?
No, I think he's a really good Euro player, especially like all the hours and work he put in. Like, he understands the ages very well, so I really respect him for that. But unfortunately, because sometimes in rank I do with him and all, so like I tend to know what he's gonna do and all
the quirks,
so
and
yeah.
He even told us a little bit about that. And like, he also gives you the same honor of respect to you. And we were just noticing your aim, like it was incredible. You know, for noobs like us who, you know, were stuck in maybe a high plat or so, like those shots were beautiful. So any tips for those with players who are hoping to be just as good as you?
Well, if you're a casual player, I guess you can spend every day doing like 15 minutes of aim training. I think it will help in the long run. Like aim labs or like death matches, or even just shooting the bots in the shooting range. Just train your one taps, you know.
All right.
So in any case, you know, given the given what we've seen from you so far, like going to the grand finals now, I mean, feeling confident, feeling like an all-time high, like confidence in be able to take this championship here, or do you still feel there's going to be more challenges ahead coming to tomorrow?
Well, of course, confident, but we're gonna take it step by step, and it's just important to just have fun.
Yeah, and
it's not always about winning and losing.
I believe that you guys had a whole lot of fun today, and it's been quite a long day as well. So tomorrow, you guys will have some games to play out. Now, quick question before you hop off: would you prefer to have a rematch against either one of these teams out there? Would it be another match with the Euro again?
Yep, that's for sure.
Okay. We hope to actually see that as well. So first, we'll see what tomorrow brings to us. Thank you so much, Zeno, for joining us for today.
Hey, thank you. Bye.
See you soon.
All right. That's the word from the man himself, and definitely going to be one of the favorites coming in tomorrow. And on that note, for all of you viewers there, thank you so much for sticking with us all the way to the end. It's been fantastic to see all you guys in. So to reward all of you here, we've got a nice little live quiz to come for you guys. So all you need to do right now is go ahead and follow the link in the pinned comment to get onto P-Poll. And you need to sign up an account over there and join in, or rather look for the WCG quiz account. That's going to be the account you need to submit your answer for the quiz, because on this live quiz we have a silhouette of a weapon being shown up inside the People app and also on the People screen, and all you need to do is to answer what exactly the weapon is, DM the answer to the WCG account, and the winner will receive some juicy prizes here courtesy of the World Cyber Games. But not only that, for all of you guys who have Instagram, we have a SNS frame event for you all. So all you need to do in order to take part in this, right, is that you got to look for the filters on the WCG IG account. So just go ahead on Instagram, look for the World Cyber Games, look for the official account. You'll be able to load up one of the filters there. Take a photo using that filter and then upload your story with the required hashtags, and then you have to mention p.pool_official, and then you'll be able to have an entry coming into this frame event. Now there's also going to be a nice juicy prize for this, and they're going to spoil what exactly it is. You will have to find out yourself. But go ahead and take part in these, guys, because it is literally free for all to join in here, and it's going to be our sort of appreciation for you all joining us in this journey.
That's right. And if you do want to participate, make sure you hashtag WCG 2024, hashtag People, hashtag WCG, hashtag Valorant. Anything else we want to think of? Well, go ahead, draw our attention, and you might actually walk yourself with a little bit more extra. That's all I can say. That's all I can say for now.
That's all we're
Okay?
legally allowed to say. But
So-
nevertheless, this is a fantastic event here. It's a huge shout out, especially to the World Cyber Games and people. Shout out to their sponsors as well for helping us bring it all together. Make sure you guys take part in that competition there, because this just prizes up for grabs. Why not take an opportunity to go ahead and win something for yourself as well, especially after seeing your favorite influencers, just fight, just play their heart out for a cash prize, right? Nevertheless, we're going to be jumping into a schedule here to remind you all what's going to be on the menu for tomorrow, because today is not the end of the Talent Challenge. We still have another day of competition to go here, May the 17th. Make sure you tune in at the same time in the same place here, because you want to catch who exactly is going to be facing off against Team Ashley Eco. Is it going to be Team Beltido? Is it going to be Team Aidargh? Is it going to be Team Faroukj? We will only find out tomorrow here, guys, so make sure you tune in.
That's right, and we are going to start early once again, so make sure you guys, set your alarm if you are night owl, okay? So, that being said, we'll definitely want to see who will be able to make the cut to eventually challenge actually Eco by the end of it all, and we will be crowning our champions of the WCG Challenge by tomorrow. And remember, more prizes to be won, so make sure you tune in and register people if you don't have your account just yet. It's Contra here alongside with Victor Cax. It's been a pleasure for day one. We're looking forward to see you again tomorrow for day 2 of the WCG Challenge. Let's go beyond the game.